Cyrus the Great, born circa 600 BC in Anshan, Persia. He is historically acclaimed as the founder of the great Achaemenid Empire, which became the largest empire the world had seen up to that time. His military campaigns were characterized by strategic brilliance, successfully expanding the empire's reach all the way from the Indus Valley in the east to the Mediterranean Sea in the west, uniting a vast array of diverse cultures and regions under a centralized administration. He is particularly noted for his innovative government practices, which include the establishment of a bureaucratic system that allowed a degree of local autonomy while maintaining overall imperial cohesion. His policies of religious and cultural tolerance were revolutionary, enabling conquered peoples to retain their own traditions and beliefs, fostering loyalty and stability within the vast empire. And then we have the Cyrus Cylinder, often regarded as an early declaration of human rights, exemplifying his commitment to just and humane rule. Additionally, Cyrus implemented economic reforms, including the development of infrastructure projects that facilitated trade and communication. His administrative skill and emphasis on meritocracy set the foundational principles for the subsequent imperial administrations. And thus, his legacy endures as a model of visionary leadership and enlightened statecraft, influencing the structures of governance and the concepts of human rights in both ancient and modern contexts. Hello and welcome. Today we go back to the Achaemenid Empire, some 2,500 years ago. As always, best way to support the channel is the like button, the subscribe button. Tell your friends, you know what it's like. So let us begin now. The life of Cyrus the Great. And so between 600 and 599 BC is where we traditionally set the date of his birth, and he was born to one Cambyses I, who was the king of Anshan, and of Mandane, the daughter of Astyages, who was the king of the great kingdom of Media. So according to his own story, which we very fortunately have preserved in the old tablets that have been left to us, and is now widely accepted to be true, at least by the majority of scholars, his father, Cambyses, grandfather, Cyrus, great-grandfather, Tacitus, all came before Cyrus as kings, so this wasn't an insurrection. He was the fourth in a long line. Cyrus wed Cassandane, an Achaemenian, and the daughter of Pharnaspes, who gave birth to 3 daughters. The 3 daughters were Atossa, Roxanne, and Artistone, and 2 sons, Cambyses II and Bardia. It is well known that Cyrus and Cassandanes were deeply in love. Cassandanes claimed that leaving Cyrus was more painful than leaving her life, and this is something quite special for 2,500 years ago, especially within royal contexts of marriage, which were either out of convenience or practicality and sometimes strategy. Now, when she had passed away, Cyrus demanded that the kingdom observe public mourning following her passing. Babylonia mourned Cassandanes for 6 days, according to the Nabonidus Chronicle, and that is between around the 21st and 26th of March, 538 BC. Cyrus inherited the throne at Pasargadae, a vassal of Astyages, following the death of his father. According to the Greek historian Strabo, who was not a contemporary, when writing a few hundred years afterwards, Cyrus's step-parents gave him the original name Aghradates. Cyrus's father, Cambyses I, may have given him the name Cyrus after his grandfather Cyrus I, in accordance with the naming traditions when he was reunited with his birth family. Strabo also wrote that Aghradates took the name Cyrus from the Cyrus River, which was close to Pasargadae. And then we have Herodotus, who was quite useful in these ancient contexts, albeit a lot of people think that he did blow things out of proportion, if not outright lie about things, but we're not going to get into that, because that's a whole argument on its own. Well, he described how Cyrus's early years were in somewhat mythological terms, so a bit of a grain of salt with this one. But according to the story, Astyages experienced 2 dreams in which a flood and a succession of fruit-bearing vines spread out from the pelvis of his daughter Mandane, engulfing the entire kingdom. His advisors saw these as a sign that his grandson would rebel and overthrow him as king in the future. Mandane, who was then expecting Cyrus, was called back to Ecbatana by Astyages to have the child taken care of. Mithridates, one of Astyages' shepherds, was given the task by his general Harpagus. Mithridates reared the child instead, and gave Harpagus his stillborn son in exchange for the dead baby Cyrus. And so Cyrus lived in secret. But when he was 10 years old, he had a nobleman's son beaten for disobeying his orders during a game during childhood. Astyages had the boy brought to his court and interviewed him and his adoptive father, because it was unusual for a shepherd's son to do such a thing. Yes, things were about to come out. Astyages sent Cyrus back to live with his biological parents in Persia after the shepherd confessed, but in retaliation Astyages called forth Harpagus' son, hacked him into pieces, boiled some parts, roasted others, and deceived his advisor into eating his own at a lavish feast. It's very evil, isn't it? To make Harpagus aware of his unintentional cannibalism, Astyages' servants brought him his son's head, hands, and feet on platters after the meal was fully consumed. Times were certainly different back then, weren't they? It's just a prank, right? Well, after his father's death in 559 BC, Cyrus the Great ascended to the throne, but he was not yet a sovereign. That would take a while. Cyrus, like his forebears, had to acknowledge Median domination. At the time, they were certainly at the zenith of their power. I'm not sure if you watched my video about the Medes, but it's a bit of an interesting one. Now, from the Lydian frontier in the west to the Parthian and Persian territories in the east, Astyages, and the final king of the Median Empire, may have dominated most of the ancient Near East. Cyrus, the king of Anshan, was attacked by Astyages. According to the Nabonidus Chronicle, Astyages put Harpagus in charge of the Median army in order to subdue Cyrus, according to the historian Herodotus. But before eventually defecting with some of the army and some of the nobility, Harpagus spoke with Cyrus and urged his uprising against Media. The Nabonidus Chronicle attests to this mutiny. According to the Chronicle, the conflict lasted for at least 3 years, that is between 553 and 550 BC, with Ecbatana being taken in the final crescendo of the conflict. The paragraph describing Cyrus's victory and his grandfather's capture came before the entry for Nabonidus' 7th year. The historians Herodotus and Tacitus claim that Cyrus married his daughter Amytis and spared the life of Astyages. A number of vassals, including the Saka, Bactrians, and Parthians, were placated by this union. According to Herodotus, during his military campaigns in 546 to 539, Cyrus also conquered and incorporated Sogdia into the empire. And so, now that Astyages was no longer in charge, he had command over all the vassals, including many of Cyrus's family members. Thus his uncle Arsames, who had ruled the city-state of Parsa under the Medes, would have forced him to cede the throne. Arsames was probably still Cyrus's nominal governor of Parsa, more of a prince or grand duke than a king, really, but this power shift within the family appears to have gone smoothly. Then he appointed his son, Hystaspes, a second cousin of Cyrus, satrap of Phrygia and Parthia. Thus the twin Achaemenid kingdoms of Parsa and Anshan were unified into Persia proper by Cyrus. After both of Cyrus's sons died, Arsames survived to see his grandson rise to become Darius the Great, Shahanshah of Persia. Media's conquest was only the beginning of Cyrus's wars. Although the Lydian conquest's dates are not really known in their exact times, it had to have been occurring between Cyrus's conquest of Babylon, which was around 539 BC, and his overthrow of the Median kingdom around 550 BC. Due to various interpretations of the Nabonidus Chronicle, it is common in the past to date the conquest of 547 BC. However, this view is not currently widely accepted. Things might change depending on what we dig out of the ground over the next 100 years. We'll see if this video is still up in 2124. Perhaps it will be. Pteria in Cappadocia, the capital of the Achaemenid Empire, was the first city to be attacked by Lydians. Croesus, the Lydian king, besieged the city, took it, and sold its citizens into slavery. Bad luck for them. The people of Ionia, who were part of the Lydian kingdom, were invited by the Persians to rebel against their ruler. After the offer was rejected, Cyrus raised an army and marched against the Lydians, gaining more soldiers as he went through the other countries, and by nightfall, both sides had suffered significant losses, making the Battle of Pteria essentially a standoff. The next morning, Croesus withdrew to Sardis. Croesus requested that his allies send aid to Lydia while he was in Sardis, but before the allies could come together, Cyrus the Great forced the conflict into Lydian territory and besieged Croesus in Sardis, his capital, towards the end of winter. Harpagus counseled Cyrus the Great to position his dromedaries in front of his warriors, just before the decisive battle of Thimbra between the two rulers. The Lydian horses, who were not accustomed to the dromedaries' odor, would be terrified. The plan was successful. The Lydian cavalry was annihilated. Croesus was vanquished and taken prisoner by Cyrus. In 546 BC, Cyrus overthrew the Lydian kingdom and took control of the capital at Sardis. Herodotus claims that Cyrus spared the life of Croesus and retained him as an advisor. Sounds nice, but the story does contradict some of the translations of the modern Nabonidus Chronicle, which unfortunately reads that the Lydian king was killed. I suppose we'll never know. In 546 BC, Commagene was incorporated into the Persian Empire before moving back to the capital. Later, Cyrus the Great trusted a Lydian by the name of Bactias to transport Croesus's treasury to Persia. But shortly after Cyrus left, Bactias recruited mercenaries and incited a rebellion in Sardis against Tabulus, a Persian satrap of Lydia. Cyrus ordered one of his commanders, Mazares, to put an end to the rebellion. But he insisted that Bactias be brought back alive. Bactias fled to Ionia, where he had recruited more mercenaries when Mazares eventually got there. Mazares led his army into Greece and conquered the cities of Priene and Magnesia. Although Bactias's fate is unknown, it is likely that he was tortured before being taken to Cyrus and executed. During his campaign in Ionia, Mazares carried on the conquest of Asia Minor before passing away from unspecified causes. Could have been some illness, something like that. Usually if it was an assassination or a battle, something, then it would usually be mentioned. Natural deaths, they're not so worthy of writing down, I suppose. In order to finish Mazares' conquest of Asia Minor, Cyrus dispatched Harpagus. Now, unknown to the Greeks, Harpagus used the technique of constructing earthworks to breach the walls of besieged cities in order to capture Lycia, Aeolia, and Caria. In 542, he returned to Persia after concluding his conquest of the region. Cyrus launched an eastern campaign from approximately 545 to 540, following the conquest of Lydia. When Cyrus first attempted to take over Gedrosia, he was soundly defeated and left the region. Most likely, Gedrosia was subjugated under Darius I. Cyrus attacked the eastern provinces of Bactria, Arachosia, Sogdia, Saka, Chorasmia, Margiana, and others, following the abortive attempt to subjugate Gedrosia. He then gathered tribute from the Indus cities, that is, in the northern parts of India, around 533 BC, before traversing the Hindu Kush mountains. And there he likely created vassal states in western India as a result. Because of the turmoil occurring in and around Babylon, he was forced to return back to the home front. Cyrus had taken control of Elam and its capital Susa by 540. The conflict may have started in the winter of that same year, as the Nabonidus Chronicle documents that Nabonidus, king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, had ordered court statues from outlying Babylonian cities to be brought into the capital before the battle. Cyrus fought the Battle of Opis in, or close to, strategically important riverbank city of Opis on the Tigris, north of Babylon, just before October of 539 BC. On October 10th, Sippar was taken, without so much of a fight. Very little opposition from the people after the Babylonian army was completely thrashed. In order to get a compromise from the Babylonian generals and prevent an armed conflict, Cyrus most likely held talks with them, trying to negotiate a peace. Nabonidus fled to Borsippa after retreating to Sippar after losing the battle at Opis. And it was on or around the 12th of October that the Persian general Gubaru's forces captured Nabonidus after entering Babylon once more without encountering any opposition from the Babylonian armies. According to Herodotus, the Persians achieved this feat by channeling the Euphrates River into a canal and lowering the water level to the height of a man's thigh, as mentioned in Herodotus. This allowed the invading forces to march directly through the riverbed and enter in a night attack. The basin had previously been dug by the Babylonian queen Nitocris to defend Babylon against the Median attacks. Nabonidus returned from Borsippa shortly after and gave himself up to Cyrus. Cyrus then arrived in the city of Babylon on October 29th, a few weeks later. Of course, many kingdoms had been subjugated by the Neo-Babylonian Empire before the invasion of Cyrus into Babylon. Although there was no concrete evidence to support this theory, Cyrus most likely included Syria, Judea, Arabia, and Petraea as part of his empire in addition to Babylon. But once more, we're yet to find anything conclusive. In the renowned Cyrus cylinder, an inscription on a cylinder placed in the foundations of the Esagila temple devoted to the principal Babylonian deity Marduk, Cyrus the Great declared himself King of Babylon, King of Sumer and Akkad, King of the four corners of the world, after conquering Babylon. The cylinder's text portrays a victorious Cyrus as appeasing the god Marduk and condemns Nabonidus as impious. It goes on to explain how Cyrus restored temples and cult sanctuaries, repatriated displaced peoples, and enhanced the quality of life for Babylonia's citizens. Nowadays, historians typically depict the cylinder in the context of a long-standing Mesopotamian tradition of new rulers launching their reigns with declarations of reforms, despite some claims that it symbolizes a human rights charter. Yeah, it's a little bit arguable if it does. Perhaps I'll do a reading of the full text if I can find it, and you can decide for yourself. Well, at that time, the world's largest empire was made up of the dominions of Cyrus the Great. They'd never seen anything like it before. The Achaemenid Empire spanned from Asia Minor in the west to the Indus River in the east at the end of Cyrus's reign. Now, when it comes to Cyrus's death, each account varies. Of course, with people from this time period and of that magnitude, it's always going to be subject to a little bit of interpretation and retellings that tiptoe that tightrope of mythology and fact. But the longest account, found in Tacitus's Persica, claims that Cyrus was actually killed while putting down resistance from the Derbecae's infantry with the help of other Scythian cavalry and archers, as well as Indians and their war elephants. He said that this incident happened northeast of Sirdaria's headwaters. And then we have the second longest detail that comes from Herodotus' account in the Histories, where Cyrus, on Croesus's advice, attacked the Masagate in their own territory, and unfortunately met his demise in a bloody battle with the Scythian tribal confederation from the southern deserts of Khwarezm and Kizilkum, in the southernmost part of the Eurasian steppe region of the modern-day Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. With their clothing and way of life, the Masagate were related to the Scythians. They fought on both foot and horseback. Cyrus first proposed marriage to their ruler, the Empress Tomiris, in an attempt to obtain her realm. However, she turned down the offer. So the story goes that beginning with the construction of bridges and towered war boats along the side of the river of Oxus, also known as the Amudarya, which divided them, he began his attempt to annex the Masagate territory by force around 529 BC. Tomiris sent him a warning to immediately stop his encroachment, which she had assumed that he would ignore anyway, but, well, you still send a warning, don't you? Better to have it in writing. She also challenged him to engage her forces in honorable warfare, inviting him to a place in her country that was a day's march from the river, where both armies would formally engage and fight it out like gentlemen. When accepting her offer, he set up camp and then left with plenty of wine behind, taking his best soldiers with him and leaving the least capable ones behind. How would you feel to be one of the most least capable, though? Be left behind? Actually, you'd feel pretty good. Well, after learning that the Massagetae were not familiar with wine and its intoxicating effects, he was hoping that they would drink a little bit of it and maybe it would incapacitate them for the battle. A third of the Massagetae troops and Spargapices, a general of the Tomyris' army, and her son killed the group that Cyrus had left there. So it wasn't too good for them. Well, they did eventually discover all of that food and wine and thought that they would throw a little bit of a victory party. They intentionally drank themselves silly, which made it, of course, harder for them to defend themselves when they were later overrun by a surprise counterattack. Did not plan ahead. Well, despite being captured, Spargapices took his own life after he recovered sobriety after they were defeated. They probably would have executed him anyway, though, so perhaps a prudent decision. After discovering what had happened, though, Tomyris vowed to exact revenge, leading a second wave of troops into battle personally, and also criticized the strategies of Cyrus as dishonest, in what Herodotus described as the fiercest battle of his career and of the ancient world. Cyrus the Great was ultimately killed, and his forces suffered enormous casualties. As a symbolic act of retaliation for his bloodlust and her son's death, Tomyris ordered the body of Cyrus to be brought to her and then decapitated, and dipped his head in a vessel of blood. Even Herodotus acknowledges this was one of the several accounts of Cyrus's death that he heard from a purportedly trustworthy source, who informed him that no one was present to witness the aftermath, which is why some academics doubt this version. Well, it doesn't seem to be politically motivated. No one seems to have a vested interest in writing it that certain way, so I'm not sure. It could be either way. Well, the remains of Cyrus the Great might have been buried at Pasargadae, his capital city. If you go there, you can find a limestone tomb, which is still standing and thought to be his. It was constructed between 540 and 530 BC, based on the eyewitness accounts of Aristobulus of Caesarea, who twice visited the tomb at the request of Alexander the Great. Strabo and Arrian essentially describe it in exactly the same way. Of course, the tomb has been partially restored to combat its natural deterioration over the centuries, and the city itself is now in ruins. The only thing that sticks out on that landscape is that burial chamber. According to Plutarch, the epitaph read, "O whoever you are, and wherever you come from, for I know you will come. I am Cyrus, who won the Persians their empire. Do not therefore begrudge me this bit of earth that covers my bones." That's a nice epitaph. It's a UNESCO Heritage World Site too, by the way. And so we know that around 530 BC is the traditional date where Cyrus had passed away, and Cambyses II succeeded him as king, according to the cuneiform evidence that we found in the old sites of Babylon. After capturing Egypt for the empire, Cambyses carried on his father's expansionist strategy. But he passed away too, shortly after assuming power, for just 7 years. either Cyrus's other son, Bardia, or, conspiracies tell, a fake Bardia, took his place, and for 7 months until his murder by Darius the Great, he was the only ruler of Persia. The tomb's geometric shape has not changed much over the years, with a large quadrangular stone at the base and a pyramidal succession of smaller rectangular stones following. After a few slabs, the structure is bounded by an edifice with an arched roof made of pyramid-shaped stones, and a small opening or window on the side that would barely allow the slenderest man to fit through. This is vividly described in the translated ancient Roman and Greek accounts. The body of Cyrus was buried inside the structure in a golden coffin that was set on a table with golden supports. Below his bed was a fine red carpet that covered the narrow rectangular space of his tomb. On his resting place was a covering of tapestry and drapes made from the finest Babylonian materials, employing fine Median craftsmanship. According to translated Greek accounts, the tomb was situated in the lush Pasargadae gardens, encircled by trees and decorative shrubs. A group of Achaemenid guardians, known as the Magi, was stationed nearby to keep the structure safe from damage or theft. Of course, grave robbing being a very big problem back then and still is now. Years later, following Darius III's defeat and the chaos caused by Alexander the Great's invasion of Persia, Cyrus the Great's tomb was broken into, and the majority of the luxuries within were stolen. Alexander was appalled by the way the tomb was handled when he arrived, and he questioned the Magi and brought them before the court. According to some accounts, Alexander's decision to try to discredit the Magi and demonstrate his power in his recently conquered empire was more motivated by his desire to discredit them than by any real, genuine concern for the legacy of Cyrus and the upkeep of his tomb. But, from a young age, Alexander had a deep admiration for Cyrus, after reportedly reading Xenophon's Gyropedia, which detailed Cyrus's valor in combat and his leadership as a king and lawmaker. In any case, Aristobulus was commissioned by Alexander the Great to repair the interior of the tomb and improve its state. Alexander had sacked Persepolis, the lavish city that Cyrus might have selected as the location 6 years earlier, 330 BC, and either ordered its burning as pro-Greek propaganda or set it on fire during drunken revels. Despite his admiration for Cyrus and his attempts to renovate his tomb, and despite all the invasions, empires, internal strife, and revolutions, the structure has withstood the test of time. Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, the final recognized ruler of Persia, was the last well-known Persian to draw attention to the tomb while commemorating 2,500 years of rule. The Shah of Iran, just like Alexander the Great before him, sought to use Cyrus's legacy to justify his own future. Okay, so of course, many would have heard this name through biblical sources, right? That name of Cyrus. So why don't we talk a little bit about religion and a little bit about philosophy before we go? Of course, in the light of the limited information that is available to us, it appears a little bit risky to attempt to piece together what his religious beliefs might have exactly been. But of course we have some trends that we should go on, whether he practiced Zoroastrianism, or if Zoroastrianism had only become associated with the Achaemenid Empire's imperial religion after him is also something that's up for a bit of debate. Some of the names of Cyrus's family members and parallels between the Gathas and Isaiah 40 to 48's depiction of Cyrus provide evidence for it. The way Cyrus dealt with the local polytheistic cults, recognizing their gods and giving them money to build their temples and other sacred sites, as well as a potential late date for the activities of the Iranian prophet Zoroaster, who established Zoroastrian, do seem to run counter to this thesis. Many historical accounts, especially Babylonian and Jewish sources, document Cyrus's policies regarding the treatment of minority religions. Throughout his enormous empire, Cyrus maintained a general policy of religious tolerance, and so it is debatable whether this was a novel policy or a continuation of the Babylonian and Assyrian policies. Either way, he is credited with restoring the statues of the Babylonian gods to their sanctuaries, keeping his army away from the temples, and in general, bringing peace to the Babylonians. And that's a good thing to be credited with. Though they were written later, and should of course be used with caution, the Cyropedia of Xenophon, the histories of Herodotus, and the many inscriptions we have also contain a little bit of information about religion and ritual during Cyrus's reign. But it's mainly the Cyrus cylinder that provides a bit of insight, which was written with Cyrus as the first-person speaker and in his name. The god Marduk's interventions are the focal point of the deeply religious cylinder. The text, of course, begins by singing the praises of Marduk, whose direct intervention is believed to be the cause of recent events. Marduk also calls upon Cyrus to make amends for the wrongs committed by his predecessor, Nabonidus. Additionally, Cyrus shows respect for both local cults and the cult of Marduk. One Uruk inscription reads, "Cyrus loves Esangil and Ezida," while another mentions that he returned the gods to their shrines. Another from Sipar, or Babylon, claims that in contrast to Nabonidus, Cyrus increased and provided appropriate sacrifices for the gods. Additional trustworthy information might be found in the funerary traditions surrounding Cyrus's tomb, which point to a privileged cult dedicated to Mithra, furthermore demonstrating Cyrus's respect for this deity. Some have identified the figure in Pasargadae bas-reliefs as Mithra herself. Either way, the relationship between Cyrus and Mithra is further supported by a few other pieces of evidence that we have. But what about politics? What was it like politically under Cyrus? Well, of course, we have the four capital states, Pasargadae, Babylon, Susa, and Ecbatana, and they contributed to the establishment of the empire by Cyrus, which was, of course, a multi-state one. In the form of a satrapy system, he permitted each state to have a certain degree of administrative autonomy, at least at the regional level. In terms of administration, a satrapy was a unit that was typically organized according to geographical criteria. This word, satrap, I suppose we can use the word governor, was a vassal king, accountable for the administration of the region. A general was responsible for overseeing military recruitment and maintaining order, and a state secretary was responsible for maintaining official records, as well as reporting directly to the central government. The general and the state secretary were also directly accountable to the satrap. Through the maintenance and expansion of satrapies, Cyrus was able to maintain control over a vast region that was comprised of kingdoms he had conquered during his reign. His successor, Darius the Great, continued the process of further organizing newly conquered territories into provinces that were ruled by these satraps, these local governors. The foundation of Cyrus's empire was comprised of tribute and conscripts drawn from all various regions of his realm. He was also able to create an organized army with the help of his military expertise. This army included the famous unit of the Immortals, which consisted of 10,000 soldiers who had received extensive training. He also established a new postal system that was used throughout the empire. The system was based on a number of relay stations that are referred to as chapercae. His conquest marked the beginning of a new era in the age of the building of empires. The age of empires. Well, this new era was characterized by the establishment of a vast superstate that was governed by a single administration, led by a central government. This superstate included many dozens of countries, races, religions, and languages. Over the course of several centuries, the system was maintained by the Seleucid dynasty, which invaded Persia and ruled the region at that time, as well as subsequent Iranian dynasties, such as the Parthians and the Sasanians. Of course, Cyrus is also renowned for his innovative approaches to construction projects. He further developed the technologies that he discovered in the cultures he had conquered, and he utilized them in the construction of the palaces of Pasargadae. In addition, he was well known for his passion for gardens. Recent excavations in the city that served as his capital have uncovered the existence of the Pasargadae Persian garden, as well as a network of irrigation canals. The four-quartered wall gardens of Paradisia were constructed with over 1,000 meters of channels made of carved limestone. These channels were designed to fill small basins at every 16 meters and water various types of wild and domestic flora. Pasargadae was a place where two magnificent palaces were located, and they were surrounded by a majestic royal park and vast formal gardens. Both the layout and overall concept of Paradisia were remarkable. Ever since then, it has served as a model for the great number of parks, both ancient and contemporary. Imagine life in dedication to questioning the very essence of virtue, justice, and what is good, with nothing but voice and reason. This was the life of Socrates, born around 470 in Athens, Greece, whose relentless pursuit of truth and ethical understanding laid the foundation for Western philosophy. Renowned for his Socratic method, a form of dialogue that challenges assumptions and fosters deep critical thinking, Socrates revolutionized the way that we approach knowledge and morality. Unlike many of his contemporaries, however, he left no written records. Instead, these profound ideas were immortalized by his dedicated student, Plato, ensuring that his teachings on justice, virtue, and the importance of an examined life continue to resonate even to our modern age. But things were not all smooth sailing. His unwavering commitments to his principles led to his trial in 399 BC, where he was accused of impiety and corrupting the youth of Athens. Choosing to accept his death sentence by drinking hemlock rather than renouncing his beliefs, Socrates has become a martyr for intellectual freedom and ethical steadfastness. And hello and welcome. Good to see you, or good to meet you, depending if you're a new viewer or returning. Always nice to have returning viewers. So let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Today we go back to ancient Greece and we talk about Socrates, no doubt a name that you've heard of. Now, of course, we don't know too much about his life, mainly about his thoughts, which come to us second hand. It's just the nature of the time period, and hopefully we'll unearth some beautiful tablet with a full life story one day. But I'm not holding my breath. So with that in mind, we'll begin with the biography, then a description of his trial and death, and then we'll go into some specifics, discussing a few points of philosophy, which I assume is why you're here. We'll try to get a good understanding of things like the Socratic method, Socratic ignorance, the examined life, these kinds of things. So let us now begin. So Socrates, because he was born to relatively well-off Athenians, being Sophroniscus, a stoneworker, and Phanerate, a midwife, in the Athenian deme of Alopes in 470 or 469, Socrates was naturally an Athenian citizen. And that means a lot. Certainly the center of the world for a great many things around 470 BC. Now, as was traditional, he lived near his father's family and received a portion of his father's estate. And he did quite well for himself. This allowed him to live very comfortably, without having to worry about money, food, anything like that. The rules and practices of Athens informed his upbringing, of course. There was a culture to be observed. And of course they had their own educational standards, especially among the well-off Athenians. And just like them, he had his own private tutors in reading, poetry, writing, and even gymnastics. Add to that a little bit of music, and you've got quite a well-rounded intellectual. It is unclear which of his two marriages actually occurred first, because he did have two of them. He wed Xanthippe in his 50s, and then he wed the daughter of Aristides, a statesman from Athens, though we're not quite sure exactly when. We do know that his first wife did bless him with 3 sons, and according to Plato, Socrates also served his country honorably during the Peloponnesian War, where he stood out in 3 separate campaigns. Now the Athenians, particularly the younger ones, they were captivated by Socrates, but his friends, close ones, who dared to say it, made fun of him quite a lot because of his famously unattractive features. Apparently he had bulging eyes, a large stomach, and a flat, turned-up nose. I mean, you've seen the thumbnail. It's not very flattering. Even Socrates' own comfort and physical attractiveness were things that did not matter to him. He wore only one worn-out coat, barely showered, and went barefoot everywhere. He didn't completely abstain from food, drink, and physical pleasures, but he did cut back. Despite the widespread and acceptable attraction to youth in ancient Greece, Socrates repressed his desire for young men because, as Plato explains, he was more concerned with educating their souls. Unlike many older men in Athens, Socrates refrained from seeking relations with his followers. In the constant political squabble of Athens, he was critical of both sides, the democrats and the oligarchs. It is reasonable to assume that Plato's portrayal of Socrates in the works Apology, Phaedo, Symposium, and Crito is a pretty accurate representation of the real Socrates, because these works' depictions of Socrates are consistent with other sources. Now in 399 BC, Athens was subject to the death of Socrates following his trial for immorality and corrupting the youth. On his last days behind bars, he was summoned by admirers and friends who tried to get him to escape, but he wouldn't have a bar of it. Consistent with his sentence, he consumed poison the night before he died. The following morning, he was gone. The last thing he said was reportedly, "Crito, we owe a rooster to Asclepius," as recorded in Phaedo, and he wanted them to make sure that the debt was settled. The formal accusations against Socrates dated all the way back before 399 BC, when he was accused of impiety for failing to worship the gods of Athens and for corrupting the minds of the youth. Socrates' defense at the trial was, well, fruitless. After a majority verdict from a jury of hundreds of male Athenians, they found him guilty. He followed tradition. He suggested his own punishment. Either the state should pay for his housing and food in exchange for the services he provided to the city, or he should be fined 1 mina of silver, which was, in his estimation, all he had. But in spite of his offer, the jury decided to go the more scorched earth route of just saying, no, we're just going to execute you instead. Times were different, I suppose. Well, the political atmosphere when Socrates was accused was a highly charged one. The Spartans besieged Athens after defeating the Athenians in the pivotal battle of Aegospotami in 404 BC. The democratic government was disposed and replaced by a pro-oligarchic regime known as the 30 Tyrants. The tyrants' autocratic rule prompted some Athenians to band together in an attempt to topple them. For a short while they succeeded, but the arrival of a plea for existence from the 30 led to the pursuit of a compromise. However, the democratic faction in Athens took advantage of the Spartans' second departure to assassinate the oligarchs and regain control of the city. The poet Meletus sought the death penalty for Socrates on grounds of the impiety charge, which he himself had brought forth. Not only that, Anytus and Lycon were also accused. The trial began a month or two later, in the late spring or early summer, and lasted the better part of a day. The accusations based on religion came from 2 primary places. Socrates has already rejected the anthropomorphism of classical Greek religion, stating that the gods were not fallible and that they were just like mortals. And second, according to his accusers, he had appeared to have a daimonion, or an inner voice. At the outset of Plato's Apology, Socrates responds to the many accusations leveled at him. There is talk that Socrates is a sophist, or an atheist natural philosopher of sorts, the kind of figure shown in The Clouds of Aristophanes. And he must first dispel that possibility. In response to claims that he had corrupted young people, Socrates said that he had never deliberately corrupted anyone, because it would be illogical to do so, because corruption in itself is bad. Well, regarding the second accusation, Socrates requests more information. Socrates' atheism is leveled once again by Meletus in response. The worship of false gods is incompatible with atheism, as Socrates points out. Since his actions ultimately benefit Athens, he asserts that he is God's gift to the Athenians, and that the city stands to lose the most if he is condemned to death. Following this, he implies that wealth and status are not as important as people often believe, by saying that no one can achieve wisdom. Pursuing it is the greatest thing anyone can ever do. In the aftermath of his conviction, Socrates was granted the opportunity to propose alternative forms of punishment. But of course, he turned everything down. The death penalty was his only choice. academics are still divided on the subject of what exactly prompted the Athenians to condemn Socrates. There are a few doubtful hypotheses that exist. One holds that Socrates' conviction was based on his religious beliefs only, while the other holds he was accused and found guilty due to political affiliations. Religion and the state in ancient Athens were not completely distinct. The fact that the accusations of impiety predominate the narratives of the trial by Plato and Xenophon lent credence to the idea of a religious persecution. According to these narratives, Socrates did not try to deny that he did not believe in the gods of Athens. The fact that numerous atheist philosophers and skeptics of the period evaded prosecution is another counter to this argument. There is an argument for political persecution that states Socrates was persecuted because people saw him as simply an enemy of democracy. During the rule of the 30 tyrants, Socrates and his students were largely opposed to democracy. The fact that the Athenians granted amnesty to their citizens in 403 to prevent a civil war from breaking out following the fall of the 30 tyrants typically cast doubt that it was a political persecution. The accusers may have based their rhetoric on events that occurred before 403 BC, as shown in the trial text of Socrates and other texts relating to it. Well, either way, he didn't get away with it, and the hemlock went down. So with that out of the way, let's first discuss a few things about the philosophical aspects, what he's really known for. But first we have a term that you're no doubt familiar with. That is the Socratic method. We've all heard of it, but what exactly is it? Well, his signature technique, the elenchus, is a defining feature of Plato's Socrates. It shines brightest in Plato's earlier writings, The Republic, Critogorgias, and many more. And what follows is the standard elenchus procedure. In Socrates' parables, a group of young men and boys listen as he challenges an established authority on a given subject. Through their exchanges, Socrates demonstrates how the expert's views and arguments are at odds with one another. He poses the question, "Define the term for me." And just as that, the conversation is kicked off. Think about it. If somebody says that something is a thing, then you would ask them, what does that mean? Let's just say if there's something in political discourse, if we were to say that something is discrimination, Socrates would most likely reply, "Define discrimination for me." And then we would move from there. This does tend to trip people up in quite a lot of arguments. Try it next time. Watch them squirm. Of course, we can use this in all different contexts. Now, as he presses the issue further, the interlocutor's responses ultimately run counter to the initial explanation, so we can conclude that the expert had no real understanding of the term to begin with. One or both of the parties to the conversation might propose alternative meanings. Socratic inquiry then turns its attention to that revised definition. Socrates and his interlocutor aim to get closer to the truth with each iteration of question and answer. Frequently they persist in showing their lack of knowledge, since the interlocutor's definitions usually reflect the prevailing view on a subject. The debate casts doubt on that view as it goes on. See, even Socrates uses the Socratic method to evaluate his own views. Therefore, Socrates does not impart a dogmatic philosophy. Instead, while he and his students and interlocutors seek the truth, he freely admits his own ignorance. Of course, everyone chimes in with their own opinions, and academics have cast a bit of doubt on the Socratic method, its authenticity, and really its precise characteristics. Ancient philosophy expert Gregory Vlastos asserted that the Socratic method does not work for determining whether a proposition is true or false. Instead, it was a means to demonstrate the incoherence of the interlocutor's beliefs. Whether or not we believe that Socrates is trying to disprove an assertion determines the dominant school of thought on this point of view. The first school of thought holds that Socrates is using this strategy to either affirm or refute a claim. This strategy is known as the constructivist approach. The neo-constructivist view maintains that all Socrates is trying to do is show how the original argument's premises and conclusion are contradictory. Now, prioritizing the search for definitions is how Socrates begins most discussions. We have questions like, what is justice? What is goodness? What is courage? And it's these things that serve as that springboard for conversations. And Socrates seeks a definition from an authority on the topic. Socrates sought out distinct instances of virtue to illustrate its characteristics before attempting to even define them. Socrates sought a definition in an attempt to exorcise the atmosphere from the radical skepticism of sophists, who, according to Guthrie, had questioned the substance of many virtues during the time that Socrates lived. Some academics contend that Socrates does not support the principle of definitional priority, since he does not support it in all of his writings. Some have claimed that Plato, and not Socrates, is the one who is responsible for this emphasis on definition. Although he acknowledges Socrates' support for definition is paramount, philosopher Peter Geach deems that this method is flawed. It is possible to know a proposition without knowing its precise words, he says. Well, since he does not understand the nature of ethical concepts like arete, i.e. goodness, courage, Plato's Socrates frequently admits that he is ignorant. Socrates asserts, I thought even as a happy man, if he really possesses this art and teaches for such a moderate fee, while his life is hanging in the balance during his trial. Without a doubt, I would take great pride in myself if I were aware of these things, but alas, I am not. Even though he claims to be ignorant, Socrates seems to have some knowledge in several of Plato's dialogues and can come across as quite opinionated. And then we find the Socratic paradox, which has multiple proposed explanations, the most common of which is that Socrates is simply being inconsistent. One possible interpretation is that Socrates is trying to teach his interlocutor something by being ironic or even modest. He doesn't want to hand him the answers to the philosophical questions, so he basically just lets him think on his own account. The fact that Socrates has different ideas about what knowledge means is another possible explanation. He may consider himself knowledgeable in terms of lower-level cognition, which he acknowledges as part of his own knowledge, or in terms of a systemized understanding of an ethical topic, which Socrates categorically denies any proficiency in. Well, whatever the case may be, pretty much everyone agrees that Socrates gets the first step towards wisdom, is admitting that one does not know anything. Of course, we have that famous phrase, I know that I know nothing. And that sums up Socrates' denial of knowledge. Whether this is a real denial of knowledge or just a play on the Socratic ignorance, well, that's up for debate too. I suppose it depends on the context. Despite the fact that this viewpoint appears elsewhere in Plato's early works on Socrates, it is commonly ascribed to Socrates due to a statement in Plato's Apology. But in other remarks, he suggests or even asserts that he is knowledgeable. This is illustrated by his statement in the other section of Plato's Apology that goes as thus. But that to do injustice and disobey my superior, God or man, this I know be evil and base. Of course, this is something that we do not need to describe evil and base. If our terms for our definitions of evil and base are already defined, then we already know that injustice be evil and disobeying a superior be evil. Right? There is also another quote. I know well that if you will agree with me on those things which my soul believes, those things will be the very truth. He says these during his debate with Callicles. It is still debatable whether Socrates' presumption of ignorance was genuine or whether it was an act, as I've mentioned, that Socratic ignorance. Many people think that he really was acting modestly, but of course, a lot of people simply take it face value. There is also the other argument that it is more of an invitation to invite his interlocutors to engage in the conversation with him. Usually people are quite delighted when they have the opportunity to teach someone a subject which they, whether they are an expert upon or whether they believe that they're an expert upon, they have this opportunity to convey it to another person. This is, of course, usually where Socrates would ask those prodding questions, and the person who believes that they were an expert by the end of the conversation realizes that they know nothing of what they're talking about. He's quite good at it. Well, there is sufficient evidence to disprove both of these assertions, I suppose, whether he's acting modestly or just inviting others to conversation. Now, knowledge meaning certain and knowledge meaning elenchus, or the Socratic method, these are the two distinctions. Well, knowledge, C, refers to facts that cannot be debated, while knowledge, E, this is the difference between certain and elenchus, is the information that came from Socrates' elenchus. Socrates isn't just being truthful when he says he knows something, but he is really knowing it when he says it in Apology, for instance, that disobeying one's superiors are evil. This is all according to the aforementioned Gregory Vlastos. While the semantic dualism has not been accepted by all scholars, of course, but is certainly accepted by Vlastos himself. Socrates supposedly said in several dialogues, talking Meno, Laches, Major, and Hippias, that a word has a single meaning. According to James H. Lesher, Socrates may have believed that individuals can know certain ethical propositions, even though he asserted that he did not know anything about the essence of virtues. Oh, I know, it's all complicated. And so, the portrayal of Socrates by both Plato and Aristotle has led a lot of people to believe that he was more of an ironist. The reader may wonder if Socrates is trying to make a pun because his irony is so understated, and in some sections even slightly humorous. Socratic irony abounds in Plato's Euthyphro. Euthyphro, who remarks, "It is not, I think, any random person could do this, prosecute one's father correctly, but surely one who is already far progressed in wisdom." Upon hearing the story for the first time, "Most important that I become your student," is Socrates' response to Euthyphro's boast about his knowledge of divinity when addressing his interlocutors or using flattering praise, Socrates is often perceived as ironic. Opinions, of course, are among scholars divided regarding Socrates' use of irony. One school of thought holds that Socratic irony has been around since the Hellenistic era and is used as a playful, attention-getting device. According to an alternative school of thinking, Socrates uses irony to obfuscate his philosophical message, making it intelligible only to those who can discern which of his statements are ironic and which are not. A more nuanced pattern of irony in Socrates has been uncovered by Vlastos. According to him, Socrates' statements can be interpreted in two ways: ironic statements and non-ironic statements. When he denies knowing anything, that's an example. When Socrates claims to be ignorant of ethical issues, Vlastos takes it as an ironic statement, in the sense that knowledge refers to a baser kind of cognition, but in the other sense, Socrates is being serious. There are a lot of other scholars who do disagree with this, but it's well worth mentioning. Now, all human action, whether directly or indirectly, is motivated, according to Socrates, by the pursuit of eudaimonia. How closely Socrates linked virtue and knowledge to eudaimonia is still up for debate, but he did think that they were linked. A common interpretation of Socrates' teachings is that eudaimonia and virtue were synonymous. On the other hand, the identical and sufficiency, these contend that virtue is always a pathway to eudaimonia. The question of whether, according to Socrates, people want what is good, or at least what they think is good, is another contentious issue. Just quickly, eudaimonia is effectively a kind of, let's just compare it with hedonia. Hedonia being from the word hedonic, being a kind of short-term happiness, short-term pursuit of happiness. We're thinking about low-value activities, playing a video game or watching a movie. There are other ways of pursuing happiness, taking the very short-term route. These are hedonic pursuits. And then, of course, in contrast, you have eudaimonia, which is a more long-term and virtue-based chase of happiness. Whether you get happiness or not, well, that's also up for debate. But you think about things like working on a project, building a house, building a career, building a marriage, a family. These things are eudaimonic pursuits, requiring a lot more time and effort. But you're better off in the long run. Knowledge, in general, plays a central role in Socrates' moral intellectualism. He's known as a virtue intellectualist, because he thought that knowledge was the foundation of all virtue, and without knowledge, there can be no virtue. Also, according to his theory, motivational intellectualism, people are led by their intellect to understand their desires rather than their impulses. The idea that no one errs willingly, which Socrates alludes to in Plato's Protagoras, has become symbolic of Socratic virtue intellectualism. Socrates de-emphasizes irrational beliefs or passions in his moral philosophy, which places an emphasis on the intellect as a path to a good life. In the Gorgias and Meno, two of Plato's dialogues, Socrates explains to Meno his belief that no one wants bad things unless they do not know what is good and what is bad. These dialogues primarily support Socrates' intellectual motivism. And then, of course, there is the idea of akrasia, behaving irrationally, in opposition to one's knowledge and beliefs. Most people think that Socrates didn't make room for illogical wants. However, there are others who argue that Socrates did not recognize illogical motivations, but he denied that they were the main factor in decision-making. By refusing to conform to the religious norms of his day, Socrates questioned the authority of his contemporaries and altered the course of religious debate for generations to come. You see, religion in ancient Greece was, let's use the word, disjointed, and observed only in the household rites or festivals honoring individual deities, like for example in the city Dionysia. There weren't actually any sacred texts that existed. It was more a word-of-mouth thing, oral traditions, just carried on through generations. But this didn't mean that religion was not an integral part of people's lives. Of course it was. Sacrifices were the primary means by which individuals fulfilled their religious obligations, of which, well, the obligations would depend on who you were, where you were, and when it was. Well, since the ancient times, people have still argued about whether Socrates was a religious man or just a provocative atheist. Accusations of the impiety were leveled against him during his trial, and this controversy still persists to this very day. Alcibiades, Euthyphro, and Apology are where Socrates mostly addresses spirituality and the afterlife. From the work, he says, "Then this part of her resembles God, and whoever looks at this and comes to know all that is divine will gain thereby the best knowledge of himself." Socrates concludes in Alcibiades that the human soul is connected to divinity. In all of his talks about religion, he maintains a logical perspective, far from the common practice of his day. Socrates concludes in Euthyphro that offering sacrifices to the gods is really pointless, particularly when done in expectation of some kind of positive return. He argues that philosophy and the quest for knowledge should take precedence as the primary forms of devotion to the gods. His disapproval of conventional religious practices, which he linked to material gain, suggested that the Athenians should look within for their spiritual fulfillment. Regardless, Socrates, contrary to popular belief at the time, maintained that the gods were essentially just and wise. Regarding the connection between devotion and the dictates of a powerful deity, Socrates poses the following question to his interlocutor. Is something good because it is God's will? Or is it good because it is God's will? So which comes first, the good or the God? Socratic thought diverges from this conventional Greek theology, which presumed the lex talionis, the eye for an eye principle, to be self-evident. Goodness, according to Socrates, does not depend on gods, and gods must be devout individuals themselves. By telling the jurors that he acknowledged the gods more than his accusers, Socrates affirms a belief in the gods in Plato's Apology. God's existence is presumed for Socrates in Plato's dialogues. He never questions their existence. While Socrates' discussion of the great unknown after death in Apology lends credence to the idea that he is at least agnostic, his dialogue with his students on the last day in Phaedo expresses his firm belief in the soul's immortality. Oracles, divinations, and other messages from the gods seem to have been also believed by him. These portents did not give him hope for moral matters, but rather foretold the bad things to come. Of course, a lot of people have different beliefs on how Socrates' religious beliefs and his rigorous rationalism relate to one another. Some people believe that Socrates confirmed every divine sign by interpreting it through his own secular reason. According to Socrates, since virtue is a kind of knowledge, there is really only one virtue. And people are bad, according to Socrates, because they don't know enough yet. They need to be enlightened. They're not bad, they just don't know any better. A union of virtues, of course, flows from this unity of knowledge. The well-known proverb, "no one errs willingly," is based on this principle. Socrates uses bravery as an example of a virtue that can be united in Protagoras. He argues that one can take the risk if they are aware of the specific danger. While some sources claim that Socrates had sexual relations with young people like Alcibiades, others maintain that his friendship with boys were purely platonic and aimed at helping them grow as individuals. He boasts in Gorgias that he was in love with both philosophy and Alcibiades. In Protagoras, Meno, and Phaedrus, his flirtatiousness is on full display. But the precise nature of his connection with Alcibiades remains a little unclear, though Socrates was renowned for his restraint, and Alcibiades confesses in the Symposium to having attempted to woo Socrates without success. The majority of what is known about Socrates' theory of love and affection comes from Lysis, in which he has a conversation about love with Lysis and some friends at a wrestling school. Their conversation begins with an examination of parental love and its manifestations in relation to parental control over their children's activities, and then the limits that parents would impose upon them. If Lysis is completely useless, Socrates thinks, not even his parents will love him. Scholars generally agree that Socrates wrote Lysis with a comedic tone in mind, but some have argued that this reveals his more egocentric view of love, which holds that we should only love those who benefit us, which of course is a little bit selfish, but, well, the world is the way it is, isn't it? On the other hand, some academics contend that Socrates' teachings allow for a love that isn't driven by egotism towards a spouse, while others reject the idea that Socrates ever implies egotism. According to the argument made in Symposium, parents are brought closer together by their children's mistaken belief in immortality. Love, according to Socrates, is rational. At least that is the main idea pointed out by scholars. Although Socrates generally admits ignorance, he breaks his rule in Symposium by promising to reveal the truth about love, a lesson he picked up from a quote-unquote clever woman, because he knows nothing else. It is conceivable that Diotima actually existed. However, some scholars argue that Socrates spent his youth near Aspasia, and that she is the inspiration for Diotima, the person Socrates credits with his concept for love in Symposium, by the way. It is also challenging to pin down his precise political philosophy, despite his prominence in public cultural and political discussions. He tells Callicles, in Plato's Gorgias, "I think I'm one of the few Athenians, not the only one, but among our contemporaries, to take up the true political craft and practice the true politics." Of course, what the true politics are, that is up to interpretation. He also goes on to say, "This is due to the fact that I always strive for excellence rather than satisfaction in my speeches." Since Socrates believed that politicians and rhetoricians use tricks to mislead the public, his claim demonstrates his aversion to the established democratic assemblies and procedures. For example, voting. He never proposed a bill or sought any public office. He instead sought to aid the city's prosperity by improving its inhabitants. He did what he thought was right as a citizen. He did his job as a soldier, fought in the Peloponnesian War in accordance with regulations. Political decisions at the time, like the Sicilian expedition, for example, are pretty much absent from his dialogues. There are a few fleeting mentions, but it seems he didn't really want to speak too much about them. In his conversations with ordinary people, including influential Athenians, Socrates would probe their beliefs, and therefore point out their inconsistencies. Because in Socrates' view, philosophy, and not electoral process, shaped the city's moral landscape, he felt he was doing them a favor by standing in their way. The exact position that Socrates held within the politically divided Athens, which was characterized by oligarchs and democrats, is another matter of contention. Despite the lack of definitive textual evidence, a popular interpretation maintains that Socrates had democratic leanings. This is based on the following reasoning: that he defied one command from the oligarchic 30 tyrants' government. He respected Athens' laws and political system, which were established by democratic thinkers of earlier times, and also his affinities for the ideals of democratic Athens. That was the main reason why he did not wish to evade execution and prison. Protagoras displays anti-democratic traits. Socrates disdained the opinion of the many and was critical of the democratic process, and the majority of his friends actually supported oligarchy. So there is some evidence that Socrates had leant towards it a little bit himself. According to an alternative, but admittedly less popular theory, Socrates was a supporter of democratic republicanism, which places more of an emphasis on citizen engagement. Now, liberal ideology emerged during the Age of Enlightenment. We could probably trace the roots back even further. Of course, another theory does hold that Socrates was a supporter of these liberal values, ones that we might not find too far removed from the Age of Enlightenment or the Renaissance. He argues that the city and its inhabitants have an advantageous relationship in credo and apology, which form the basis of the argument. Socrates argues that the city dwellers have moral agency and the option to leave at any time, but that remaining in the city signifies submission to its authority and laws. Conversely, civil disobedience has Socrates as its progenitor, which is kind of ironic. This line is suggested by Socrates' strong opposition to injustice, as his refusal to obey the 30 tyrants' order to arrest Leon. In Critias, he states, "One ought to never act unjustly, even to repay a wrong that has been done to oneself." Looking at the bigger picture, Socrates would say that people should obey the state's command, unless, and here's the caveat, unless they believe them to be unjust and not within the confines of virtue. To which, of course, a conversation would obviously be started. And what is virtue? How are we defining the terms? You see how it just goes around and round in circles. Well, either way, following his passing, Socrates had a tremendous effect on the field of philosophy. Obviously, we're still talking about him. Almost every philosophical school of thinking that emerged after Socrates had him as their antecedent, including, of course, the Academy of Plato, the Lyceum of Aristotle, the Cynics, and the Stoics. But there is the exception of the Pyrrhonists and the Epicureans. Socrates continued to garner more and more attention, right up until the 3rd century AD. Philosophical schools differed substantially in their interpretation of Socrates' ideas because he had not provided answers to the most basic of questions. We're talking about the meaning of life and the character of virtue. He didn't provide answers. He just left us with more questions. Of course, according to the popular belief, he changed the emphasis of philosophy from studying nature to actually being a study of human affairs. And of course, well, that is indeed what we view philosophy as now, as far as I'm concerned. Xerxes I, the fourth king of the Achaemenid Dynasty of Persia. He reigned from 486 BC until his assassination in 465 BC. He succeeded his father, Darius the Great, and is most famously known for his invasion of Greece in 480 BC, including the famous battles of Thermopylae, Salamis, and Plataea. Although these military efforts ultimately failed and limited Persian expansion into Europe, Xerxes also focused on grand architectural projects, such as completing the Persepolis Palace complex, showcasing his capabilities as an administrator of an empire that extended from India to the Balkans. Despite the negative portrayal in Greek historical narratives, modern assessments recognize Xerxes as a significant ruler, whose reign combined ambitious military campaigns with impressive cultural achievements, showing once again the complexities of his leadership when the Persian Empire experienced its heights. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Back to the old times of the Achaemenid Empire today. We recently did a video on Darius the Great, so why not talk about the life of his son, Xerxes? Perhaps you recognize the name from the film 300. Well, newsflash. That depiction was not quite as accurate as many might want to believe. As we've mentioned, sources of the Greek times, well, they certainly paint him in quite a negative light. History is always written by the victors, I suppose. But we're going to try and get to the truth of it today while still talking about those Greek sources. We'll try and be as fair as possible. Now, before we start, how about you leave your thoughts in the comments? What do you think about Xerxes? And what else would you like to see in the future? Perhaps more Achaemenid kings, or perhaps something from a little bit earlier, back to the Bronze Age. Let me know, and I'll put it on the list. But let's get nice and relaxed for now, and begin the life of Xerxes the Great. Now, as we've mentioned, Xerxes' father was Darius, who reigned from 522 to 486 BC as the ruler of the Achaemenid Empire. However, Darius himself was not part of the family of Cyrus the Great, the empire's founder. The situation was a little bit more complicated than that. He somewhat snatched the throne. Well, you gotta take it somehow, don't you? Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus, was the mother of Xerxes. Darius and Atossa wedded in 522 BC, and apparently Xerxes was born in 518. Yes, all a little complex. If you want to know a little bit more about Darius, well, go and watch the video about him. It should be in the Middle East playlist. Now, continuing on. The Greek conversation First Alcibiades states that Persian princes were raised by eunuchs, as it depicts their usual upbringing and education. Commencing at the age of 7, they acquired the skills of horseback riding and hunting, all pretty normal educational routes for a person of noble upbringing in the Achaemenid Empire. Well, upon reaching the age of 14, they would usually receive instruction from 4 tutors, each hailing from aristocratic lineages, who imparted wisdom, justice, prudence, and courage. Persian princes were instructed in the fundamental principles of the Zoroastrian faith, which emphasized the virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline. Do remember that we are talking about times that is around 1200 years, give or take, before the advent of Islam, when the majority of that area was indeed of the Zoroastrian faith, worshipping that Ahura Mazda. Well, that's the topic for a different video. I did one a while back, but perhaps I'll do a new one. Now, the discussion of the first Alcibiades further states that fear for a Persian is tantamount to enslavement. So once again, that goes to show these virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline, along with that self-determination. Well, upon reaching the age of 16 or 17, they commence their obligatory 10-year period of national duty, encompassing activities such as archery and javelin training, participation in competitive events for rewards, and engaging in hunting pursuits, all fairly normal and not just unique to the Persians. Well, subsequently, they enlisted in the armed forces for around 25 years, following which they were promoted to the esteemed position of elders and counselors to the monarch. During this era, it was common for families, such as Xerxes, to engage in intermarriage. Now, onto the sources that we have from Xenophon, the Greek historian. His portrayal of the education system among the Persian elite is corroborated by his detailed depiction of Cyrus the Younger, a prince of the Achaemenid Dynasty in the 5th century BC, with whom he had quite a close relationship. It suggested that Xerxes likely had a similar background and schooling to Cyrus the Younger, but it remains uncertain if Xerxes acquired literacy skills. Do keep in mind the cuneiform systems of writing were extremely advanced for their times, and at this point, post-Bronze Age collapse, it had certainly moved beyond the point of mere record-keeping. We even have some epic poetry as well, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Tales of the Flood and Atrahasis. Once again, topics for a separate video, but I digress. Well, of course, the Persians did show a preference for oral tradition rather than written records, but that does not mean that they had a complete lack of written records. So, it is perhaps that Xerxes' upbringing and education may have been similar to those of later Persian rulers, such as Abbas the Great, who ruled the Safavid Empire in the 17th century AD. Well, either way, from 498 BC onwards, it seems that Xerxes had taken up residence at the regal palace of Babylon, which was about as regal as you could get in those days. Now, onto the military campaigns against Greece, which would certainly define the life of Xerxes, and of course his father, too. Well, during Darius's early preparations for another military campaign against Greece, a rebellion erupted in Egypt in 486 BC. Do remember, this is post the defeat at the Battle of Marathon. Now, this uprising in Egypt was triggered by the burden of excessive taxes and the forced relocation of skilled artisans to construct the royal palaces back in Susa and Persepolis, which is of course east of the boundaries of the Tigris River. Persian law mandated that the king select a successor before embarking on such a perilous expedition, kind of like writing a will of sorts, just in case. Well, in compliance with the law, Darius, when preparing to depart for Egypt, made arrangements for his tomb at Naqsh el-Rustam, located about 5 kilometers away from his royal palace in Persepolis. Well, furthermore, he designated Xerxes, his eldest son from Atossa, as his successor. Nevertheless, Darius was unable to spearhead the military expedition as a result of his deteriorating health, and he passed away in October of 486 BC at the age of 64. But, as with succession disputes, they're always a little sticky. Another, named Artabarzan, asserted his right to the throne based on his status as the eldest among Darius's offspring. Remember, he was not of the same mother. Now, in contrast, Xerxes maintained that he deserved the crown because he was the son of Atossa, who was the daughter of Cyrus. Xerxes further justified his claim by emphasizing that Cyrus had played a vital role in securing the Persians' freedom, therefore adding a little more weight to the scale. The assertion made by Xerxes was corroborated by Demaratus, a Spartan king in exile who was in Persia during that period. Demaratus further contended that the eldest son did not possess an inherent right to rule, citing Spartan law which stipulated that the first-born son, while the father is reigning, would inherit the kingship. Some contemporary academics see Darius's unconventional choice to pass the throne to Xerxes as a deliberate assessment of the specific status held by Cyrus the Great and his daughter Atossa, and that certainly seems to be the most likely case. But Artabarzan was born to Darius too, who was a subordinate at the time. But Xerxes was the firstborn son after Darius became ruler. In addition, it's worth noting that Artabarzan's mother belonged to the common people, if we want to use such lowbrow terms, whereas Xerxes' mother was the offspring of an individual who established the Achaemenid Empire itself. They don't call him Cyrus the Great for nothing. Well, either way, the scales were tipped in Xerxes' favor, and he ascended to the throne and assumed power after his father in the period of October or perhaps December of 486 BC, at the age of approximately 32. While Xerxes' assumption of royal power remained unchallenged within the Achaemenid Dynasty, and among the subjects of the empire, thanks in part to Atossa's influential position and authority. Yes, unfortunately the writing was on the wall for Artabarzan. But hey, there's no harm in trying your luck. Well, upon Xerxes' ascension to the throne, unrest was developing within several regions under his rule. Nothing unusual, changes in management. Well, an uprising transpired in Egypt, which was already in a bit of a sticky situation in Darius's time, posing a significant threat that prompted Xerxes to assume personal command of the army in order to reinstate stability. And this also afforded him the chance to commence his reign with a military expedition. In January of 484 BC, Xerxes quelled the rebellion and replaced the previous satrap Pherendates with his full brother Achaemenes as the ruler of Egypt, following reports of Pherendates' death during the uprising. The quelling of the Egyptian uprising depleted the military forces that had been assembled by Darius throughout the preceding 3 years. Consequently, Xerxes was compelled to assemble a new military force for his campaign in Greece, which was a process that was going to consume another 4 years. It's not easy getting that many men. Well, Babylon had frequent turmoil too, and they rose against Xerxes on at least 2 occasions throughout his reign. The initial uprising occurred in either June or July of 484 BC and was spearheaded by a dissident named Bel-Shimani. The uprising led by Bel-Shimani was admittedly quite brief, as evidenced by Babylonian records, which only trace a span of 2 weeks during his reign. You can imagine what they did to him. Well, after a span of 2 years, Babylon gave rise to another insurgent commander, this time by the name of Shamash-Eriba. Commencing in the summer of 482 BC, Shamash-Eriba successfully captured Babylon and even a few other adjacent cities, including Borsippa and Dilbat. However, in March of 481 BC, after a prolonged siege of Babylon, Shamash-Eriba was ultimately defeated. The exact reason for all the turmoil in Babylon is, well, it's a little unclear, which is not quite sure. Hopefully we can pull some cuneiform tablet out of the ground within the next few years that explains the whole thing. Better start digging. Well, it is possible, however, that the cause was tax hikes. And can you believe that? That people would rise up against their rulers for raising taxes? What a novel idea that is. Well, before these uprisings, Babylon held a unique status within the Achaemenid Empire. You see, the Achaemenid kings were titled King of Babylon and King of the Lands, and that suggests that they considered Babylonia to be somewhat distinct within their empire, yet still connected to their own kingdom through a personal union. Of course, there's all sorts of names for Persian kings, including King of Kings, King of all the lands, King of everything, King of the ice cream shop, whatever it is. There is a great many titles. Now, following the uprisings, Xerxes actually removed the title King of Babylon from his official position, and he reorganized this expansive Babylonian satrapy into smaller subdivisions, cutting them off at the knees a little bit, it seems. Now, according to documents written by classical writers, it is commonly believed that Xerxes carried out a rather ruthless retribution against Babylon in response to the 2 uprisings. According to these accounts, Xerxes dismantled the defensive structures of Babylon and inflicted harm upon the city's temples. According to the accounts, the Esagila suffered significant damage, and Xerxes supposedly took the statue of Marduk out of the city, potentially transporting it to Iran and melting it down. According to ancient authors, by the way, who claim that the statue was built completely of gold, apparently it was quite possible to do this. And of course, you had quite a lot of gold at the end. Well, according to contemporary historians such as Amélie Coeur, it is probable that Xerxes actually just demolished the temples completely. However, it's suggested that the narrative of him doing so might have simply originated from a negative attitude towards the Persians among the Babylonians. But there is uncertainty on whether the statue was actually taken from Babylon. Some individuals have even proposed that Xerxes did remove a statue from the cities, but rather than the statue of a deity Marduk, it was the golden figure of a man. Which man? We don't know. Could have been Cyrus the Great, perhaps. But still, we can't find that statue of Marduk. So I tend to believe that it was the statue of Marduk. You see, although references to it are somewhat fewer compared to previous eras, Existing historical records indicate that Babylonian New Year's festival persisted in some manner during the Achaemenid Empire, and due to the transition of power from the Babylonians to the Persians, and the subsequent replacement of the city's influential families by Xerxes after the revolt, it is likely that the festival's customary rites and events underwent, let's just say, significant alterations. Well, in terms of the statue, if you are, in my opinion, going to demoralize an enemy, well, you must remember how Persian and Near East societies generally were with their deities. A lot of the time they were tied to this city, the patron deity of that city, quite like in ancient Egypt too. And of course the pantheon of this area was quite extensive. Taking away this deity, well, that's certainly quite a slap in the face, and certainly a terrible omen. Well, now that's just my opinion. But if I was Xerxes, that's what I would have done. Shame if they actually did melt it down, though. I hope they didn't. I hope it's one of those discoveries that we've not yet uncovered. Perhaps it's just under some ruin somewhere, a giant golden statue of Marduk. Very cool. Well, Darius perished while in the midst of assembling a second military force to launch an invasion of the Greek mainland, and, as we've mentioned, his son was entrusted with the responsibility of exacting retribution upon the Athenians, Naxians, and Eretrians for their involvement in the Ionian Revolt, the destruction of Sardis, and of course that rather embarrassing triumph over the Persians at Marathon. Hard to forget that. But starting in 483 BC, Xerxes made preparations for his voyage. He had the Xerxes Canal dug through the isthmus of the Mount Athos Peninsula. Provisions were kept in stations along the road through Thrace. Additionally, 2 pontoon bridges, which became quite famous and known as Xerxes Pontoon, were constructed across the Hellespont. Xerxes' armies consisted of soldiers from various nationalities, hailing from his vast multi-ethnic empire spanning Eurasia and beyond. These included the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Jews, Macedonians, Ionians, Achaean Greeks, Greeks from Pontus, Colchians, Sindes, and many others of smaller subgroups. As per the account of the Greek historian Herodotus, Xerxes' initial endeavor to construct the bridge across the Hellespont was unsuccessful due to a storm that caused the destruction of the bridge's flax and papyrus cables. Xerxes, in response, commanded that the Hellespont, the strait itself, be lashed 300 times and had shackles thrown into the river. That ought to show it. Serves the Hellespont right for not doing as it's told. While the second endeavor of Xerxes to construct a bridge across the Hellespont proved to be triumphant. Perhaps because of the lashes. Who knows? The Carthaginian invasion of Sicily resulted in Greece losing the backing of the influential rulers of Syracuse and Agrigentum. Now, while ancient sources attribute this to Xerxes, contemporary study casts more than a little doubt on this claim. Additionally, several lesser Greek cities, including Thessaly, Thebes, and Argos, aligned themselves with the Persians. Because do remember that Greece was not a unified entity then. Of course, the seeds were being sown for the Hellenic League, especially in the threat of the Persians, but usually when the Greeks were not fighting the Persians, they were busy enough fighting each other. Well, speaking of fighting, Xerxes emerged quite triumphant in the early skirmishes, and things were looking good. Now, in the spring of 480 BC, Xerxes departed from Sardis with a formidable force consisting of perhaps 1,000,000 soldiers and a navy. Among his troops were 10,000 highly skilled fighters, known as the Immortals, as estimated at least by Herodotus. The most up-to-date calculations indicate that the Persian force, in its main number, consisted of approximately 60,000 individuals engaged in battle. Of course, if you read Herodotus, he will tell you that it was 2,000,000 or some ridiculous number like this. So do remember that if you are going to read the primary source on it, which I encourage you to do so, and we're about to read a passage from it, to take some of those numbers with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now, during the Battle of Thermopylae, a very small contingent of Greek soldiers under the command of King Leonidas of Sparta valiantly opposed the significantly larger Persian forces, but were finally overcome. According to Herodotus, the Persians successfully defeated the Spartan phalanx due to the treachery of a Greek citizen named Ephialtes, who informed the Persians of an alternative mountain crossing. Artemisium was disrupted by severe storms that caused significant damage to Greek ships, leading to the premature halt of the combat, and the Greeks, upon learning of their defeat at Thermopylae, decided to finally retreat. Now, as I said, we're going to read an account from Herodotus, and we do indeed have a lovely little account from him about the moments after the betrayal of Ephialtes. But I'm sure that you're generally familiar with the events of the Battle of Thermopylae, so let's read from that now. Now, as the king was in a great strait, and knew not how he should deal with the emergency, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydimus, a man of malice, came to him and was admitted to a conference. Stirred by the hope of receiving a rich reward at the king's hands, he had come to tell him of the pathway which led across the mountain to Thermopylae, which, by disclosure, he brought destruction of the band of Greeks who had there been withstood the barbarians. This Ephialtes afterwards, from fear of the Lacedaemonians, fled into Thessaly, and during his exile, in an assembly of the Amphictyons held at Pylae, a price was set upon his head by the Philagore. When some time had gone by, he returned from exile, and went to Anticyra, where he was slain by Athenides, a native of Trachis. Athenides did not slay him for his treachery, but for another reason, which I shall mention in a later part of my history, yet still the Lacedaemonians honored him none the less. Thus then did Ephialtes perish a long time afterwards. Besides this, there is another story told, which I do not at all believe, to wit, that Onetas, the son of Phanagoras, a native of Caristus, and Corydalus, a man of Anticyra, were the person who spoke on this matter to the king, and took the Persians across the mountain. One may guess this story is true, from the fact that the deputies of the Greeks, the Philagore, who must have heard had best means of asserting the truth, did not offer the reward for the heads of Onetas and Corydalus, but for that of Ephialtes of Trachis, and then from the flight of Ephialtes, which we know to have been on this account. Onetas, I allow, although he was not a Malian, might have been acquainted with the path if he had lived much in part of that country, but as Ephialtes was the person who actually led the Persians round the mountain by the pathway, I leave his name on the record as that of the man who did the deed. Great was the joy of Xerxes on this occasion, and as he approved highly of the enterprise which Ephialtes undertook to accomplish, he forthwith sent upon the errand of Hydarnes and the Persians under him. The troops left the camp about the time of the lighting of the lamps. The pathway along which way they went was first discovered by the Malians of these parts, who soon afterwards led the Thessalians by it to attack the Phocians, at the time when the Phocians fortified the pass with a wall, and so put themselves under covert from danger. And ever since, the path has always been put to an ill use by the Malians. The Persians took this path, and crossing the Asopus, continued their march through the whole night, having the mountains of Oeta on their right hand, and on their left those of Trachis. At dawn, they found themselves close to the summit. Now the hill was guarded, and as I have already said, by 1,000 Phocian men at arms, who were placed there to defend the pathway, and at the same time secure their own country. They had been given the guard of the mountain path, while the other Greeks defended the pass below, because they had volunteered for the service and had pledged themselves to Leonidas to maintain the post. The Greeks at Thermopylae received the first warning of their destruction which the dawn would bring on them from the seer Megistias, who read their fate in the victims as he was sacrificing. After this, deserters came in and brought the news that the Persians were marching round the hills. It was still in the night when these men arrived. Last of all, the scouts came running down from the heights and brought in the same accounts, when the day was just beginning to break, and then the Greeks held a council to consider what they should do, and here opinions were divided. Some were strong against quitting their post, while others contended to the contrary. So when the council had broken up, part of the troops departed and went their ways homeward to their several states. Part, however, resolved to remain and stand by Leonidas to the last. End of the account from Herodotus. God, so good. Look, even though sometimes he blows things out of proportion, I just like reading Herodotus, okay? It's just good. Now, of course, we all know how the Battle of Thermopylae ended up. Of course, it was a valiant effort by the Greeks, but ultimately they were overcome. And following the Battle of Thermopylae, Athens was captured. But the Persians didn't quite get what they were expecting. You see, prior to Xerxes' arrival, the majority of the Athenians had evacuated the city and sought refuge on the island of Salamis. A little contingent endeavored to protect the Athenian Acropolis, however, and once again a very valiant stand, after which they were vanquished. Xerxes commanded the annihilation of Athens and set fire to the city, resulting in the creation of a well-documented layer of ruin. The Persians successfully acquired dominion over the entire continent of Greece, located north of the Isthmus of Corinth. But let's see how long they can hold it. Xerxes, against the counsel of Artemisia of Halicarnassus, was persuaded by Themistocles' message to launch an attack on the Greek fleet in unfavorable circumstances, instead of dividing his ships and waiting for the Greek armies to disband. You see, Themistocles was quite clever. I've done a full video on him. But he effectively buddied up with Xerxes and gave him very poor advice, which was presented in a way that was, well, it was deemed as a very wise decision to attack, when really Themistocles was trying to bait him into it. Well, it certainly worked. The Greek navy emerged victorious in the Battle of Salamis in September of 480 BC. Subsequently, Xerxes established a winter encampment in Thessaly. Herodotus reports once again that Xerxes, out of concern that the Greeks may assault the bridges spanning the Hellespont and ensnare his army in Europe, made the decision to withdraw to Asia, bringing the majority of his forces along. Another factor contributing to the retreat could have been the ongoing turmoil in Babylon, once again, always causing trouble. Well, the crucial region of the empire demanded the direct involvement of the king, and he couldn't be in two places at a time. So, he left a group of soldiers in Greece to complete the military operation under the command of Mardonius, who, as stated by Herodotus, had initially proposed the idea of retreating. The Persian offensive on Greece was decisively halted the next year at Plataea, when the combined troops of the Greek city-states beat the Persian army. Now, just before we continue on, there is a very good account from the work entitled The Persians by Aeschylus that gives a much more poetic twist to it than I ever could. So, before we move on completely from the Battle of Salamis, I'm going to read from his work, The Persians. The night was passing, and the Grecian host by no means sought to issue forth unseen. But when indeed the day with their white steeds held all the earth resplendent to behold, first from the Greeks the loud resounding din of song triumphant came, and shrill at once echo responded from the island rock. Then upon all barbarians terror fell, thus disappointed, for not as for flight the Hellenes sang the holy paean then, but setting forth to battle valiantly. The bugle with its note inflamed them all, and straightway with the dip of the plashing oars they smote the deep-sea water at command, and quickly all were plainly to be seen. Their right wing, first in orderly array, led on, and the second all the armament followed them forth, and meanwhile there was heard a mighty shout. Come, O ye sons of Greeks, make free your country, make your children free, your wives, and fanes of your ancestral gods, and your sires' tombs, for all we now contend. And from our side the rush of Persian speech replied. No longer might the crisis wait. At once ship smote on ship with brazen beak. A vessel of the Greeks began the attack, crushing the stem of a Phoenician ship. Each on a different vessel turned its prow. At first the current of the Persian host withstood, but when within the strait, the throng of ships was gathered, and they could not aid each other, but by their own brazen bows were struck. They shattered all our naval host. The Grecian vessels, not unskilfully, were smiting round about. The hulls of ships were overset, the sea was hid from sight, covered with wreckage and death of all men. The reefs and headlands were with corpses filled, and in disordered flight each ship was rowed, as many as were of the Persian host, But they, like tunnies or some shoal of fish with broken oars and fragments of the wrecks, struck us and clove us, and at once a cry of lamentation filled the briny sea, till the black darkness aye did rescue us. The number of our griefs, not though 10 days I talked together could fully tell, but this I know well, that never in one day perished so great a multitude of men. End of the account from the Persians by Aeschylus. Pretty good, huh? Well, I'm sure you can imagine that by now Xerxes was feeling quite sorry for himself. But you can't win 'em all. Well, following his unsuccessful military campaigns in Greece, he retreated to Persia and supervised the finalization of numerous construction endeavors that were left incomplete by his father Darius in Susa and Persepolis. He supervised the construction of the Gate of All Nations and the Hall of 100 Columns at Persepolis, which are the most extensive and impressive edifices within the palace. Now, onto the construction of Apadana, which he also supervised, the Takara, also known as Darius's palace after his father, and the treasury, all of which were indeed initiated by Darius, were under the completion of Xerxes. Additionally, he commissioned the construction of his own palace, which was twice the size of his father's. His architectural preferences closely resembled those of Darius, however, but his were on a much grander magnitude. The exterior face of the Apadana was adorned with the vibrant enameled brick of the time. In addition, he upheld the maintenance of the royal road constructed by Darius, completed the construction of the Susa Gate, and erected a palace in Susa. In August of 465 BC, Artabanus, the chief of the royal bodyguard and the highest-ranking officer in the Persian court, orchestrated the assassination of Xerxes, aided by a eunuch named Aspamitres. Hyrcanian Artabanus gained renown not because of his famous uncle Xerxes, but because of his popularity among the religious circles at the court and his involvement in harem intrigues. He strategically placed his 7 sons in influential positions and devised a scheme to overthrow the ruling Achaemenids. Now, there is a lack of consensus among Greek historians over the description of events. Ctesias, in his work Persica, reports that Artabanus accused Crown Prince Darius, the eldest son of Xerxes, of murder. He then convinced Artaxerxes, another son of Xerxes, to seek revenge by executing Darius for patricide, that is, the murder of one's father. As per Aristotle's account in Politics, Artabanus executed Darius before proceeding to kill Xerxes. Upon discovering the murder, Artaxerxes executed Artabanus and all of his children. The general, Megabuzus, played a role in these political schemes of his own, and his choice to change his allegiance likely prevented the Achaemenids from losing all of their power over the Persian monarchy. Hello and welcome. The following is a reading from Tacitus, the Roman historian and politician, born in 56 AD. It's titled A Treatise on the Situation, Manners, and Inhabitants of Germany. If you like this kind of content, like and subscribe, and we can begin. From the works of Tacitus. Germany is separated from Gaul, Raetia, and Pannonia by the rivers Rhine and Danube, from Sarmatia and Dacia by mountains and mutual dread. The The rest is surrounded by an ocean, embracing broad promontories and vast insular tracts, in which our military expeditions have lately discovered various nations and kingdoms. The Rhine, issuing from the inaccessible and precipitous summit of the Rhaetic Alps, bends gently to the west and falls into the northern ocean. The Danube, poured from the easy and gently raised ridge of Mount Abnoba, visits several nations in its course, till at length it bursts out by 6 channels into the Pontic Sea. A 7th is lost in marshes. The people of Germany appear to me indigenous and free from intermixture with foreigners, either as settlers or casual visitants. For the emigrants of the former ages performed their expeditions not by land but by water, and that immense and, if I may so call it, hostile ocean is rarely navigated by ships from our world. Then, besides the great danger of a boisterous and unknown sea, who would relinquish Asia, Africa, or Italy for Germany, a land rude in its surface and rigorous in its climate, cheerless to every beholder and cultivator, except a native? In their ancient songs, which are the only records or annals, they celebrate the god Tuisto, sprung from the earth, and his son Manus as the fathers and founders of their race. To Manus they ascribe 3 sons, from whose names the people bordering on the ocean are called Ignaevones, those inhabiting the central parts, Herminomes, the rest, and Istaevones. Some, however, assuming the license of antiquity, affirm that there were more descendants of the god, and whom more appellations were derived, and those of the Marsi, Gambrivi, Suevi, and Vandali, and all of these are genuine and original names. That of Germany, on the other hand, they assert to be a modern addition, for that the people who first crossed the Rhine and expelled the Gauls are now called the Tungri, were then named Germans, which appellations of a particular tribe, not of a whole people, gradually prevailed, so that the title of Germans, first assumed by the victors in order to excite terror, was afterwards adopted by the nation in general. They have likewise the tradition of Hercules of their country, whose praises they sing before those of all other heroes as they advance to battle. A peculiar kind of verse is also current among them, by the recital of which, termed barding, they stimulate their courage, while the sound itself serves as an augury of the event of impending combat. For, according to the nature of the cry proceeding from the line, terror is inspired or felt, nor does it seem so much an articulate song as the wild chorus of valor. A harsh, piercing note and a broken roar are the favorite tones, which they render more full and sonorous by applying their mouths to their shields. Some conjecture that Ulysses, in the course of his long and fabulous wanderings, was driven into this ocean and landed in Germany, and that Absiburgium, a place situated on the Rhine, and at this day inhabited, was founded by him, and named Ascipurgion. They pretend that an altar was formerly discovered there, consecrated to Ulysses, with the name of his father Laertes subjoined, and that certain monuments and tombs inscribed with Greek characters, 30, are still extant upon the confines of Germany and Rhaetia. These allegations I shall neither attempt to confirm nor to refute. Let everyone believe concerning them
as he is disposed. I concur in opinion with those who deem the Germans never to have intermarried with other nations, but to be a pure, unmixed race, and stamped with a distinct character. Hence a family of likeness pervades the whole, though their numbers are so great, eyes stern and blue, ruddy hair and large bodies, powerful in sudden exertions, but impatient of toil and labour, least of all capable of sustaining thirst and heat. Cold and hunger they are accustomed by their climate and soil to endure. The land, though varied to a considerable extent in its aspects, is yet universally shagged with forests or deformed by marshes, moister on the side of Gaul, more bleak on the side of Noreum and Pannonia. It is productive of grain, but unkindly to fruit trees. It abounds in flocks and herds, but in general of a small breed. Even the beeve kind are destitute in their usual steadiness and dignity of the head. They are, however, numerous, and form the most esteemed and indeed the only species of wealth. Silver and gold the gods, I know not whether in their favour or anger, have denied this country. Not that I would assert that no veins of these metals are generated in Germany, for who has actually made the search? The possession of them is not coveted by these people as it is by us. Vessels of silver are indeed to be seen among them, which have been presented to their ambassadors and chiefs, but they are held in no higher esteem than earthenware. The borderers, however, set a value on gold and silver for the purpose of commerce, and have learned to distinguish several kinds of our coin, some of which they prefer to others. The remoter inhabitants continue the more simple and ancient usage of bartering commodities. The money preferred by the Germans is the old and well-known species, such as the serati and bigati. They are also better pleased with silver than gold, not on account for any likeness of that metal, but because the smaller money is more convenient in their common and petty merchandise. Even iron is not plentiful among them, as may be inferred by the nature of their weapons. Swords or broad lances are seldom used, but they generally carry a spear, called in their language phramea, which has an iron blade, short and narrow, but so sharp and manageable that, as occasion requires, they employ it either in close or distant fighting. This spear and a shield are all the armour of the cavalry. The foot have, besides, missile weapons, several to each man, which they hurl to an immense distance. They are either naked or lightly covered with a small mantle, and have no pride in equipage. Their shields are only ornamented with the choicest colours. Few are provided with a coat of mail, and scarcely here and there is one with a casque or helmet. Their horses are neither remarkable for beauty nor swiftness, nor are they fraught with the various evolutions practised with us. The cavalry is either bear down straight forwards, or wheel at once to the right, in so compact a body that none is left behind the rest. Their principal strength, on the whole, consists in their infantry. Hence, in an engagement these are intermixed with the cavalry. So well accordant with the nature of equestrian combats is the agility of these foot soldiers, whom they select from the whole body of their youth, and place at the front of the line. Their number, too, is determined 100 from each canton, and they are distinguished at home by a name expressive of this circumstance, so that what at first was only an appellation of number becomes thenceforth a title of honor. Their line of battle is disposed in wedges. To give ground, provided they rally again, is considered rather a prudent stratagem than cowardice. They carry off their slain, even while the battle remains undecided. The greatest disgrace that can befall them is to have abandoned their shields. A person branded with this ignominy is not permitted to join in their religious rites or enter their assemblies, so that many, after escaping from battle, have put an end to their infamy by the halter. In the election of kings they have regard to birth, in that of generals to valor. Their kings have not an absolute or unlimited power, and their generals command less through the force of authority than of example. If they are daring, adventurous, and conspicuous in action, they procure obedience from the admiration they inspire. None, however, but the priests are permitted to judge offenders, to inflict bonds or stripes, so that chastisement appears not as an act of military discipline, but as the instigation of the god, whom they suppose present with warriors. They also carry with them to battle certain images and standards taken from the sacred groves. It is a principal incentive to their courage that their squadrons and battalions are not formed by men fortuitously collected, but by the assemblages of families and clans. Their pledges are also near at hand. They have within hearing the yells of their women and the cries of their children. These, too, are the most revered witnesses of each man's conduct, that these most liberal applauders. To their mothers and their wives they bring their wounds for relief, nor do these dread to count or search out the gashes. The women also administer food and encouragement to those who are fighting. Tradition relates that armies beginning to give way what have been rallied by the females, though the earnestness of their supplications, the interposition of their bodies, and the pictures they have drawn of impending slavery, a calamity which these people bear with more impatience for their women than themselves, so that those states who have been obliged to give among their hostages the daughters of noble families are the most effectually bound to fidelity. They even suppose somewhat of sanctity and prescience to be inherent in the female sex, and therefore neither despise their counsels nor disregard their responses. We have beheld, in the reign of Vespasian, Veleda, long reverenced by many as a deity. Orima, moreover, and several others were formerly held in equal veneration, but not with a servile flattery, nor as though they had made them goddesses. Of the gods, Mercury is the principal object of their adoration, whom on certain days they think it lawful to propitiate even with human victims. To Hercules and Mars they offer the animals usually allotted for sacrifice. Some of the Suevi also perform sacred rites to Isis. What was the cause and origin of this foreign worship, I have not been able to discover, further than that her being represented with the symbol of a galley seems to indicate imported religion. They conceive it unworthy the grandeur of celestial beings to confine their deities within walls, or to represent them under human similitude. Woods and groves are their temples, and they affix names of divinity to that secret power, which they behold with their eye of adoration alone. no people are more addicted to divination by omens and lots. The latter is performed in the simple manner following. They cut a twig from a fruit tree, divide it into small pieces, which, distinguished by certain marks, are thrown promiscuously upon a white garment. Then the priest of the canton, if the occasion be public, if private, the master of the family, after an invocation of the gods, with his eyes lifted to heaven, thrice takes out each piece, and as they come up, interprets their signification according to the marks fixed upon them. If the result prove unfavorable, there is no more consultation on the same affair that day. If propitious, a confirmation by the omens is still required. In common with other nations, the Germans are acquainted with the practice of auguring from the notes of flights of birds, but it is peculiar to them to derive admonitions and presages from horses also. Certain of these animals, milk white and untouched by earthly labor, are pastured at the public expense in the sacred woods and groves. These, yoked to a consecrated chariot, are accompanied by the priest and king, or chief person of the community, who attentively observe their manner of neighing and snorting, and no kind of augury is more credited, not only among the populace, but among the nobles and priests, for the latter is consider themselves as the ministers of the gods, and the horses as privy to divine will. Another kind of divination, by which they explore the event of momentous wars, is to oblige a prisoner, taken by any means whatsoever from the nation with whom they are at variance, to fight with a picked man of their own, each with his own country's arms, and accordingly as the victory falls, they presage success to one or another party. On affairs of smaller moment, the chiefs consult; on those of greater importance, the whole community. Yet with his circumstance, it is what is referred to as the decision of the people is first maturely discussed by the chiefs. They assemble, unless upon some sudden emergency on stated days, either at the new or full moon, which they account as the most auspicious season for the beginning of any enterprise. Nor do they, in their computation of time, reckon, like us, by the number of days, but of nights. In this way they arrange their business. In this way they fix their appointments, so that with them the night seems to lead the day. An inconvenience produced by their liberty is that they do not all assemble at a stated time, as if it were in obedience to a command, but 2 or 3 days are lost in the delays of convening. When they all think fit, they sit down armed. Silence is proclaimed by the priests, who have on this occasion a coercive power. And then the king, or chief, and such others are conspicuous for age, birth, military renown, or eloquence are heard, and gain attention rather from their ability to persuade than their authority to command. If a proposal displeases, the assembly reject it by an inarticulate murmur. If it proves to be agreeable, they clash their javelins. For the most honorable expression of assent among them is the sound of arms. Before this council, it is likewise allowed to exhibit accusations and to prosecute capital offences. Punishments are varied according to the nature of the crime. Traitors and deserters are hung upon trees. Cowards, dastards, and those guilty of unnatural practices are suffocated in mud under a hurdle. This difference of punishment has in view the principle that villainy should be exposed while it is punished, but turpitude concealed. The penalties annexed to slighter offences are also proportioned to the delinquency. The convicts are fined in horses and cattle. Part of the mulct goes to the king or state, part of the injured Persian or his relations. In the same assemblies, chiefs are also elected to administer justice through the cantons and districts. 100 companions, chosen from the authority of the people, attend upon each to them, to assist them as well as with their advice as their authority. The Germans transact no business, public or private, without being armed, but it is not customary for any person to assume arms until the state has approved his ability to use them. Then, in the midst of the assembly, either one of the chiefs or the father or a relation equips the youth with a shield and javelin. These are to them the manly gown. This is the first honor conferred upon youth. Before this, they are considered as part of the household. Afterwards, of the state. The dignity of chieftain is bestowed even on mere lads, whose descent is eminently illustrious, or whose fathers have performed signal services to the public. They are associated, however, with those of mature strength who have already been declared capable of service, nor do they blush to be seen in the rank of companions. For the state of companionship itself has its several degrees, determined by the judgment of him whom they follow, and there is a great emulation among the companions which shall possess the highest place in the valor of their chief, and among the chiefs which shall excel in the number and valor of his companions. It is their dignity, their strength, to be always surrounded with a large body of select youth, an ornament in peace, a bulwark in war, and not in his own country alone, but among the neighboring states. The fame and glory of each chief consists in being distinguished for the number and bravery of his companions. Such chiefs are courted by embassies, distinguished by presents, and often by their reputation alone decide a war. In the field of battle, it is disgraceful for the chief to be surpassed in valor. It is disgraceful for the companions not to equal their chief, but it is reproach and infamy during a whole succeeding life to retreat from the field surviving him. To aid, to protect him, to place him in their own gallant actions to the account of his glory, is their first and most sacred engagement. The chiefs fight for victory. The companions fight for their chief. If their native country be long sunk in peace and inaction, many of the young nobles repair to some other state than engaged in war. For besides that repose is unwelcome to their race, and toils and perils afford them a better opportunity of distinguishing themselves, they are unable without war and violence to maintain a large train of followers. The companion requires from the liberality of his chief the warlike steed, the bloody and conquering spear, and in place of pay he expects to be supplied with a table, homely indeed, but plentiful. The funds for this munificence must be found in war and rapine, nor are they so easily persuaded to cultivate the earth and await the produce of the seasons as to challenge the foe and expose themselves to wounds. Nay, they even think it base and spiritless to earn by sweat what they might purchase with blood. During the intervals of war, they pass their time less in hunting than in a sluggish repose, divided between sleep and the table. all the bravest of the warriors, committing the care of the house, the family affairs, and the lands to the women, the old men, the weaker part of domestics, stupefy themselves into action. So wonderful is the contrast presented by nature, that the same persons love indolence and hate tranquility. It is customary, then, for several states to present by voluntary and individual contributions cattle or grain to their chiefs, which are accepted as honorary gifts, while they serve as necessary supplies. They are peculiarly pleased with the presents from neighboring nations, offered not only by individuals but by the community at large, such as fine horses, heavy armor, rich housings, and gold chains. We have now taught them also to accept of money. It is well known that none of the German nations inhabit cities, or even admit of contiguous settlements. They dwell scattered and separate, as a spring, a meadow, or a grove may chance to invite them. Their villages are laid out, not like ours in rows of adjoining buildings, but every one surrounds his house with a vacant space, either way by security against fire or through ignorance of the art of building. For indeed they are unacquainted with the use of mortar and tiles, and for every purpose employ rude, unshapen timber fashioned with no regards to pleasing the eye. They bestow more than the ordinary pains in coating certain parts of their buildings with a kind of earth, so pure and shining that it gives the appearance of a painting. They also dig subterraneous caves, and cover them over with a great quantity of dung. These they use as winter retreats and granaries, for they preserve a moderate temperature, and upon an invasion, when the open country is plundered, these recesses remain unviolated, either because the enemy is ignorant of them, or because he will not trouble himself with the search. The clothing common to all is a sagum, fastened by a clasp, or, in want of that, a thorn. With no other covering, they pass whole days on the hearth before the fire. The more wealthy and distinguished by a vest, not flowing loose, like those of the Sarmatians and Parthians, but girt close, and exhibiting the shape of every limb. They also wear the skins of beasts, which the people near the borders are less curious in selecting or preparing than more remote inhabitants who cannot by commerce procure other clothing. These make choice of particular skins, which they variegate with spots and strips of the furs of marine animals, the produce of the exterior ocean and seas to us unknown. The dress of the women does not differ from that of the men, except that they more frequently wear linen, which they stain with purple, and do not lengthen their upper garment into sleeves, but leave exposed the whole arm and part of the breast. The matrimonial bond is, nevertheless, strict and severe among them, nor is there anything in their manners more commendable than this. Almost singly among the barbarians they content themselves with one wife, a very few of them excepted, who, not through incontinence, but because their alliance is solicited on account of their rank, practice polygamy. The wife does not bring a dowry to her husband, but receives one from him. The parents and relations assemble, and pass their approbation on the presents not adapted to please a female taste, to decorate the bride, but oxen, a caparisoned steed, shield, spear, and sword. By virtue of these the wife is espoused, and she in her turn makes present some alms to her husband. This they consider as the firmest bond of union. These, the sacred mysteries, the conjugal deities. That the woman may not think herself excused from exertions of fortitude, or exempt from the casualties of war, she is admonished by the very ceremonial of her marriage that she comes to her husband as a partner in toils and dangers, to suffer and to dare equally with him in peace and war. This is indicated by the yoked oxen, the harnessed steed, the offered alms. Thus, she is to live, thus to die. She receives what she is to return inviolate, and honor to her children, what her daughters-in-law are to receive, and again transmit to her grandchildren. They live, therefore, fenced around with chastity, corrupted by no seductive spectacles, no convivial incitements. Men and women are alike acquainted with clandestine correspondence. Adultery is extremely rare among so numerous a people. Its punishment is instant, and the pleasure of the husband. He cuts off the hair of the offender, strips her in the presence of her relations, expels her from the house, and pursues her with stripes through the whole village. Nor is any indulgence shown to the prostitute. Neither beauty, youth, nor riches can procure her a husband, for none there looks on vice with a smile, or calls mutual seduction the way of the world. Still more exemplary is the practice of those states in which none but virgins marry, and the expectations and wishes of the wife are at once brought to a period. Thus, they take one husband as one body and one life, that no thought, no desire may extend beyond him, and that he may be loved not only as their husband, but as their marriage, to limit their increase of children, or put to death any of their later progeny, is accounted infamous, and good habits have there more influence than good laws elsewhere. In every house, the children grow up thinly and meanly clad, so that the bulk of the body and limb which we behold with wonder. Every mother suckles her own children, and does not deliver them into the hands of servants or nurses. No indulgence distinguishes the young master from the slave. They lie together amidst the same cattle, upon the same ground, till age separates and valor marks out the free-born. The youths partake late of the pleasures of love, and hence pass the age of puberty unexhausted. Nor are the virgins hurried into marriage. The same maturity, the same full growth is required. The sexes unite equally matched and robust, and the children inherit the vigor of their parents. Children are regarded with equal affection by their maternal uncles as by their fathers. Some even consider this as a more sacred bond of consanguinity, and prefer the requisition of hostages, as if it held by the mind of the firmer tie, and the family by a more extensive obligation. A person's own children, however, are his heirs and successors, and no wills are made. If there be no children, the next in order of inheritance are the brothers, paternal and maternal uncles. The more numerous are a man's relations and kinsmen, the more comfortable is his old age, nor is it here any advantage to be childless. It is an indispensable duty to adopt the enmities of a father or relation, as well as their friendships. These, however, are not irreconcilable or perpetual. Even homicide is atoned by a certain fine in cattle and sheep, and the whole family accepts the satisfaction, to the advantage of the public weal, since quarrels are most dangerous in a free state. No people are more addicted to social entertainments or more liberal in the exercise of hospitality. To refuse any person whatever admittance under their roof is accounted flagitious. Everyone according to how his ability feasts his guest. When his provisions are exhausted, he who was late to the host is now the guide and the companion to another hospitable board. They enter the next house uninvited, and are received with equal cordiality. No one makes a distinction with respect to the rights of hospitality between a stranger and an acquaintance. The departing guest is presented with whatever he may ask for, and with the same freedom a wish is desired in return. They are pleased with presents, but think no obligation incurred either when they give or receive. Their manner of living with their guests is easy and affable. As soon as they arise from sleep, which they generally protract till late in the day, they bathe usually in warm water, as cold weather chiefly prevails this. After bathing, they take their meal, each on a distinct seat and a separate table. They then proceed, armed, to business, and not less frequently to convivial parties in which it is no disgrace to pass days and nights without intermission in drinking. The frequent quarrels that arise among them, when intoxicated, seldom terminate in abusive language, but more frequently in blood. In their feasts, they generally deliberate on the reconcilement of enemies, on family alliances, on the appointment of chiefs, and finally on peace and war, conceiving that no time the soul is more open to sincere or warmed to heroism. These people naturally void the artifice or disguise, disclose most of the secret emotions in their hearts in their freedom of festivity, the minds of all being thus displayed without reserve. The subjects of their deliberation are against canvas the next day, and each time it is advantageous. They consult when unable to dissemble. They determine when not liable to mistake. Their drink is a liquor prepared from barley or wheat, brought by the fermentation by a certain resemblance of wine. Those who border on the Rhine also purchase it. Their food is simple, wild fruits, fresh venison, or coagulated milk. They satisfy hunger without seeking the elegances or delicacies of the table. Their thirst for liquor is not quenched with equal moderation. If their propensity to drunkenness be gratified to the extent of their wishes, intemperance proves as effectual in subduing them as the force of arms. They have only one kind of public spectacle, which is exhibited in every company. Young men who make it their diversion dance naked amidst drawn swords and presented spears. Practice has conferred skill at this exercise, and skill has given grace, but they do not exhibit for hire or gain. The only reward for this pastime, though a hazardous one, is the pleasure of the spectators. What is extraordinary, they play at dice when sober, as a serious business, and that with such a desperate venture of gain or loss that when everything else is gone, they set their liberties and persons on the last throw. The loser goes into voluntary servitude, and though the youngest and strongest patiently suffers himself to be bound and sold, such is their obstinacy in bad practice. They themselves call it honor. The slaves thus acquired are exchanged away in commerce, and the winner may get rid of the scandal of his victory. The rest of their slaves have not, like us, particular employments in the family allotted to them. Each is the master of a habitation and a household of his own. The lord requires from him a certain quantity of grain, cattle, or cloth, as from a tenant, and so far only the subjection of the slave extends. His domestic offices are performed by his own wife and children. It is usual to scourge a slave, or punish him with chains or hard labor. They are sometimes killed by their masters, not through severity of chastisement, but in the heat of passion, like an enemy, with this difference that is done with impunity. Freedmen are little superior to slaves, seldom filling any important office in the family, never in the state, except in those tribes which are under a regal government. There they rise above the free-born, and even the nobles in the rest, the subordinate condition of the freed men is proof of freedom. Lending money upon interest and increasing it by usury is unknown amongst them, and this ignorance more effectively prevents the practice than a prohibition would ever do. The lands are occupied by townships, in allotments proportional to the number of cultivators, and are afterwards parcelled out among the individuals of the district, in shares according to the rank and condition of each person. The wide extent of plain facilitates this partition. The arable lands are annually changed, and a part left fallow, nor do they attempt to make the most of the fertility and plenty of the soil by their own industry in planting orchards, enclosing meadows and watering gardens. Corn is the only product required from the earth. Hence their year is not divided into so many seasons as ours is. For, while they know and distinguish by name winter, spring, and summer, they are unacquainted equally with the appellation and bounty of autumn. Their funerals are without parade. The only circumstance to which they attend is to burn the bodies of eminent persons with some particular kinds of wood. Neither vestments nor perfumes are heaped upon the pile. The arms of the deceased, and sometimes his horse, are given to the flames. The tomb is a mound of turf. They contemn the elaborate and costly honours of monumental structures as mere burdens to the dead. They soon dismiss tears and lamentations, slowly, sorrow and regret. They think it the woman's part to bewail their friends, and the men's part to remember them. This is the sum of which I have been able to learn concerning the origin and manners of the Germans in general, but I now proceed to mention those particulars in which they differ from each other, and likewise to relate what nations have migrated from Germany into Gaul. The great writer, the deified Julius, asserts that the Gauls were formerly the superior people, whence it is probable that some Gallic colonies passed over into Germany, for how small an obstacle would a river be to prevent any nation as it increased in strength from occupying or changing the settlements as yet lying in common and unappropriated by the power of monarchies. Accordingly, the tract betwixt the Hercynian forest and the rivers Rhine and Main was pressed by the Helvetii, and that beyond by the Boii, both Gallic tribes. The name of Boiemum still remains, a memorial of the ancient settlement, though its inhabitants are now changed. But whether the Aravisci, migrated into Pannonia from the Osi, a German nation, or the Osi into Germany from the Aravisci, the language, institutions, and manners of both being still the same is a matter of uncertainty, for in their pristine state of equal indigence and equal liberty, the same advantages and disadvantages were common to both sides of the river. The Treveri and Nervi are ambitious of being thought of German origin, as if the reputation of this descent would distinguish them from Gauls, whom they resemble in person and effeminacy. The Vangiones, Triboci, and Nemetes, who inhabit the bank of the Rhine, are without doubt German tribes. Nor do the Ubi, although they have been thought worthy of being made a Roman colony, and are pleased at bearing the name of Agrippinenses from their founder, blush to acknowledge their origin from Germany, from whence they formerly migrated, and for their approved fidelity were settled on the bank of the Rhine, nor that they might be guarded themselves, that they might serve as a guard against the invaders. Of all these people, the most famed for their valor are the Batavi, whose territories comprise a small part of the banks of the Rhine, but consist chiefly of an island within it. These were formerly a tribe of the Catti, who, on account of an intestine division, removed to their present settlements in order to become a part of the Roman Empire. They still retain this honor, together with a memorial of their ancient alliance, for they are neither insulted by taxes nor oppressed by farmers of the revenue. Exempt from fiscal burdens and extraordinary contributions, and kept away from military use alone, they are reserved, like a magazine of arms for the purchasers of war. The nation of the Mattiaci is under the degree of subjugation of the same kind, for the greatness of the Roman people has carried a reverence for the empire beyond the Rhine and the ancient limits. The Mattiaci, therefore, though occupying a small settlement and borders on the opposite side of the river, from sentiment and attachment act with us, resembling the Batavi in every respect, except that they are animated with a more vigorous spirit by the soil and air of their own country. I do not reckon among the people of Germany that those who occupy the Decumate lands, although inhabiting between the Rhine and Danube, some of the most fickle of the Gauls, rendered daring through indigence, seized upon this district of uncertain property. Afterwards, our boundary line being advanced, and a chain of fortified posts established, it became a skirt of the empire, and part of a Roman province. Beyond these dwell the Catti, whose settlements beginning from the Hercynian forest are in a tract of country less open and marshy than those which overspread the other states of Germany, for it consists of a continued range of hills, which gradually become more scattered, and the Hercynian forest both accompanies and leaves behind its Catti. This nation is distinguished by hardier frames, compactness of limb, fierceness of countenance, and a superior vigor of mind. For Germans, they have a considerable share of understanding and sagacity, for they chose able persons to command, and obey them when chosen, keep their ranks, seize opportunities, restrain impetuous motions, distribute property, the business of the day, properly rather the business of the day, entrench themselves against the night, account fortune dubious and valor only certain, and what is extremely rare, and only a consequence of discipline, depend more on the general than the army. Their force consists entirely of infantry, who, beside their arms, are obliged to carry tools and provisions. Other nations appear to go to a battle, the Catti to war. Excursions and casual encounters are rare among them. It is indeed peculiar to cavalry soon to obtain, and soon to yield the victory. Speed borders upon timidity. Slow movements are more akin to steady valor. A custom followed by other German nations, only by a few individuals, however, of more daring spirit than the rest, is adopted by general consent among the Catti. From the time they arrive at the years of maturity, they let their hair and beard grow, and do not divest themselves of this votive badge, the promise of valor, till they have slain an enemy. Over blood and spoil they unveil the continents, and proclaim that they have at length paid the debt of existence, and have proved themselves worthy of their country and parents. The cowardly and effeminate continue in their squalid disguise. The bravest among them wear also an iron ring, as a kind of chain, a mark of ignominy among that nation, till they have released themselves by the slaughter of a foe. Many of the Catti assume this distinction, and grow hoary under the mark, conspicuous both to foes and friends. By these, in every engagement, the attack is begun. They compose the front line, presenting a new spectacle of terror. Even in peace, they do not relax the sternness of their aspect. They have no house, no land, or domestic cares. They are maintained by whomsoever they visit, lavish of another's property, regardless of their own, till the debility of age renders them unequal to such a rigid course of military virtue. Next to the Catti, on the banks of the Rhine, where we now settled in its channel, it has become a sufficient boundary, dwell the Usipi and Tencteri. The latter people, in addition to the usual military reputation, are famed for their discipline in their cavalry. Nor is the infantry of the Catti in higher estimation than the horse of the Tencteri. Their ancestors established it, and are imitated by posterity. Horsemanship is the sport of their children, to the point of emulating their youth, and the exercise in which they persevere to old age. Horses are bequeathed along with the domestics, the household gods, and the rights of inheritance. They do not, however, like other things, go to the eldest son, but to the bravest and the most warlike. Contiguous to the Tencteri were formerly the Bructeri, but report now says that the Chamavi and Angrivari migrating into their country have expelled and entirely extirpated them. With the concurrence of the neighboring nations, induced either by hatred of their arrogance, love of plunder, or the favor of the gods towards the Romans, for they even gratified us with the spectacle of battle, in which above 60,000 Germans were slain, not by Roman arms, but what was still grander, by mutual hostilities, as if it were for the pleasure of our entertainment. Many of the nations retain and perpetuate, if not an affection for us, at least an animosity against each other. Since while the fate of an empire is thus urgent, fortune can bestow no higher benefit upon us than the discord of our enemies. Contiguous to the Angrivari and Chimari, backwards lie the Dulgibini and Chaussari, and other nations less known. In front, the Frisi succeed, who are distinguished by the appellations of the greater and lesser from their proportional power. The settlements of both stretch along the border of the Rhine and the ocean and include, besides, vast lakes which have been navigated by Roman fleets already. We have even explored the ocean itself on that side, and fame reports that columns of Hercules are still remaining on that coast. Whether it be that Hercules was ever there in reality, or that whatever great and magnificent is anywhere met with is, by common consent, ascribed to its renowned name. The attempt of Drusus Germanicus to make discoveries in these parts was significantly daring, but the ocean opposed any further inquiry into itself and Hercules. After a while, no one renewed the attempt, and it was thought more pious and reverential to believe that the actions of the gods were true, rather than to bother investigating them. Hitherto we have traced the western side of Germany. It turns from thence with a vast sweep to the north, and first goes the country of the Chauci, which, though it begins immediately from Frisia and occupies part of the seashore, yet stretches so far to border on all nations before mentioned, till it winds round so as to meet the territories of the Chatti. This immense tract is not only possessed, but filled by the Chauci, a people the noblest of the Germans, who chose to maintain their greatness by justice rather than violence. Without ambition, without ungoverned desires, quiet and retired, they provoke no wars. They are guilty of no rapine or plunder, and it is a principal proof of their power and bravery that the superiority they possess has not been acquired by any unjust means. Yet all have arms in readiness, and, if necessary, an army is soon raised, for they abound in men and horses, and maintain their military reputation even in inaction. Bordering on the Chauci and Chatti are the Cherusci, who, for want of an enemy, long cherished a too lasting and enfeebling peace, a state more flattering than secure, since the repose enjoyed amidst ambitions and powerful neighbours is treacherous, and when an appeal is made to the sword, moderation and probity are names appropriated by the victors. Thus the Cherusci, who formerly bore the titles of just and upright, are now charged with cowardice and folly, and the good fortune of the Chatti who subdued them has grown into wisdom. The ruin of the Cherusci involved that of Phoci, a neighbouring tribe, equal partakers of their adversary, although they had enjoyed an inferior share of the prosperity. In the same quarter of Germany adjacent to the ocean dwelled a Cimbri, a small state at present, but great in renown. Of their past grandeur extensive vestiges still remain, in encampments and lines on either shore, from the compass of which the strength and numbers of the nation may still be found, and credit derived from the account of so prestigious an army. It was in the 640th year of Rome that the arms of the Cimbri were first heard of, under the consuls Caecilius, Metellus, and Papirius Carbo, from which era to the second consulate of the Emperor Trajan in 195 is a period of nearly 210 years. So long has Germany withstood the might of Rome. During this long interval many mutual wounds have been inflicted, not the Samnite, the Carthaginian, Spanish, Gaul, or Parthian, had given more frequent alarms for the liberty of the Germans is more vigorous than the monarchy of Arsacidae. What has the East, which has itself lost Pacorus and suffered an overthrow from Ventidius, to boast against us, but the slaughter of Crassus? But the Germans, by the defeat or capture of Carbo, Cassius, Scaurus Aurelius, Servilius Caepo, Gnaeus Manlius, deprived the Roman people of 5 consular armies, and afterwards took from Augustus himself Varus with 3 legions. Nor did Gaius Marius in Italy, the deified Julius in Gaul, or Drusus, Nero, Germanicus in their own country, defeat then without loss. The subsequent mighty threats of Caligula terminated in ridicule. Then succeeded tranquillity, till, seizing the occasion of our discords and civil wars, they forced the winter quarters of the legions, and even aimed at the possession of Gaul, and again expelled thence. They have in latter times been triumphed over, and then vanquished. We have now to speak of the Suevi, who do not compromise a single state like the Catti or the Tencteri, but occupy the greatest part of Germany, and are still distributed into different names and nations, although all hearing the common appellation of Suevi. It is a characteristic of these people to turn their hair sideways and tie it beneath the poll in a knot. By this mark, the Suevi are distinguished from the rest of the Germans, and the free men of the Suevi from slaves. Among other nations, this mode, either on account of some relationship with the Suevi or from the usual propensity to imitation, is sometimes adopted, but rarely, and only during the period of youth. The Suevi, even till they are hoary, continue to have their hair growing stiffly backwards, and often it is fastened on the very crown of the head. The chiefs dress with it with still greater care, and in this respect they study ornament, though an unabasing kind. For their designs is not to make love or inspire it. They decorate themselves in this manner as they proceed to war, in order to seem taller and more terrible, and dress for the eyes of their enemies. The Semnones assert themselves to be the most ancient and noble of the Suevi, and their pretensions are confirmed by religion. At a stated time, all the people of the same lineage assembled by their delegates in a wood, consecrated by the auguries of their forefathers and ancient terror, and thereby public slaughter of a human victim, celebrate the horrid origin of their barbarous rites. Another kind of reverence is paid to the grove. No person enters it without being bound by a chain, as an acknowledgment of his inferior nature and the power of the deity residing there. If he accidentally fall, it is not lawful for him to be lifted or to rise up. They roll themselves out along the ground. The whole of their superstition has this import, that from this spot the nation derives its origin, that here is the residence of the deity, the governor of all, and that everything else is subject and subordinate to him. These opinions receive additional authority from the power of the Semnones, who inhabit 100 cantons, and from the great body they compose consider themselves as the head of the Suevi. The Langobardi, on the other hand, are ennobled by the smallest of their numbers, since though surrounded by powerful nations, they derive security not from obsequiousness, but from their martial enterprise. The neighboring Rudigni and the Avions, Angli, Varini, Edoses, Suardones, Nuithones, are defended by rivers or forests. Nothing remarkable occurs in any of these, except that they unite in the worship of Hertha, and suppose her to interfere in the affairs of men and visit the different nations. In an island of the ocean stands a sacred, unviolated grove in which a consecrated chariot covered with a veil, which the priest alone is permitted to touch. He becomes conscious of the entrance of the goddess into his sacred recess, and with profound veneration awaits the vehicle, which is drawn by yoked cows. At this season, all is joy, and every place which the goddess designs to visit a scene of festivity. No wars are undertaken, arms are untouched, and every hostile weapon is shut up. Peace abroad and at home are then only known, and only loved, till at length the same priest reconducts the goddess, satiated with mortal intercourse, to her temple. The chariot, with its curtain, and, if we may believe it, the goddess herself, then undergo ablution in a secret lake. This office is performed by slaves, whom the same lake instantly swallows up. Hence proceeds a mysterious horror, and a holy ignorance of what that can be, which is beheld only by those who are about to perish. This part of the Suevian nation extends the most remote recesses of Germany. If we now follow the course of the Danube, as we did that of the Rhine, we must first meet with the Hermunduri, a people faithful to the Romans, and on that account the only Germans who are admitted to commerce, not on the bank alone, but within our territories, and in the flourishing colony established in the province of Raetia. They pass and repass at pleasure, without being attended by a guard, and while we exhibit other nations our arms and camps alone, to these we lay open our houses and country seats, which they behold without coveting. In the country of the Hermunduri rises the Elbe, a river formerly celebrated and known among us, now only heard of by name. Contiguous to the Hermunduri are the Narisci, and next to them the Marcomanni and Cuadi. Of these, the Marcomanni are the most powerful and renowned, and have even acquired the country which they inhabit by their valor in expelling the Boii. Nor are the Narsci and Cuadi inferior in bravery, and this is, as it were, the van of Germany as far as it was bordered by the Danube. Within our memory, the Marcomanni and Cuadi were governed by kings of their own nation, of the noble line of Marodobus and Tudrus. They now submit even to foreigners, but all the power of their kings depends upon the authority of the Romans. We seldom assist them with our arms, but frequently with our money, nor are they less potent on that account. Behind these are the Marsigni, Gotini, Osi, and Buri, who close the rear of the Marcomanni and Cuadi. Of these, the Marsigni and Buri in language and dress resemble the Suevi. The Gothini and Osi prove themselves not to be Germans, the first by their use of Gallic, the second of the Pannonian tongue, and both by their submitting to pay tribute, which is levied on them, as aliens, partly by the Sarmatians, partly by the Cuadi. The Gothini, to their additional disgrace, work iron mines. All these people inhabit but a small proportion of a champaign country. Their settlements are chiefly among forts, and on the sides of the summits and mountains, for a continued ridge of mountains separates Suevia from various remoter tribes. Of these, the Lygian is the most extensive, and diffuses its name through several communities. It will be sufficient to name the most powerful of them: the Ari, Helvecones, Manimi, Elisi, and Narvali. In the country of the latter is a grove, consecrated to religious rites of great antiquity. A priest presides over them, dressed in women's apparel, but the gods worshipped there are said, according to the Roman interpretation, to be Castor and Pollux. Their attributes are the same. Their name, Alcis. No images, indeed, or vestiges of foreign superstition appear in their worship, but they are revered under the character of young men and brothers. The Ari, fierce beyond the superiority of strength they possess over the other just enumerated people, improve their natural ferocity of aspect by artificial aid. The shields are black. Their bodies are painted. They choose the darkest nights for an attack, and strike terror by the funeral gloom of their sable bands, no enemy being able to sustain their singular and, as it were, infernal appearance, since every combat the eyes of the first part subdued. Beyond the Ligi are the Gothones, who live under a monarchy, somewhat more strict than the other of the German nations, yet not to a degree comparable with liberty. Adjoining to these are the Rugi and Lemovi, situated on the sea coast. All these tribes are distinguished by round shields, short swords, and submission to regal authority. Next occur the communities of the Suiones, seated in the very ocean, who besides their strength in men and arms, also possess a naval force. The form of their vessels differs from ours, in having a prow at each end, so that they are always ready to advance. They make no use of sails, nor have regular benches of oars at the sides. They row, as practiced in some rivers, without order, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, as occasion requires. These people honor wealth, for which they reason are subject to monarchical government, without any limitations or precautions against conditions of allegiance. Nor are arms allowed to be kept promiscuously, as among the other German nations, but are committed by the charge of a keeper, and he to a slave. The pretext is that the ocean defends them from any sudden incursions, and men unemployed with arms in their hands readily became licentious. In fact, it is for the king's interest not to entrust a noble, a freedman, or even an emancipated slave with the custody of arms. Beyond the Suiones is another sea, sluggish and almost stagnant, by which the whole globe is imagined to be girt and enclosed. From this circumstance that the last light of the setting sun continues so vivid till its rising as to obscure the stars. Popular belief adds that the sound of this emerging from the ocean is also heard, and forms of deities, rays beaming from his head, are beheld. Only thus far, report says, truly does nature extend. On the right shore of the Suevic Sea dwell the tribes of the Aesti, whose dress and customs are the same with those of the Suevi, but their language more resembles the British. They worship the mother of the gods, and as the symbol of their superstition they carry about them the figures of wild boars. This serves them in place of armor, and every other defense It renders the votary of the goddess safe even among the midst of foes. Their weapons are chiefly clubs, iron being little used among them. They cultivate corn and other fruits of the earth with more industry than German indolence commonly exerts. They even explore the sea, and are the only people who gather amber, which by them is called glace, and is collected among the shallows upon the shore. With the usual indifference of barbarians, they have not inquired or ascertained from what natural object or by what means it is produced. It long lay disregarded amidst the other things thrown up by the sea, till our luxury gave it a name. Useless to them, they gather it in the rough, bring it unwrought, and wonder at the price that they would receive for it. It would appear, however, to be an exudation from certain trees, since reptiles, even winged animals, are often seen shining through it, which, entangled in it while in liquid state, became enclosed as it hardened. I should therefore imagine that, as the luxuriant woods and groves in the secret recesses of the East exude frankincense and balsam, there are so the same in the islands, continents of the West, which, acted upon by the near rays of the sun, drop their liquid juices into the subjacent sea, whence, by the force of the tempests, they are thrown out upon the opposite coasts. If the nature of amber be examined by the application of fire, it kindles like a torch, with a thick and odorous flame, and presently resolves into a glutinous manner resembling pitch or resin. The several communities of the Cetones succeed those of the Suiones, to whom they are similar in other respects, but differ in submitting to a female reign. So far they have degenerated not only from liberty but even from slavery. Here Suevia terminates. I am in doubt whether to reckon the Perucini, Veneti, and Feni among the Germans or Sarmatians, although the Pircuni, who are by some called the Bastarnae, agree with the Germans in language, apparel, and habitations. All of them live in filth and laziness. Their intermarriages of their chiefs with the Sarmatians have debased them by a mixture of manners of that people. The Veneti have drawn much from this source, for they overrun in their predatory excursions all the woody and mountainous tracts between the Picuni and Feni. Yet even these are rather to be referred to the Germans, since they build houses, carry shields, and travel with speed on foot, all of which particulars they took differ from the Sarmatians, who pass their time in wagons and on horseback. The Feni live in a state of amazing savageness and squalid poverty. They are destitute of arms and settled abodes. Their food is herbs, their clothing, skins, their bed, the ground. Their only dependence is on their arrows, which for want of iron are headed with bone. And the chase is the support of the women as well as the men. The former accompany the latter in the pursuit and claim a share of the prey. Nor do they provide any shelter for their infants from wild beasts and storms, than a covering of branches twisted together. This is the resort of youth. This is the receptacle of old age. Yet even this way of life is their estimation happier than groaning all over the plough, toiling in the erection of houses, subjecting their own fortunes and those of others to the agitations of alternate hope and fear. Secure against men, secure against the gods, they have attained the most difficult point, not to need even a wish. All our further accounts are intermixed with fable, as that the Helusi and Oxione have human faces with bodies and limbs of wild beasts. These unauthenticated reports I shall leave untouched. End of the account from Tacitus.
Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be doing a reading from the work of Diodorus Siculus. It is an account of the Greek battles with the Persians from 480 to 451. And it begins at the point where Xerxes has made his entrance into Europe. If you like this kind of content, give me a like and subscribe. You know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get stuck into it. From the work of Diodorus Siculus. The preceding book, which is the 10th of our narrative, closed with the events of the year just before the crossing of Xerxes into Europe and the formal deliberations which the General Assembly of the Greeks held in Corinth on the alliance between Gelon and the Greeks. And in this book we shall supply the further course of the history, beginning with the campaign of Xerxes against the Greeks, and we shall stop with the year which precedes the campaign of the Athenians against Cyprus under the leadership of Cimon. Calliades was archon in Athens, and the Romans made Spurius Cassius and Proculus Verginius Tricostus as consuls, and the aliens celebrated the 75th Olympiad, that in which Astylus of Syracuse won the stadion. It was in this year that King Xerxes made his campaign against Greece, for the following reasons. Mardonius the Persian was a cousin of Xerxes, and related to him by marriage, and he was so greatly admired by the Persians because of his sagacity and courage. This man, being elated by pride, and at the height of his physical vigor, was eager to be the leader of great armaments. Consequently, he persuaded Xerxes to enslave the Greeks, who had ever been enemies to the Persians. And Xerxes, being won over by him, and desiring to drive all the Greeks from their homes, sent an embassy to the Carthaginians to urge them to join him in the undertaking, and closed an agreement with them, to the effect that he would wage war upon the Greeks who lived in Greece, while the Carthaginians should at the same time gather great armaments and subdue those Greeks who lived in Sicily and Italy. In accordance, then, with their agreements, the Carthaginians, collecting a great amount of money, gathered mercenaries from both Italy and Liguria, and also from Galatia and Iberia. In addition to these troops, they enrolled men of their own race from the whole of Libya and Carthage. And in the end, after spending 3 years in constant preparation, they assembled more than 300,000 foot soldiers and 200 war vessels. Xerxes, vying with the zeal displayed by the Carthaginians, surpassed them in all of his preparations, to the degree that he excelled the Carthaginians in a multitude of peoples at his command. And he began to have ships built throughout all the territory along the sea that was subject to him, both Egypt and Phoenicia and Cyprus, Cilicia, Pamphylia and Pisidia, and also Lycia, Caria, Mysia, and the Troad, and the cities along the Hellespont, and Bithynia, and Pontus. Spending a period of 3 years, as did the Carthaginians on his preparations, he made ready more than 1,200 warships. He was aided in this by his father Darius, who before his death had made preparations of great armaments. For Darius,
after Datis, his general, had been defeated by the Athenians at Marathon, had continued to be angry with the Athenians for having won that battle. But Darius, who when already about to cross over against the Greeks, was stopped in his plans by death, whereupon Xerxes, induced both by the design of his father and by the counsel of Mardonius, as we have stated, made up his mind to wage war upon the Greeks. Now when all preparations for the campaign had been completed, Xerxes commanded his admirals to assemble the ships at Kyme and Phocaea, and he himself collected the foot and cavalry forces from all the satrapies and advanced from Susa. And when he arrived at Sardis, he dispatched heralds to Greece, commanding them to go to all the states and demand of the Greeks water and earth. Then, dividing his army, he sent in advance a sufficient number of men both to bridge the Hellespont and to dig a canal through Athos at the neck of Cheronensus. In this way, not only making the passage safe and short for his forces, but also hoping by the magnitude of his exploits to strike the Greeks with terror before his arrival. Now the men who had been sent to make ready these works completed them with dispatch, because so many laborers cooperated in the task. And the Greeks, when they learned of this great size of the Persian armaments, dispatched 10,000 hoplites into Thessaly to seize the passes of Tempe. Sinectus commanded the Lacedaemonians, and Themistocles the Athenians. These commanders dispatched ambassadors to the states and asked them to send soldiers to join in the common defense of the passes, for they eagerly desired that all the Greek states should each have a share in the defense and make common cause in the war against the Persians. But since the number of the Thessalians and other Greeks who dwelt near the passes had given the water and earth to the envoys of Xerxes when they arrived, the two generals despaired at the defense of Tempe and returned to their own soil. And now it will be useful to distinguish those Greeks who chose the side of the barbarians, in order that, incurring our censure here, their example may, by the obloquy visited upon them, deter from future any who become traitors to the common freedom. The Aenianians, Dolopians, Melians, and Magnetans, along with the Parrhæbans, took the side of the barbarians even while the defending force was still at Tempe, and after its departure, the Achaeans of Phthia, Locrians, Thessalians, and the majority of the Boeotians went over to the barbarians. But the Greeks who were meeting in Congress at the Isthmus voted to make the Greeks who voluntarily chose the cause of the Persians pay a tithe to the gods when they should be successful in the war, and sent ambassadors to those Greeks who were neutral to urge them to join in the struggle for the common freedom. Of the latter, some joined the alliance without reservation, while others postponed any decision for a considerable time, clinging to their own safety and anxiously waiting for the outcome of the war. The Argives, however, sending ambassadors to the Common Congress, promised to join the alliance if the Congress would give them a share in the command. To them the representatives declared plainly that, if they thought it a more terrible thing to have a Greek as a general than a barbarian as master, they would do well to remain neutral. But if they were ambitious to secure the leadership of the Greeks, they should, it was stated, first have accomplished deeds of deserving this leadership, and then strive for such an honor. After these events, when the ambassadors sent by Xerxes came to Greece and demanded both earth and water, all the states manifested in their replies the zeal they felt for the common freedom. When Xerxes learned that the Hellespont had been bridged and the canal had been dug through Athos, he left Sardis and made his way towards the Hellespont, and when he arrived at Abydos, he led his army over the bridge into Europe. And as he advanced through Thrace, he added to his forces many soldiers from both the Thracians and neighboring Greeks. When he arrived at the city called Doriscus, he ordered his fleet to come there, and so both arms of his forces were gathered into one place. And he held there also the enumeration of the entire army, and the number of his land forces was over 800,000 men, while the sum total of his ships of war excelled 1,200, of which 320 were Greek, the Greeks providing the complement of men and the king supplying the vessels. All the remaining ships were listed as barbarian, and of these the Egyptians supplied 200, the Phoenicians 300, the Cilicians 80, Pamphylians 40, Lycians the same number, also the Carians 80, and the Cyprians 140. Of the Greeks, the Dorians who dwelt off Caria, together with the Rhodians of Coans, sent 40 ships, the Ionians together with the Chians and Samians 100, the Aeolians together with the Lesbians and Tenedans 40, the peoples of the region of the Hellespont, together with those who dwelt along the shores of the Pontus 80, and the inhabitants of the islands 50. For the king had won over to his side the islands lying within the Cyanean rocks, and Triopium and Sunium. Triremes were made of the multitude we have listed, and the transports for the cavalry numbered 850, and the triacontres 3,000. Xerxes, then, was busied with the enumeration of the armaments at Doriscus. The Greeks who were in assembly, when word came to them that the Persian forces were near, took action to dispatch the ships of war with all speed to Artemisium in Euboea, recognizing that this place was well suited for meeting the enemy, and a considerable body of hoplites to Thermopylae to forestall them in occupying the passes at the northwest part of the defile, and to prevent the barbarians from advancing against Greece, for they were eager to throw their protection inside of Thermopylae about those who had chosen the great cause of the Greeks, and to do everything in their power to save the allies. The leader of this entire expedition was Eurybiades the Lacedaemonian, and the troops sent to Thermopylae the commander was Leonidas, king of the Spartans, a man who set great store by his courage and generalship. Leonidas, when he received the appointment, announced that only 1,000 men shall follow him to the campaign. And when the ephors said that he was leading altogether too few soldiers against a great force, and ordered him to take a larger number, he replied to them in secret, "For preventing the barbarians from getting through the passes, they are few, but for the task to which they are now bound, they are many." Since this reply proved riddle-like and obscure, he was asked again whether he believed he was leading the soldiers to some paltry task, whereupon he replied, "Ostensibly I am leading them to the defense of the passes, but in fact to die for the freedom of all. And so, if 1,000 set forth, Sparta will be the more renowned when they have died. But if the whole body of Lacedaemonians take to the field, Lacedaemon will be utterly destroyed, for not a man of them in order to save his life will dare turn in flight. There were then of the Lacedaemonians 1,000, and with them 300 Spartiates, while the rest of the Greeks who were dispatched with them to Thermopylae were 3,000. Leonidas then, with 4,000 soldiers, advanced to Thermopylae. The Locrians, however, who dwelt in the neighborhood of the passes, had already given earth and water to the Persians, and had promised that they would seize the passes in advance. But when they learned that Leonidas had arrived at Thermopylae, they changed their minds and went over to the Greeks. And there gathered at Thermopylae also 1,000 Locrians, an equal number of Melians, and almost 1,000 Phocians, as well as some 400 Thebans of the other party, for the inhabitants of Thebes were divided against each other with respect to the alliance with the Persians. Now the Greeks who had drawn up with Leonidas for battle, being as many in numbers as we have set forth, tarried in Thermopylae, awaiting the arrival of the Persians. Xerxes, after having enumerated his armaments, pushed on with the entire army, and the whole fleet accompanied the land forces in their advance as far as the city of Acanthus, and from there the ships passed through the place where the canal had been cut into the other sea expeditiously and without loss. But when Xerxes arrived at the Gulf of Melis, he learned that the enemy had already seized the passes. Consequently, having joined to his forces the armament there, he summoned his allies from Europe, a little less than 200,000 men, so that he now possessed in all not less than 1,000,000 soldiers, exclusive of the naval contingent. And the sum of the total of the masses who served on the ships of war and transported the food and general equipment was not less than those we have mentioned, so that account usually given to the multitude of men gathered together by Xerxes need cause no amazement. For men say that the unfailing rivers ran dry because of the unending streams and the multitude, and that the seas were hidden by the sails of the ships. However this may be, the greatest forces of which any historical record has been left were those which accompanied Xerxes. After the Persians had encamped on the Spercheios River, Xerxes dispatched envoys to Thermopylae to discover, among other things, how the Greeks felt about the war with him. And he commanded them to make this proclamation. King Xerxes orders all to give up their arms, to depart unarmed to their native lands, and to be allies of the Persian, and to all Greeks who do this, he will give more and better lands than they now possess. But when Leonidas heard the commands of the envoys, he replied to them, "If we should be allies of the king, we should be more useful if we kept our arms, and if we should have to wage war against him, we should fight the better for our freedom if we kept them. And as for the lands which he promised to give, the Greeks have learned from their fathers to gain lands not by cowardice, but by valor." The king, on hearing this envoy the replies of the Greeks, sent for Demaratus, a Spartan, who had been exiled from his native land and taken refuge with him, and with a scoff at the replies he asked the Laconian, "Will the Greeks flee more swiftly than my horses can run, or will they dare to face such armaments in battle?" And Demaratus, we are told, replied, "You yourself are not unacquainted with the courage of the Greeks, since you use Greek forces to quell such barbarians as revolt. So do not think that those who fight better than the Persians to maintain your sovereignty will risk their lives less bravely against the Persians to maintain their own freedom." But Xerxes, with a scoff, ordered Demaratus to stay by his side, in order he might witness the Lacedaemonians in flight. Xerxes with his army came against the Greeks at Thermopylae, and he put the Medes in front of all other peoples, either because he preferred them by reason of their courage, or because he wished to destroy them in a body, for the Medes still retained a proud spirit, the supremacy which their ancestors had exercised having only recently been overthrown. And he also designated together with the Medes the brothers and sons of those who had fallen at Marathon, believing that they would wreak vengeance upon the Greeks with the greatest fury. The Medes, then, having been drawn up for battle in the manner we have described, attacked the defenders of Thermopylae. But Leonidas had made careful preparation and massed the Greeks in the narrowest parts of the pass. The fight which followed was a fierce one, and since the barbarians had the king as a witness of their valor, and the Greeks kept in mind their liberty and were exhorted to the fray by Leonidas, it followed that the struggle was amazing. For since the men stood shoulder to shoulder in the fighting, and the blows were struck in close combat, and the lines were densely packed, for a considerable time the battle was equally balanced. But since the Greeks were superior in valor, and in the great size of their shields, the Medes eventually gave way, for many of them were slain, and not a few of them wounded. The place of the Medes in the battle was taken by Cesians and Sacae, selected for their valor, who had been stationed to support them, and joining the struggle fresh as they were against men who were worn out as they withstood the hazard of combat for a short while, be as they were slain and pressed upon by the soldiers of Leonidas, they gave way. For the barbarians used small, round, or irregularly shaped shields, by which they enjoyed an advantage in open fields, since they were thus enabled to move more easily, but in narrow places they could not easily inflict wounds upon an enemy who were formed in close ranks, and had their entire bodies protected by large shields, whereas they, being at a disadvantage by reason of the lightness of their own protective armor, received repeated wounds. At last, Xerxes, seeing that the entire area about the passes was strewn with dead bodies, and that the barbarians were not holding out against the valor of the Greeks, sent forward the picked Persians, known as the Immortals, who were reputed to be preeminent among the entire host for their deeds of courage. But when these also fled, after only a brief resistance, then at last at night fell, they ceased from battle, the barbarians having lost many dead, and the Greeks only a small number. On the following day, Xerxes, now that the battle had turned out contrary to his expectation, choosing from all the peoples of his army such men as were reputed to be of outstanding bravery and daring, after an earnest exhortation announced before the battle that if they should storm the approach, he would give them notable gifts. But if they fled, the punishment would be death. These men hurled themselves upon the Greeks as one mighty mass and with great violence, but the soldiers of Leonidas closed their ranks this time, and making their formation like a wall, took up the struggle with ardor. And so far did they go in their eagerness that the lines which want to join in battle by turns would not withdraw, but by their unintermitted endurance of the hardship they got the better and slew many of the picked barbarians. The long day they spent in conflict, vying with one another, for the other soldiers challenged the fresh vigor of the youth, and the younger matched themselves against the experience and fame of their elders, and when finally even the picked barbarians turned in flight, the barbarians who were stationed in reserve blocked the way and would not permit the picked soldiers to flee. Consequently, they were compelled to turn back and renew the battle. While the king was in a state of dismay, believing that no man could have the courage to go into battle again, there came to him a certain Trachinian, a native of that region, who was familiar with the mountainous area. This man was brought into the presence of Xerxes, and undertook to conduct the Persians by way of a narrow and precipitous path, so that the men who accompanied would get behind the forces of Leonidas, which, being surrounded in this manner, would easily be annihilated. The king was delighted, and heaping presents upon the Trachinian, he dispatched 20,000 soldiers with him under the cover of night. But a certain man among the Persians, named Tirhasthiades, a Chimean by birth, who was honorable and upright in his ways, deserting from the camp of the Persians in the night, came to Leonidas, who knew nothing of the act of the Trachinian, and informed him. The Greeks, on hearing this, gathered together about the middle of the night and conferred about the perils with which were bearing down upon them. And although some declared that they should relinquish the pass at once and make their way in safety to their allies, stating that any who remained in the place could not easily come off with their lives, Leonidas, the king, being eagerly desirous to win both for himself and for the Spartans a garland of great glory, gave orders that the rest of the Greeks should depart and win safety for themselves, in order that they might fight together with the Greeks in the battles which were still to come. But as for the Lacedaemonians, he said, they must remain, and not abandon the defense of the pass, for it was fitting that those who were the leaders of Hellas should gladly die, striving for the meed of honor. Immediately then, all the rest departed, but Leonidas, together with his fellow citizens, performed heroic and outstanding deeds, and although the Lacedaemonians were but few, he detained only the Thespians, and he had not, all told, not more than 500 men. He was ready to meet death on behalf of Hellas. After this, the Persians, who were led by the Trachinian, after making their way around the difficult terrain, suddenly caught Leonidas between their forces, and the Greeks, giving up any thought of their own safety and choosing renown instead, with one voice asked their commander to lead them against the enemy before the Persians should learn that their men had made their way around them. And Leonidas, welcoming the eagerness of his soldiers, ordered them to prepare their breakfast quickly, since they were about to dine in Hades and he himself, in accordance with the order he had given, took food, believing that by doing so he could keep his strength for a long time and endure the strain of contest. When they had hastily refreshed themselves, and all were ready, he ordered the soldiers to attack the camp, slaying any who came in their way, and to strike for the very pavilion of the king. The soldiers then, in accordance with the orders given to them, forming a compact body, fell by night upon the encampment of the Persians, Leonidas leading the attack, and the barbarians, because of the unexpectedness of the attack and their ignorance for the reason for it, ran together from their tents with great tumult in disorder, and thinking that the soldiers who had set out with the Trachinian had perished, and that the entire force of the Greeks was upon them, they were struck with terror. Consequently, many of them were slain by the troops of Leonidas, and even more perished at the hands of their comrades, who, in their great ignorance, took them for enemies. For the night prevented any understanding of the true state of affairs, and the confusion, extending as it did throughout the entire encampment, occasioned that we may well believe great slaughter, since they kept killing one another, the conditions not allowing a close scrutiny, but because there was no order from a general, nor any demanding of a password, nor, in general, any recovery of reason. Indeed, if the king had remained at the royal pavilion, he could have easily been slain by the Greeks, and the whole war would have reached a speedy conclusion. But, as it was, Xerxes had rushed out to the tumult, and the Greeks had broke into the pavilion and slew almost every man, all whom they caught there. So long as it was night, they wandered through the entire camp seeking Xerxes. A reasonable action. But when the day dawned, the entire state of affairs was made manifest. The Persians, observing that the Greeks were few in number, viewed them with contempt. The Persians did not, however, join battle with them face to face, fearing their valor, but they formed on their flanks and rear, and shooting arrows and hurling javelins at them from every direction, they slew them, man to man. Now as for the soldiers of Leonidas who guarded the passes of Thermopylae, such was the end of the life they met. The merits of these men, who would not regard them with wonder. They with one accord did not desert the post to which Greece had assigned to them, but gladly offered upon their own lives for the common salvation of all Greeks, and preferred to die bravely rather than to live shamefully. The consternation of the Persians also, no one could doubt that they felt it. For what man among the barbarians could have conceived of what had taken place? Who could have expected that a band of only 500 had ever the daring to charge against the human myriads? Consequently, what man of later times might not emulate the valor of those warriors who, finding themselves in the grip of an overwhelming situation, though their bodies were subdued, were not conquered in spirit? These men, therefore, alone of all whom history records, have in defeat been accorded a greater fame than all others who have won the fairest victories. For judgment must be passed upon brave men, not by outcomes of their actions, but by their purpose. In the one case, fortune is a mistress. In the other, it is the purpose which wins approval. What man would judge any to be braver than those Spartans who, though not equal in number to even the 1,000th part of the enemy, dared to match their valor against the unbelievable multitudes. Nor had they any hope of overcoming so many myriads, but they believed that in bravery they would surpass all men of former times, and decided that, although the battle they had to fight was against the barbarians, yet the real contest and the reward of valor they were seeking was in competition with all who had ever won admiration for their campaign. Indeed, they alone of those whom we have knowledge from time immemorial chose rather to preserve the laws of their state than their own lives, not feeling aggrieved that the greatest perils threatened them, but concluding that the greatest boon for which those who practice valor should pray is opportunity to play in part in contests of these kinds. And one would be justified in believing that it was these men who were more responsible for the common freedom of the Greeks than those who were victorious at a latter time in the battles against Xerxes. For when the deeds of these men were called to mind, the Persians were dismayed, whereas the Greeks were incited to perform similar acts of courageous exploit. And, speaking in general terms, these men alone of the Greeks, down to their time, passed into immortality because of their exceptional valor. Consequently, not only the writers of history, but also many of our poets have celebrated their brave exploits, and one of them is Simonides, the lyric poet who composed the following in their praise worthy of their valor. Of those who praised at Thermopylae, all glorious is the fortune, fair the doom. Their graves an altar, ceaseless memories theirs instead of lamentation, and their fate is chant of praise. Such winding sheet as this nor mould nor all-consuming time shall waste. This sepulchre of valiant men has taken the fair renown of Hellas for its intimate. And witness is Leonidas of Sparta, who have left behind a crown of valor mighty and undying fame. Now that we have spoken at sufficient length of the valor of these men, we shall resume the course of the narrative. Xerxes, now that he had gained the passes in the manner we have described, and had won, as the proverb runs, a Cadmean victory, had destroyed only a few of the enemy, while he had lost great numbers of his own troops. And after he had become the master of the passes by means of his land forces, he resolved to make trial of contest by sea. At once, therefore, summoning the commander of the fleet, Megabates, he ordered him to sail against the naval force of the Greeks, and to make trial with all his fleet of a sea battle against them. And Megabates, in accordance with the king's orders, set out from Pydne in Macedonia with all the fleet, and put in a promontory of Magnesia which bears the name of Sepias. At this place a great wind arose, and he lost more than 300 warships and great numbers of cavalry transports and other vessels. And when the wind ceased, he weighed anchor and put in at Aphete in Magnesia. From here he dispatched 200 triremes, ordering the commanders to take a roundabout course, and by keeping Euboea on the right, they encircled the enemy. The Greeks were stationed at Artemisium in Euboea, and had all in all 280 triremes. Of these ships 140 were Athenian, and the remainder were furnished by the rest of the Greeks. Their admiral was Eurybiades the Spartan, and Themistocles the Athenian supervised the affairs of the fleet,
For the latter, by reason of his sagacity and skill as a general, enjoyed great favour not only with the Greeks throughout the fleet, but also with Eurybiades himself. And all men looked to him and hearkened to him eagerly. But when a meeting of the commanders of the ships was held to discuss the engagement, the rest of them all favoured waiting to receive the advance of the enemy, but Themistocles alone expressed the opposite opinion, showing them that it was to their advantage to sail against the enemy with the whole fleet in one array. For in this way, he declared, they would have the upper hand, attacking as they would the ships in a single body an enemy whose formation was broken by disorder. As it must be, for they would be issuing out of many harbours at some distance apart. In the end, the Greeks followed the opinion of meantime, and sailed against the enemy with the entire fleet. And since the barbarians put out from many harbours, at the outset Themistocles, engaging with the scattered Persians, sank many ships, and did not a few he forced to turn in flight, and pursued as far as the land, but later, when the whole fleet had gathered and a fierce battle ensued, each side gained the superiority in one part of the line, but neither won a complete victory. And at nightfall, the engagement was broken off. After the battle, a great storm arose and destroyed many of the ships which were anchored outside the harbour, so that it appeared that if Providence were taking the part of the Greeks, in order that the multitude of the barbarian ships having been lessened, the Greek force might become a match for them and strong enough to offer battle. As a result, the Greeks grew ever more bold, whereas the barbarians became ever more timorous before the conflicts which faced them. Nevertheless, recovering themselves after a shipwreck, they put out with all their ships against the enemy. And the Greeks, with 50 Attic triremes added to their number, took position opposed to the barbarians. The sea battle which followed was much like the fighting at Thermopylae, for the Persians were resolved to overwhelm the Greeks and force their way through the Euripus, while the Greeks, blocking the Narrows, were fighting to preserve their allies in Euboea. A fierce battle ensued. Many ships were lost on both sides, and nightfall compelled them to return to their respective harbours. The prize of valour, we are told, in both battles, was accorded to the Athenians for the Greeks and the Sidonians for the barbarians. After this, the Greeks, on hearing of the course of events that had taken at Thermopylae, and discovering the Persians were advancing by land against Athens, became dispirited. Consequently, they sailed off to Salamis, and awaited the events there. The Athenians, surveying the dangers threatening each and every inhabitant of Athens, put on boats their children and wives, and every useful article they could, and brought them to Salamis. And the Persian admiral, no learning that the enemy had withdrawn, set sail for Euboea with his entire fleet, and taking the city of the Histianians by storm, he plundered and ravaged the territory. While these events were taking place, Xerxes set out from Thermopylae, and advanced through the territory of the Phocians, sacking the cities and destroying all property in the countryside. Now the Phocians had chosen the cause of the Greeks, but seeing that they were unable to offer resistance, the whole populace deserted all our cities and fled for safety to the rugged regions about Mount Parnassus. The king then passed through the territory of the Dorians, doing it no harm,
since they were allies of the Persians. Here he left behind a portion of his army and ordered it to proceed to Delphi, to burn the precinct of Apollo, and to carry off the votive offerings, while he advanced into Boeotia with the rest of the barbarians and encamped there. The force that had been dispatched to sack the oracle had proceeded as far as the shrine of Athena Pronaea, but at that spot a great thunderstorm, accompanied by an incessant lightning, suddenly burst from the heavens. And more than that, the storm wrenched loose huge rocks and hurled them into the host of the barbarians. The result was that large numbers of the Persians were killed, and the whole force, dismayed at the intervention of the gods, fled from the region. So the oracle of Delphi, with the aid of some divine providence, escaped pillage, and the Delphians, desiring to leave the succeeding generations a deathless memorial of the appearance of the gods among them, set up beside the temple of Athena Pronaea a trophy, which they inscribed with the following elegiac lines: to serve as a memorial to war, to warder off of men, and as witnesses to victory the Delphians set me up, rendering thanks to Zeus and Phoebus, who thrust back the city-sacking ranks of Medes, and threw their guard about the bronze-crowned shrine. Meanwhile, Xerxes, as he passed through Boeotia, laid waste to the territory of the Thespianians, and burned Plataea, which was without inhabitants, for the residents of those two cities had fled in a body to the Peloponnesus. After this, he entered Attica and ravaged the countryside, and then he razed Athens to the ground, and set up in flames the temples of the gods. And while the king was concerned with these affairs, his fleet set sail from Euboea to Attica, having sacked on the way both Euboea and the coast of Attica. During this time, the Circassians, who had fitted out 60 triremes, were waiting off the Peloponnesus, being unable, as they themselves allege, to round the promontory at Malea, but, as certain historians tell us, anxiously waiting the turn of the war, in order that, if the Persians prevailed, that they might give them water and earth, while if the Greeks were victorious, they would get the credit of having come to their aid. But the Athenians who were waiting in Salamis, when they saw Attica being laid waste with fire, and heard that the sacred precinct of Athena had been razed, were exceedingly disheartened, and likewise great fear gripped the other Greeks, who, driven from every quarter, were now cooped up in the Peloponnesus alone. Consequently, they thought it desirable that all who had been charged with command should meet in council and deliberate regarding the kind of place which would best suit their purpose in fighting a naval battle. Many of various kinds of ideas were expressed. The Peloponnesians, thinking only of their own safety, declared that the contest should be held at the isthmus, for it had been strongly fortified with a wall, and so if they should suffer any reverse in the battle, the defeated would be able to withdraw for refuge into the most suitable place of safety available, the Peloponnesus. Whereas, if they cooped themselves up in the little island of Salamis, perils would beset them from which it would be difficult for them to be rescued. But Themistocles counseled that the contest of the ships be held at Salamis, for he believed that those who had a few ships to fight would have many advantages in the narrows of Salamis against a vastly superior number of vessels. And, speaking generally, he showed that the region about the isthmus would be altogether unsuitable for the sea battle. But the contest would take place on open sea, and the Persians, because of the room for maneuvering, would easily subdue the small force of ships by their vastly superior numbers. And by presenting in like fashion many other facts pertinent to the occasion, he persuaded all present to cast their votes with him for the plan that he recommended. When at last a decision was reached by all to fight at the sea battle of Salamis, the Greeks set about making the preparations necessary to meet the Persians and the peril of battle. Accordingly, Eurybiades, accompanied by Themistocles, undertook to encourage the crews to incite them to face the impending struggle. However, the crews would not heed them, but since they were one and all dismayed at the magnitude of the Persian forces, not a man of them paid any attention to his commander, every one of them being intent upon sailing from Salamis to the Peloponnesus. And the army of the Greeks on land was no whit less terrified by the armament of the enemy, and not only the loss at Thermopylae of their most illustrious warriors caused them dismay, but also the disasters which were taking place in Attica before their very eyes were filling the Greeks with despair. Meanwhile, the members of the Congress of the Greeks, observing the unrest of the masses and dismay prevailing everywhere, voted to build a wall across the isthmus. The works were completed speedily because of the enthusiasm and the multitude of those engaged in the task. But while the Peloponnesians were struggling with the wall, which extended a distance of 40 shades from Lechaeum to Kenkerie, the forces which were inactive in Salamis, together with the entire fleet, were so struck with terror that they no longer obeyed the orders of their commanders. Themistocles, perceiving that the admiral Eurybiades was unable to overcome the mood of his forces, and yet recognizing that the narrow quarters of Salamis could be a great aid in accomplishing the victory, contrived the following ruse. He induced a certain man to desert to Xerxes and to assure him that the ships at Salamis were going to slip away from the region and assemble at the isthmus. Accordingly to the king, believing that the man, because he reported, was itself plausible, made haste to prevent the naval forces of the Greeks from making contact with their armies on land. Therefore, he at once dispatched the Egyptian fleet with orders to block the strait which separates Salamis from the territory of Megaris. The main body of his ships he dispatched to Salamis, ordering it to establish contact with the enemy, and by fighting there decide the issue. The triremes were drawn up by peoples one after the other, in order that, speaking the same language and knowing one another, the several contingents might assist each other with alacrity. When the fleet had been drawn up in this manner, the right wing was held by the Phoenicians, and left by the Greeks who were associated with the Persians. The commanders of the Ionian contingents of the Persian fleet sent a man of Samos to the Greeks to inform them of what the king had decided to do, and of the disposition of his forces in battle, and to say that in the course of the battle they were going to desert from the barbarians. And when the Samian had swum across without being observed, and had informed Eurybiades about his plan, Themistocles, realizing that his stratagem had worked out as he planned, was beside himself with joy, and exhorted the crews to the fight. And as for the Greeks, they were emboldened by the promise of the Ionians, and although the circumstances were compelling them to fight against their own preference, they came down eagerly in a body from Salamis to the shore in preparation for the sea battle. When at last Eurybiades and Themistocles had completed the disposition of their forces, the left wing was held by the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians, who in this way would be opposed to the ships of the Phoenicians, for the Phoenicians possessed a distinct superiority by both reason of their great number and of their experience in seamanship, which they inherited from their ancestors. The Aeginetans and Megarians formed the right wing, since they were generally considered to be the best seamen, after the Athenians, and it is believed that they would show their best spirit, seeing that they alone of the Greeks would have no place of refuge in case any reverse should occur in the course of battle. The centre was held by the rest of the Greek forces. This was the battle order in which the Greeks sailed out, and they occupied the strait between Salamis and Heracleum. And the king gave his order to his admiral to advance against the enemy, while he himself moved down the coast to spot her directly opposite Salamis, from which he could watch the course of the battle. The Persians, as they advanced, could at the onset maintain their line, since they had plenty of space, but when they came to the narrow passage, they were compelled to withdraw some ships from the line, creating in this way much disorder. The admiral who was leading the way before the line was the first to begin the fighting, slain after having been acquitted himself valiantly. When his ship went down, disorder seized the barbarian fleet, for there were many now to give orders, but each man did not issue the same commands. Consequently, they halted their advance, and holding back their ships, they began to withdraw to where there was plenty of room. The Athenians, observing the disorder among the barbarians, now advanced upon the enemy, and some of their ships they struck with their rams, while from others they sheared off rows and oars, and when the men at the oars could no longer do their work, many Persian triremes, getting sidewise to the enemy, were time and again severely damaged by the beaks of the ships. Consequently, they ceased merely backing water, but turned about and fled. While the Phoenician and Cyprian ships were being mastered by the Athenians, the vessels of the Cilicians and Pamphylians, also of the Lycians, which followed them in line at first, were holding out stoutly. But when they saw the strongest ships taking to flight, they likewise abandoned the fight. On the other wing, the battle was stubbornly fought for some time. The struggle was evenly balanced, but when the Athenians had pursued the Phoenicians and Cyprians to the shore and then turned back, the barbarians, being forced out of line by the returning Athenians, turned about and lost many of their ships. In this manner, then, the Greeks gained the upper hand and won a most renowned naval victory over the barbarians, and in the struggle 40 ships were lost by the Greeks, but more than 200 were lost by the Persians, not including those which were captured together with their crews. The king, for whom the defeat was unexpected, put to death those Phoenicians who were chiefly responsible for beginning the flight, and threatened to visit upon the rest the punishment they deserved. And the Phoenicians, frightened by his threats, first put into port on the coast of Attica, and then when night fell, set sail for Asia. But Themistocles, who was credited for having brought about the victory, devised another stratagem, no less clever than the one we have described. For since the Greeks were afraid to battle on land against so many myriads of Persians, he greatly reduced the number of the Persian troops in the following manner. He sent Xerxes, the attendant of his own sons, to inform him that the Greeks were about to sail to the bridge of boats and destroy it. Accordingly, the king, believing the report because it was all plausible, became fearful lest he should be cut off from the route whether he could get back to Asia. Now that the Greeks controlled the sea, they decided to cross over in all possible haste from Europe into Asia, leaving Mardonius behind in Greece with picked cavalry and infantry, the total number of whom was not less than 400,000. Thus, Themistocles, by the use of two stratagems, brought about signal advantages for the Greeks. These were the events that took place in Greece at that time. End of the account from Diodorus Siculus. Well, that was good fun, wasn't it? Did you like that? I'm sure we already know the story. I think I've made 2 videos on the Battle of Thermopylae. I know I've done one on Themistocles, and I've done one about the Battle of Salamis. I can't remember if I've done one on the Battle of Marathon. I might have. The Battle of Issus. It occurred in 333 BC between Alexander the Great and the Persian king Darius during Alexander's campaign to subjugate the Persian Empire. Despite significant numerical disadvantage, Alexander leveraged the constricted terrain to counteract the Persians' superiority in numbers. His resolute cavalry assault penetrated the Persian formations, prompting Darius to abandon the battlefield. It was a triumph that cemented Alexander's status as a military prodigy and granted him dominion over Asia Minor. Subsequently, Darius attempted to negotiate peace. However, Alexander declined, persisting in his conquest. The following is a reading from the Anabasis of Alexander by Arian of Nicomedia, an ancient source, sometime after the days of Alexander, but generally considered to be the best and most reliable account that we have in terms of Alexander's conquests. If you like this kind of content, give it a like and subscribe. It does wonders in the algorithm. And enjoy as we begin reading from the Anabasis of Alexander. Do bear in mind that this is not the beginning of the work. This leads on from the 6th chapter that deals with the events leading up to and at the Battle of Issus, following the aftermath as well at the end. So with that in mind, let's begin. Chapter 6. Alexander advances to Myrandrus. Darius marches against him. While he was still at Malus, he was informed that Darius was encamped with all his forces at Sochi, a place in the land of Assyria, distant about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. Then indeed he collected the companions and told them what was reported about Darius and his army. They urged him to lead on as they were, without delay. At the time he commended them and broke up the conference. But next day he led them forward against Darius and the Persians. On the 2nd day he passed through the gates and encamped near the city of Myrandrus, but in the night a heavy tempest and a violent storm of wind and rain occurred which detained him in his camp. Darius, on the other hand, had been spending a long time with his army, having chosen a plain in the land of Assyria, which stretches out in every direction, suitable for the immense size of his army and convenient for the evolutions of cavalry. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, the deserter from Alexander, advised him not to abandon this position, because there was plenty of room for the great multitude of the Persians and for the vast quantity of their baggage. And so Darius remained. But as Alexander made a long stay at Tarsus on account of his illness, and not a short one at Soli, where he offered sacrifice and conducted his army in procession, and moreover spent some time marching against the Cilician mountaineers, Darius was induced to swerve from his resolution. He was also not willing to be led to form whatever decision was most agreeable to his own wishes, and being influenced by those who gave him the advice which they had thought to be pleasant to him, without consideration of its utility, for kings will always have associates to give them bad advice, he came to the conclusion that Alexander was no longer desirous of advancing further, but was shrinking from an encounter upon learning that Darius himself was marching against him. On all sides they were urging him on, asserting that he would trample down the army of the Macedonians with his cavalry. Nevertheless, Amyntas, at any rate, confidently affirmed that Alexander would certainly come to any place where he had heard Darius might be, and he exhorted him by all means to stay where he was. But the worse advice, because at the immediate time it was more pleasant to hear, prevailed. Moreover, he was led by some divine influence into the locality where he derived that little advantage from his cavalry and from the sheer number of men, javelins and bows, and where he could not even exhibit the mere magnificence of his army, but surrendered to Alexander and his troops to an easy victory, for it was already decreed by fate that the Persians should be deprived of the rule of Asia by the Macedonians, just as the Medes had been deprived of it by the Persians, and still earlier, the Assyrians by the Medes. Chapter 7. Darius at Issus, Alexander's speech to his army. Darius crossed the mountain range by what are called the Achaemenid gates, and advancing towards Issus, came without being noticed to the rear of Alexander. Having reached Issus, he captured as many Macedonians as had been left behind on account of illness. These he cruelly mutilated and slew. Next day he proceeded to the river Pinarus, as soon as Alexander heard that Darius was in his rear, because the news did not seem to him trustworthy. He embarked some of the companions in a ship with 30 oars and sent them back to Issus to observe whether the report was true. The men who sailed in the 30-oared ship discovered Persians encamped there more easily, because the sea in this part takes the form of a bay. They, therefore, brought back word to Alexander that Darius was at hand. Alexander then called together all the generals, commanders of the cavalry, and leaders of the Grecian allies, and exhorted them to take courage from the dangers which they had already surmounted, asserting that the struggle would be between themselves, who had previously victorious, and a foe who had already been beaten, and that the deity was acting as part of general on behalf better than himself, by putting it into the mind of Darius to move his forces from the spacious plain and shut them up in a narrow place, where was sufficient room for them to deepen their phalanx by marching from front to rear, but where the vast multitude would be useless for the enemy in battle. He added that their foes were similar to them, neither in strength nor in courage, for the Macedonians, who had been long practiced in warlike toils, accompanied with danger, were coming into close conflict with Persians and Medes, who had then become unnerved by a long course of luxurious ease. To crown all, they being free men, were about to engage in battle with men who were slaves. He said, moreover, that the Greeks who were in the two armies would not be fighting for the same objects, for those with Darius were braving danger for pay, and that pay not high, whereas those on their side were voluntarily defending the interests of Greece. Again, of foreigners, the Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianians, who were the most robust and warlike of men in Europe, were about to be arrayed against the most sluggish and effeminate races of Asia. In addition to all this, Alexander was commanding in the field against Darius. These things he enumerated as evidences of the superiority in the struggle. And then he began to point out the great rewards they would win from the danger to be incurred. For he told them that on the occasion they would overcome not merely the viceroys of Darius, nor the cavalry drawn up of the Granicus, nor the 20,000 Grecian mercenaries, but would overcome all the available forces of the Persians and the Medes, as well as all the other races subject to them dwelling in Asia, and the great king present in person. After this conflict, nothing would be left for them to do, except to take possession of all of Asia, and to put an end to their many labors. In addition to this, he reminded them of their brilliant achievements in their collective capacity in days gone by. And if any man had individually performed any distinguished feat of valor from love of glory, he mentioned him by name in commemoration of the deed. He then recapitulated as modestly as possible his own daring deeds in various battles. He is also said to have reminded them of Xenophon and the 10,000 men who accompanied him, asserting that the latter were in no way comparable with them in even number or general excellence. Besides, they had with them neither Thessalian, Boeotian, Peloponnesian, Macedonian, or Thracian horsemen, nor any other of the cavalry which was in the Macedonian army, nor had any of the archers or slingers, except a few Cretans and Rhodians, and even these were got ready by Xenophon on the spur of the moment in the very crisis of danger. And yet, even these put the king and all of his forces to rout close to Babylon itself, and succeeded in reaching the Euxine Sea after defeating all the races which lay in their way as they were marching down thither. He also adduced whether other arrangements were suitable for a great commander to use in order to encourage brave men in such a critical moment before the perils of battle. They urged him to lead them against the foe without delay, coming from all sides to grasp the king's right hand, and encouraging him by their promises. Chapter 8. Arrangement of the hostile armies. Alexander then ordered his soldiers to take their dinner, and having sent a few of his horsemen and archers forward to the gates to reconnoitre the road in the rear, he took the whole of his army, and marched in the night to occupy the pass again. When about midnight he had again got possession of it, he caused the army to rest the remainder of the night there upon the rocks, having posted vigilant sentries. At the approach of dawn, he began to descend from the pass along the road, and as long as the space was narrow everywhere, he led his army in column. But when the mountains parted, so as to leave a plain behind them, he kept on opening out the column into the phalanx, marching one line of heavy-armed infantry, and another up into the line towards the mountain on the right and towards the sea on the left. Up to this time, his cavalry had been ranged behind the infantry, but when they advanced into the open country, he began to draw up his army in order of battle. First, upon the right wing, near the mountain, he placed his infantry guard and the shield-bearers under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to these the regiment of Coenus, and close to them that of Perdiccas. These troops were posted as far as the middle of the heavy armed infantry to one beginning from the right. On the left wing first stood the regiment of Amyntas, then that of Ptolemy, and close to this, that of Meleager. The infantry on the left had been placed under the command of Craterus, but Parmenio held the chief direction of the whole left wing. This general had been ordered not to abandon to the sea, so that they might not be surrounded by the foreigners, who were likely to outflank them on all sides by their superior numbers. But as soon as Darius was certified of Alexander's approach for the battle, he conveyed about 30,000 of his cavalry, and with them 20,000 of his light-armed infantry to cross the river Pinarus, in order that he might be able to draw up the rest of his forces with ease. Of the heavy-armed infantry, he placed first the 30,000 Greek mercenaries to oppose the phalanx of the Macedonians, and on both sides of these he placed 60,000 of the men called Cardaces, who were also heavily armed infantry. For the place where they were posted was able to contain only this number in a single phalanx. He also posted 20,000 men near the mountain on their left and facing Alexander's right. Some of these troops were also in the rear of Alexander's army, for the mountain near where they were posted in one part sloped in a great back way and formed a sort of bay, like a bay in the sea, and afterwards bending forwards caused the men who had been posted at the foot of it to be behind Alexander's right wing. The remaining multitude of Darius's light-armed and heavily armed infantry was marshalled by nations to an unserviceable depth, and placed behind the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian army arranged in a phalanx. The whole of the army with Darius was said to number about 600,000 fighting men. As Alexander advanced, he found that the ground spread out a little in breadth, and he accordingly brought up his horsemen, both those called companions, and the Thessalians, as well as the Macedonians, and posted them with himself on the right wing. The Peloponnesians and the rest of the allied Greeks he had sent to Parmenio on the left. When Darius had marshalled his phalanx, by a preconcerted signal he recalled the cavalry which he had posted on the front of the river for the express purpose of rendering the arranging of his army easily. Most of these he placed on the right wing near the sea, facing Parmenio, because here the ground was more suited for the evolutions of cavalry. A certain part of them also he led up to the mountain towards the left, but when they were seen to be useless there on the account of the narrowness of the ground, he ordered most of these also to ride round to the right wing and join their comrades there. Darius himself occupied the center of the whole army, inasmuch as it was the custom for the kings of Persia to take up that position, the reason of which arrangement has been recorded by Xenophon, son of Grelus. Chapter 9. Alexander changes the disposition of his forces. Meanwhile, when Alexander perceived that nearly all the Persian cavalry had changed their ground and gone to his left towards the sea, and that on his side only the Peloponnesians and the rest of the Grecian cavalry were posted there, he sent the Thessalian cavalry thither with speed, ordering them not to ride along before the front of the whole army, lest they should be seen by the enemy to be shifting their ground, but to proceed by stealth in the rear of the phalanx. In front of the cavalry on the right, he posted the lancers under command of Protomarchus, and the Paeonians under that of Aristo, and of the infantry, the archers under the direction of Antiochus, and the Agrianians under that of Attalus. Some of the cavalry and archers he also drew up as to form an angle with the centre towards the mountain which was in the rear. So on the right of his phalanx had been drawn up separated into two wings, the one fronting Darius, and the main body of the Persians beyond the river, and the other facing those who had been posted at the mountain in the rear. On the left wing, the infantry consisting of the Cretan archers and the Thracians under command of Siculus were posted in the front, and before these, the cavalry towards the left. The Grecian mercenaries were drawn up as a reserve for all them. When he perceived that the phalanx towards the right was too thin, and it seemed likely that the Persians would outflank him here considerably, he ordered 2 squadrons of the Companion cavalry, viz. the Anthemusium, and of which the Peroides, son of Menetheusius, was captain, and that which was called Leogaean, under the command of Pantodanus, son of Cleander, to proceed from the centre of the right without being seen. Having also marched the archers, part of the Agrianians, and the Grecian mercenaries up along his right into the front, he extended his phalanx beyond the wing of the Persians. But when those who had been posted upon the mountain did not descend, a charge was made by a few of the Agrianians and archers at Alexander's order, by which they were easily put to rout from the foot of the mountain. As they fled to the summit, he decided that he could make use of the men who had been drawn up to keep these in check, to fill up the ranks of his phalanx. He thought it quite sufficient to post 300 horsemen to watch the men on the mountain. Chapter 10. The Battle of Issus. Having thus marshalled his men, he caused them to rest for some time, and then led them forward, as he thought the enemy's approach was very slow. For Darius was no longer leading the foreigners against him, as he had arranged them at first, but he remained in position upon the bank of the river, which was in many parts steep, and in certain places, where it seemed more easy to ascend, he extended a stockade upon it. By this it was at once evident to Alexander's men that Darius had become cowed in spirit. But when the armies at length met in conflict, Alexander rode about in every direction to exhort his troops, to show their valor, mentioning with befitting epithets and names, not only of the generals, but also of the captains of the cavalries and infantry, and of the Grecian mercenaries, as many were now more distinguished either by rank or of merit. From all sides arose a shout, not to delay, but to attack the enemy. At first he still led them on in close array with measured step, although he had the forces of Darius already in full view, lest by a more hasty march any part of the phalanx should fluctuate from the line and get separated from the rest. But when they came within range of darts, Alexander himself and those around him, being posed on the right wing, advanced first into the river with a run, in order to alarm the Persians by the rapidity of their onset, and by coming sooner to close conflict to receive little damage from the archers. And it turned out, just as Alexander had conjectured,
For as soon as the battle became a hand-to-hand one, the part of the Persian army stationed on the left wing was put to rout, and here Alexander and his men won their brilliant victory. But the Grecian mercenaries serving under Darius attacked the Macedonians at the point where they saw their phalanx especially disordered. For the Macedonian phalanx had been broken and disjointed the right wing. Because Alexander had charged into the river with such eagerness, and engaging in a hand-to-hand conflict was already driving back the Persians posted there. But the Macedonians in the center did not execute their task with equal speed, and finding many parts of the bank steep and precipitous, they were unable to preserve the front of the phalanx in the same line. Here, then, the struggle was desperate. The aim of the Grecian mercenaries of Darius began to push the Macedonians back into the river and regain the victory. Though their own forces were already flying, the aim of the Macedonians being not to fall short of Alexander's good fortune, which was already manifest, and not to tarnish the glory of the phalanx, which, up to that time, had been commonly asserted to be invincible. Moreover, the feeling of rivalry which existed between the Grecian and Macedonian races inspired each side in the conflict. Here fell Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, after proving himself a valiant man, besides about 120 of other Macedonians of no mean repute. Chapter 11. The Defeat and Flight of Darius. Hereupon the regiments on the right wing, perceiving that the Persians opposed to them had already been put to rout, wheeled round towards the Grecian mercenaries of Darius and their own hard-pressed detachment. Having driven the Greeks away from the river, they extended their phalanx beyond the Persian army on the side which had been broken, and attacking the Greeks on the flank were already beginning to cut them up. However, the Persian cavalry, which had been posted opposite the Thessalians, did not remain on the other side of the river during the struggle, but came through the water and made a vigorous attack upon the Thessalian squadrons. In this place a fierce cavalry battle ensued, for the Persians did not give way until they perceived that Darius had fled, and the Grecian mercenaries had been cut up by the phalanx and severed from them. And then at last the flight of all the Persians was plainly visible. Their horses suffered much injury in the retreat, because the riders were heavily armed, and the horsemen themselves, being so many in number and retreating in panicked terror, without any regard to order along narrow roads, were trampled on and injured no less by each other than by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians also followed them up with vigor, so that no fewer of the cavalry than of the infantry were slaughtered in the flight. But as soon as the left wing of Darius was terrified and routed by Alexander, and the Persian king perceived that this part of his army was severed from the rest, without any further delay, he began to flee in his chariot along with the rest, just as he was. He was conveyed safely in the chariot, as long as he met with level ground in his flight, but when he lighted upon ravines and other rough ground, he left the chariot there, divesting himself of his shield and Median mantle. He even left his bow in the chariot, and mounting a horse continued his flight. That night, which came on soon after, alone rescued him from being captured by Alexander,
For as long as there was daylight, the latter kept up in pursuit at full speed. But when it began to grow dark, and the ground before the feet became invisible, he turned back again to the camp. After capturing the chariot of Darius with the shield, the Median mantle, and the bow within it. For his pursuit had been too slow for him to overtake Darius, because, though he wheeled round on the first breaking asunder of the phalanx, yet he did not turn to pursue him until he observed that the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been driven away from the river. Of the Persians killed were Arsames, Leomithres, and Atizes, who had commanded the cavalry at the Granicus. Sabakes, the viceroy of Egypt, and Bubakes of the Persian dignitaries were also killed. Besides, about 100,000 of the private soldiers, among them being more than 10,000 cavalry. So great was the slaughter that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who then accompanied Alexander, says that the men who were with them pursuing Darius, coming into the pursuit of the ravine, filled it up with the corpses, and so passed over it. The camp of Darius was taken forthwith at the first assault, containing his mother, his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. His 2 daughters and a few other women, wives of Persian peers who were in attendance upon them, were likewise captured. For the other Persians happened to have dispatched their women along with the rest of their property to Damascus, because Darius had sent to that city the greater part of his money and all the other things which the great king was in habit of taking with him as necessary for his luxurious mode of living, even though he was going on a military expedition. The consequence was that in the camp no more than 3,000 talents were captured, and soon after the money in Damascus was also seized by Parmenio, who was dispatched thither for that very purpose. Such was the result of this famous battle, which was fought in the month of Maimakterion, when Nicostratus was Archon of the Athenians. Chapter 12. Kind treatment of Darius's family. The next day, Alexander, though suffering from a wound that he had received in the thigh from a sword, visited the wounded, and having collected the bodies of the slain, he gave them a splendid burial with all his forces most brilliantly marshalled in order of battle. He also spoke with eulogy to those whom he himself had recognized performing any gallant deed in battle, and also to those whose exploits he had learned by full report, fully corroborated. He likewise honored each of them individually, with a gift of money in proportion to his desert. He then appointed Belacrus, son of Nicantor, one of the royal bodyguards, viceroy of Cilicia, and in his place among the bodyguards he chose Menes, son of Dionysius. In the room of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed in the battle, he appointed Polysperchon, son of Simmias, to the command of a brigade. He remitted to the Solians the 50 talents which were still due to the money imposed on them as a fine, and he gave them back their hostages. Nor did he treat the mother, wife, or children of Darius with any neglect. For some of those who have written Alexander's history say that on the very night which he returned from the pursuit of Darius, entering the Persian king's tent, which he had selected for his use, he heard the lamentation of women and other noises similar kind not far from the tent. Inquiring therefore who the women were, and why they were in tents so near, he was answered by someone as follows. O king, the mother, wife, and children of Darius are lamenting for him as slain, since they have been informed that thou hast his bow and royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back. When Alexander heard this, he sent Leonatus and one of his companions to them, with injunctions to tell them, Darius is still alive. In his flight he left his arms and mantle in the chariot, and these are the only things of his that Alexander has. Leonatus entered the tent and told them the news of Darius, saying, moreover, that Alexander would allow them to retain the state and retinue befitting their royal rank, as well as the title of queens, for he had not undertaken war against Darius from a feeling of hatred, but had conducted it in a legitimate manner for the empire of Asia. Such are the statements of Ptolemy and Aristobulus. But there is another report, to the effect that on the day Alexander himself following went to the tent, accompanied alone by Hephaestion, one of his companions, the mother of Darius, being in doubt which one of them was the king, for they had both arrayed themselves in the same style of dress, went up to Hephaestion, because he appeared the taller of the two, and prostrated herself before him. But when he drew back, and one of her attendants pointed out Alexander, saying he was the king, she was ashamed of her mistake, and was going to retire. But the king told her that she had made no mistake, for Hephaestion was also an Alexander. This I record, neither being sure of its truth, nor thinking it altogether unreliable. If it really occurred, I commend Alexander for his compassionate treatment of the women, and the confidence he felt in his companion, and the honor bestowed on him. But if it merely seems probable to historians that Alexander would have acted and spoken thus, even for this reason, I think him worthy of commendation. Chapter 13. Flight of Macedonian deserters into Egypt. Proceedings of Agis, king of Sparta. Alexander occupies Phoenicia. Darius fled through the night with a few attendants, but in the daytime, picking up as he went along the Persians and Grecian mercenaries who had come out safely of the battle, he had in all 4,000 men under his command. He then made a forced march towards the city of Thapsacus and the river Euphrates, in order to put that river as soon as possible between himself and Alexander. But Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thymondas, son of Mentor, Aristomedes the Pharian, and Bianor the Arcanian, all being deserters, fled without delay from the posts assigned to them in the battle, with about 8,000 soldiers under their command, and passing through the mountains they arrived at Tripolis in Phoenicia. It was there they seized the ships which had been hauled up on the shore, in which they had previously been transported from Lesbos. They launched as many of these vessels as they thought sufficient to convey them, and the rest they burned there in the docks. In order not to supply their enemy with the means of quickly pursuing them, they fled first to Cyprus, thence to Egypt, where Amyntas shortly after, meddling in political disputes, was killed by the natives. Meanwhile, Pharnabazus and Autophrodates were staying near Chios. Then, having established a garrison in the island, they dispatched some of their ships to Kos and Halicarnassus, and with 100 of their best sailing vessels, they put to sea themselves and landed at Cypnus. And Argus, king of the Lacedaemonians, came to them with 1 trireme, both to ask for money to carry on the war, and also to urge them to send with him into the Peloponnese as large a force both naval and military as they could. At that very time, news reached them of the battle which had been fought at Issus, and being alarmed, Pharnabazus started off to Chios with 12 triremes and 1,500 Greek mercenaries, for fear that the Chians might attempt to effect a revolution when they received the news of the Persian defeat. Argus, having received from Autophrodates 30 talents of silver and 10 triremes, dispatched Hippias to lead these ships to his brother Agesilaus at Tanerum, ordering him also to instruct Agesilaus to pay the full to the sailors, and then sail as quickly as possible to Crete, in order to set things in order there. Well, for a time he himself remained there among the islands, but afterwards joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Alexander appointed Menon, son of Cerdemas, viceroy of Coele-Syria, giving him the cavalry of the Grecian allies to guard the country. He then went in person towards Phoenicia, and on the march he was met by Strato, the son of Gerostratus, king of the Aradians and of the people living near Aradus. But Gerostratus himself was serving in the fleet with Autophrodates, as were all the other kings of both the Phoenicians and the Cyprians. When Strato fell in with Alexander, he placed a golden crown upon his head, promising to surrender him both the island of Aradus and the great and prosperous city of Marathus, situated on the mainland right opposite Aradus. Also Sigon, the city of Mariame, along with other places under his dominion and that of his father. Chapter 14. The Letter from Darius and Alexander's Reply. While Alexander was still in Marathus, ambassadors came bringing a letter from Darius, entreating him to give up to their king his mother, wife, and children. They were also instructed to support this petition by word of mouth. The letter pointed out to him that friendship and alliance had subsisted between Philip and Artaxerxes, and that when Arses, the son of Artaxerxes, ascended to the throne, Philip was the first to practice injustice towards him, though he had suffered no injury from the Persians. Alexander also, from the time when Darius began to reign over the Persians, had not sent anyone to confirm the friendship and alliance which had so long existed, but had crossed over into Asia with his army and inflicted much injury upon the Persians. For this reason, he had come down in person to defend his country and preserve the empire of his fathers. As to the battle, it had been decided, as seemed good to some of the gods. And now he, a king, begged his captured wife, mother, and children from a king, and he wished to form a friendship with him and become his ally. For this purpose he requested Alexander to send men to him with Meniscus and Arsimas, the messengers who came from the Persians, to receive pledges of fidelity from him, and to give them on behalf of Alexander. To this, Alexander wrote a reply, and sent Thersippus with men who had come from Darius, with instructions to give the letter to Darius, but not to converse anything. Alexander's letter ran thus: your ancestors came into Macedonia and the rest of Greece and treated us ill without any previous injury from us. I, having been appointed commander-in-chief of the Greeks, and wishing to take revenge on the Persians, crossed into Asia, hostilities being begun by you. For you sent aid to the Perinthians, who were dealing unjustly with my father, and Ochus sent forces into Thrace, which was under our rule. My father was killed by conspirators whom you instigated, as you of yourself have boasted to all in your letters, and after slaying Arses as well as Bagoas, and unjustly seizing the throne contrary to the law of the Persians, and ruling your subjects unjustly, you sent unfriendly letters about me to the Greeks, urging them to wage war with me. You have also dispatched money to the Lacedaemonians and other certain Greeks, but none of the states received it, except the Lacedaemonians. As your agents destroyed my friends, who were striving to dissolve the league which I had formed among the Greeks, I took the field against you, because you were party who commenced this hostility. Since I have vanquished your generals and viceroys in previous battle, and now yourself and your forces in like manner, I am, by the gift of the gods, in possession of your land, as many of the men who fought in your army were not killed in battle, but fled to me for refuge. I am protecting, and they are with me, not against their own will, but they are serving in my army as volunteers. Come to me, therefore, since I am the lord of all Asia, but if you are afraid you may suffer any harsh treatment from me in case you do come to me, send some of your friends to receive pledges of safety from me. Come to me then, and ask for your mother, wife, children, and anything else you wish, for whatever you ask, you will receive, and nothing shall be denied you. But for the future, whenever you send to me as the king of Asia, and do not address me to whom your wishes as to an equal. But if you are in need of anything, speak to me as the man who is the lord of all your territories. If you act otherwise, I shall deliberate concerning you as an evildoer. And if you dispute my right to the kingdom, stay and fight another battle for it, but do not run away. For wherever you may be, I intend to march against you. This is the letter which he sent to Darius. And march against him he certainly did. With that, we've reached the end of the account from Arrian of Nicomedia. Vespasian, originally named Titus Flavius Vespasianus, certainly a pivotal figure in Roman history through his decisive role in restoring stability and prosperity to the empire, following the relative chaos of the year of the four emperors, that being 68 to 69. As the founder of the Flavian Dynasty, Vespasian ascended to power in AD 69, leveraging his extensive military experience and pragmatic leadership to quell rebellions and consolidate imperial authority. And so his reign, spanning from 69 AD to 79, is notably marked by significant infrastructural advancements, most prominently the commissioning of the Flavian Amphitheatre, which is now commonly known as the Colosseum, something that, of course, survived as a symbol of Rome's architectural ingenuity, but also its social grandeur. But he also implemented crucial fiscal reforms that stabilized the economy, including the introduction of the Fiscus Judaicus and the reorganization of the imperial finances, which enhanced the empire's economic resilience
in very uncertain times. Additionally, his efforts in rebuilding and expanding Rome's infrastructure, including public buildings, roads, aqueducts, and many more, showed again his commitment to urban development and the welfare of the people he ruled. A pragmatic approach to government, characterized by both military strength and economic prudence, a reign that earned him widespread respect among not only the Senate, but the populace too. And welcome to the channel. I hope that if you are new to the channel, you found the introduction to your liking. And those returning, it's good to see you again. As always, the best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it in whatever capacity you deem fit. But a like, subscribe, and a comment always helps grease the wheels on the algorithm too. It'll make both of us happy. Now, without further ado, let's jump right in. Vespasian was born in the village of Falacrine, located northeast of Rome. His mother was Vespasia Paula, and his father was a tax and debt collector. No doubt very popular, the life of all the parties. Now we get most of our information from the work of Suetonius, who left us with quite a nice little biography. So I'm going to dive right in to the work of Suetonius, which describes a little bit about Vespasian's mother, his early life, and just about how he was as a young boy and how this affected his later reign. So we now read from Suetonius. Pola, who was born of an honorable family at Nursia, had for father Vespasius Pollio, twice tribune of the soldiers and prefect of the camp, while her brother became a senator with the rank of praetor. There is moreover on the top of a mountain near the 6th milestone on the road from Nursia to Spoletium, a place called Vespasiae, where many monuments of the Vespasi are to be seen, affording strong proof of the renown and antiquity of the house. I ought to add that some have bandied about a report that Petro's father came from the region beyond the Po River, and was a contractor for the day labourers who came regularly every year from Umbria to the Sabine district to till the fields, that he settled in the town of Reate, and there married. Personally, I have found no evidence whatever of this, in spite of rather careful investigation. Vespasian was born in the Sabine county, in a small village beyond Reate, called Falacrina, on the evening of the 15th day before the calends of December, in the consulate of Quintus Sulpicius Camerinus and Gaius Poppaeus Sabinus, 5 years before the death of Augustus. He was brought up under the care of his paternal grandmother, Tertulla, on her estates at Cosa. Therefore, even after he became emperor, he used to constantly visit the home of his infancy, where the manor house was kept in its original condition, since he did not wish to miss anything which he was wont to see there, and he was so devoted to his grandmother's memory that on religious and festival days he always drank from a little silver cup that belonged to her. End of the first account from Suetonius, and we will be going back and reading more parts of Suetonius, because it's just such a fantastic biography. So, we know that he received his education in the rural area of Cosa, which is near present-day Ansedonia in Italy, under the tutelage of his paternal grandmother. Consequently, even after ascending to the throne As Suetonius had said, he frequently returned to this place and preserved his villa in its original state, like a kind of monument to his childhood. In his early years, he was somewhat eclipsed by his elder brother, Titus Flavius Sabinus, who engaged in public life and followed the cursus honorum, commanding a significant military position in the Danube region. To qualify for praetorship, Vespasian required 2 terms of service in the lesser magistracies, one in a military capacity, and the other in a civic role. Vespasian served in the military in Thrace for approximately 3 years. Upon his return to Rome, around 30 AD, he secured a position within the lower magistracies, the Vigintiviridae, most likely overseeing sanitation, these kinds of issues. Certainly good experience for him when he was going to repair the aqueducts at a later date. His initial performance was so inadequate, however, that Emperor Caligula allegedly filled his toga with handfuls of filth to address the neglected Roman streets, which were officially his duty. That's one way to send a message to an employee. Throughout Sejanus's rise to power, there is no documentation of Vespasian participating in really anything notable, at least in terms of political manners. Upon concluding his term in the lower magistracies, Vespasian was eligible to run for the position of quaestor, the senatorial office. However, his absence of political or familial influence resulted in Vespasian serving as a quaestor in a provincial position in Crete, rather than as an aide to prominent figures in Rome. Not the job that he wanted, but stepping stones, of course. Subsequently, he required the acquisition of praetorship, which conferred imperium. However, non-patricians and those with lesser connections were obliged to fulfill at least one intermediary position, whether that be aedile or perhaps tribune. Vespasian's initial endeavor to secure an aedileship, however, was unsuccessful, but he did achieve success in his subsequent attempt, attaining the position in 38 AD. Notwithstanding his minimal familial ties or accomplishments in office, he attained praetorship in either 39 or 40, at the youngest permissible age, that being 30 years old. Yes, there was an age limit, amidst a tumultuous political climate, of course, regarding electoral organization. His enduring association with the woman Antonia Caenis, the confidential secretary to Antonia Minor, who was, by the way, the emperor's grandmother, and a member of the emperor's court, rather. Well, that may have facilitated the success. Once more, its friends in high places tend to be able to wriggle your way to the front a little bit. Following the ascension of Claudius to the throne in 41, Vespasian was designated legate of Legio II Augusta, located in Germania, due to the patronage of the imperial freedman Narcissus. In 43, Vespasian and the second Augusta took part in the Roman invasion of Britain, where he reportedly excelled under the supreme command of Aulus Plautius. Following his involvement in significant initial confrontations on the Medway and Thames River, he was dispatched to subdue the southwest, advancing through the contemporary counties of Hampshire, Wiltshire, Dorset, Cornwall, and a few more, likely aiming to secure the southern coastal ports and harbors, as well as those coveted tin mines of Cornwall and the silver and lead mines of Somerset. From there, Vespasian advanced from Noviomagus Reginorum, modern-day Chichester, to conquer the antagonistic Durotriges and Dumnoni tribes, seizing 20 Oppida towns, likely hill forts, including Hod Hill and Maiden Castle in Dorset. After this, he invaded Vectis, which was the old Roman name for the present-day Isle of Wight, ultimately establishing a fortress and a legionary headquarters at Isca Dumnoniorum, modern-day Exeter. He sustained an injury, however, during this period, and he didn't fully recover until his arrival in Egypt. Of course, these were quite a few achievements, and they granted him a triumphal regalia upon his return to Rome. His triumph as the legate of a legion secured him a consulship in 51, after which he withdrew from public life, having provoked the animosity of Claudius's wife Agrippina, the most powerful and influential figure of her husband's reign, not someone who you wanted to get on the bad side of. He emerged from retirement in 63, when he was appointed governor of the province of Africa, and that's quite a lot of responsibility, because that's where all the grain comes from. Tacitus characterized his rule as infamous and odious, whereas Suetonius described him as upright and highly honorable. Tacitus is generally pretty harsh on people. Suetonius recounts an incident where Vespasian was actually bombarded with turnips. Vespasian utilized his time in North Africa judiciously. Ex-consuls typically regarded governorships as opportunities to extract substantial sums of money to recuperate the wealth expended on their prior political campaigns. Corruption was so incredibly pervasive that it was nearly anticipated that the governor would return from these appointments with his pockets filled with coin. Nevertheless, Vespasian utilized his time in North Africa to cultivate relationships rather than accumulate wealth, a pursuit that would prove significantly more advantageous in the future, playing the long game. While in North Africa, he encountered financial difficulties and was compelled to mortgage his estates to his brother. In an effort to restore his fortunes, he engaged in the mule trade and acquired the moniker Mulio. Not sure if that's a good moniker to have or not. While upon returning from Africa, Vespasian accompanied Nero on a tour of Greece, but he fell out of favor with the emperor after allegedly neglecting to pay adequate attention, some accounts even suggesting that he kept being caught sleeping on the job, especially at one time where he was actually sleeping during one of Nero's famous lyre performances. Don't want to fall asleep doing that, resulting of course in political marginalization. Well, in 66, Vespasian was designated to quell the Jewish insurrection which was occurring in Judea. The conflict resulted in the death of the former governor and the defeat of Cestius Gallus, the governor of Syria, during his attempt to re-establish order. 2 legions, accompanied by 8 cavalry squadrons and 10 auxiliary cohorts, were dispatched under Vespasian's command, while his elder son, Titus, arrived from Alexandria with an additional force. During this period, he became the patron of Flavius Josephus, a Jewish resistance leader apprehended at the siege of Yodpat, who would subsequently document his people's history in Greek. We still have this to this day. It's used as quite a interesting source. Ultimately, thousands of Jews perished in the revolt, and the Romans obliterated numerous towns to reassert control over the province. They also captured Jerusalem
in AD 70. Now Josephus, writing as a Roman citizen in his work Antiquities of the Jews, depicts Vespasian as a just and compassionate official, in contrast with the infamous Herod Agrippa II, whom Josephus extensively vilifies as a tyrant and a villain. During the emperor's patronage, Josephus documented the following the destruction of Jericho by the Roman Legio X Fretensis, led by Vespasian on the 21st of June, year 68. Vespasian captured a group of Jews, presumably Essenes from Qumran, bound them, and cast them into the Dead Sea. Why did he do this? Well, he wanted to test this reputed buoyancy of the Dead Sea. Well, the captives surfaced after being cast into the water from the boats. Science. Mission accomplished, I suppose. At the conclusion of the Jewish War, Josephus referenced a prophecy from sacred scripture, indicating that at the time of Jerusalem and the Second Temple's destruction, an individual from their own nation would assume the role of governor of the habitable earth, which is basically akin to the Messiah. Josephus construed the prophecy as signifying the administration of Vespasian. Tacitus concurred that the prophecy pertained to Vespasian and also to Titus, but he asserted that the common people, with their usual blindness of ambition, had interpreted these mighty destinies of themselves and could not be bought even by disasters to believe the truth. Of course, we arrive to the year 68, and Nero dies. In this year, Rome experienced a series of ephemeral emperors and a year of civil conflict and confusion. Galba was assassinated by Otho's supporters. He didn't last long, and he was subsequently vanquished by Vitellius. Otho's adherents, seeking an alternative candidate, chose to endorse Vespasian. Suetonius reports that a prevalent prophecy in the eastern provinces asserted that future world rulers would emerge from Judea. Vespasian ultimately concluded that this prophecy pertained to him, and discovered several omens and oracles that corroborated this conviction. Despite Vespasian and Titus's decision to contest the Principate in February 69, they took no action until later in the year. During the initial months of 69 AD, Vespasian frequently conferred with the eastern generals. Gaius Licinius Mucianus was a significant ally of his. Mucianus, the governor of Syria and the commander of 3 legions, maintained political affiliations with numerous influential Roman military leaders, from Illyricum to Britannia, due to his service under the renowned Neronian general Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo. In May 69 AD, Mucianus officially urged Vespasian to confront Vitellius. His appeal was succeeded by Vespasian's formal declaration as emperor in early July of the same year. Following directives from Prefect Tiberius Alexander, the legion stationed in Alexandria pledged allegiance to Vespasian on July 1st. Vespasian's Judean legions promptly followed on July 3rd, succeeded by Mucianus's Syrian legions on the 15th of July. Vitellius, the reigning emperor, commanded the veteran legions of Gaul and the Rhineland. However, support for Vespasian was rapidly intensifying, leading the armies of Pannonia, Illyricum, and Moesia to declare allegiance to him. Of course, if you've got the military on your side, that's the pointy end of the stick, thereby establishing him as the de facto ruler of half the Roman Empire. And who's going to argue? While Vespasian was in Egypt securing the grain supply, his troops, led by Marcus Antonius Primus, entered Italy from the northeast. They vanquished the forces of Vitellius, stationed in Bavania, and Bedriacum, plundered Cremona, and proceeded towards Rome. Vitellius swiftly negotiated a peace with Antonius. However, the emperor's Praetorian Guard compelled him to maintain his position. Following intense and bloody combat, the forces of Antonius made a full invasion upon Rome. Amidst all the ensuing chaos, the capital was consumed by the flames, and Sabinus, Vespasian's brother, was slain by an angry mob. Rest in peace to poor old Sabinus. While upon learning of his rival's defeat and demise in Alexandria, the emperor promptly dispatched essential grain supplies to Rome, accompanied by an edict pledging to annul Nero's laws, particularly those concerning treason. Get a few people off the hook on that one, I'm sure. During his time in Egypt, he also visited the temple of Serapis, where he apparently had a vision of his greatness. Subsequently, he was approached by two laborers who believed he possessed a miraculous divine power. And that was, of course, all the proof that he needed. Tiberius Julius Alexander served as the Praefectus Aegypti, having held the governorship since the reign of Nero, and on the 1st of July, 69 AD, he declared Vespasian emperor in Alexandria. The prefect was of Hellenized Jewish lineage, Hellenized being Greek, the word Hellenic meaning Greek, and was connected to Philo of Alexandria. Now, the significance of the Egyptian grain harvest, which in Latin is known as claustra annone, really key to the grain supply, to Rome enabled Vespasian to consolidate authority over the entire empire. If they didn't want him to be emperor, the grain gets cut off. So you either accept him or you all starve to death. Well, there's only really one way to go for that, isn't it? And so Vespasian was the inaugural emperor, and pharaoh, by the way, since Augustus, to actually visit Egypt. At the Alexandria Hippodrome, he was acclaimed as pharaoh, reminiscent of Alexander the Great's reception at the oracle of Zeus Ammon in Siwa Oasis. Vespasian was declared the progeny of the creator deity Amun, emulating the ancient pharaohs, and an embodiment of Serapis in the tradition of the Ptolemies being the Macedonian Greek family that ruled over Egypt for many dynasties. In accordance with Pharaonic tradition, Vespasian exhibited his divine selection through the customary acts of spitting on and trampling a blind and disabled man, whom he subsequently healed miraculously, as asserted by Egyptian religious authorities. Not sure about that one. If anybody has tried this, please let me know in the comments. Vespasian was officially proclaimed emperor by the Senate on the 21st of December, 69, while he was in Egypt, following the enactment of the Lex de Imperio Vespasiani. The Egyptians had previously declared him emperor in the summer. It was only a matter of time until the Senate followed suit. The administration of the empire was temporarily entrusted to Mucianus, with the assistance from Vespasian's son, Domitian. Mucianus initiated Vespasian's reign with tax reforms aimed at revitalizing the emperor's finances. Following Vespasian's arrival in Rome in mid-70, Mucianus persistently urged him to maximize tax collection. This ought to be interesting. So Vespasian and Mucianus reinstated previous taxes and spent quite a good deal of time discussing how they could make up completely new ones, augmenting provincial tribute as well, and they also closely monitored the treasury officials. Now, the Latin proverb means pecunia non olet, meaning money does not stink, might have actually originated when Vespasian put a tax on urine in public toilets. Like I said, they were trying really, really hard to find every possible way to do new taxes. Well, prior to Vespasian, this tax was instituted by Emperor Nero in the 1st century AD. I suppose it wasn't completely his idea, but it was abolished for a period and reinstated by Vespasian around AD 70 to replenish the treasury. Of course, the policy was poorly received by his son Dio Cassius and Suetonius. In their historical accounts, Vespasian noted, when Titus found fault with him for contriving a tax upon public conveniences, he held a piece of money from the first payment to his son's nose, asking him whether the odor was offensive to him. When Titus said no, he replied, "Yet it comes from urine." Now, going to back to this whole urine thing, I know I don't want to talk about it too much, but, well, it's kind of important. It's an eccentricity, isn't it? That phrase, "money does not stink," has been employed to obfuscate the questionable or illicit origin of funds ever since. It is a little bit debatable whether this was the true origin of the phrase, but it seems pretty obvious that it was. Prove me otherwise, I suppose. Well, in the early 70s, Vespasian remained in Egypt, the origin of Rome's grain supply, and had not yet departed for Rome. Tacitus reports that his journey was postponed because of the inclement of weather. Contemporary historians propose that Vespasian had secured and was maintaining support from the Egyptians prior to his departure. Accounts of Vespasian's miraculous healings, of course, disseminated throughout Egypt. But you can never get away with the unpopularness of taxes. Protests erupted in Alexandria, resulting in delays in grain shipments. Vespasian ultimately re-established order, however, leading to the resumption. But we'll read a little bit from Suetonius about his time in Egypt, and, well, how things got a little bit out of control for him. Therefore, beginning a civil war and sending ahead generals with troops to Italy, he crossed meanwhile to Alexandria to take possession of the key to Egypt. There he dismissed all his attendants and entered the temple of Serapis alone to consult the auspices as to the duration of his power. And when after many proprietary offerings to the gods he at length turned about, it seemed to him that his freedman, Basilides, offered him sacred bows, garlands, and loaves, as is the custom there. And he knew well that no one had let him in, and that for some time he had been hardly able to walk by reason of rheumatism, and was besides far away. And immediately letters came with the news that Vitellius had been routed at Cremona and the emperor himself slain at Rome. Vespasian has yet lacked prestige and certain divinity, so to speak, since he was an unexpected and still new-made emperor. But these were also given him. A man of the people who was blind and another who was lame came to him together as he sat on a tribunal begging for help for their disorders, which Serapis had promised in a dream, for the god declared that Vespasian would restore their sight if he would spit upon them, and give strength to the leg if he would deign touch it with his heel. Though he had hardly any faith that this could possibly proceed,
and therefore shrank before making the attempt, he was at last prevailed upon by his friends, and tried both things in public before a large crowd, and with success. At this time, the direction of certain soothsayers and vases of antique workmanship were dug up and consecrated at the spot of Tegea in Arcadia, and on them was an image very like Vespasian. So I do rewind a little bit there, but I just love going back to Suetonius. Well, of course, the popularity did not last for too long. Alongside the insurrection in Egypt, turmoil and civil conflict persisted throughout the remainder of the empire. Judea had been in revolt since 66. Titus, the son of Vespasian, ultimately quelled the insurrection by capturing Jerusalem and demolishing the Jewish temple. Eusebius states that Vespasian commanded the pursuit of all descendants of the royal lineage of David, resulting in the persecution of Jews across various provinces. Numerous contemporary historians propose that Vespasian, informed by Josephus of his prophesied ascension to emperorship while in Judea, likely responded to prevalent messianic prophecies of the era to mitigate any potential rival claimants from that lineage. Titus participated in the consecration of a new Apis bull in Memphis in 70, and during Vespasian's reign, imperial patronage was extended to Egyptian temples, including those at Dakhla Oasis in the western desert, as well as Esna, Medinet Habu, and Silsila in the Nile Valley. In contrast, the Jewish temples were not so lucky. The Jewish temple at Leontopolis was plundered in 73. Back on the continent, in January of year 70, a revolt transpired in Gaul and Germany, referred to as the Second Batavian Rebellion. The insurrection was led by Gaius Julius Civilis and Julius Sabinus. Sabinus, asserting his lineage from Julius Caesar, proclaimed himself Emperor of Gaul, and Vespasian did not like that. The insurrection vanquished and incorporated 2 Roman legions before being quelled by Vespasian's son-in-law, Quintus Petilius Cerealis. At the conclusion of 70 AD, it was all over. Better luck next time. Moving into the mid-70s, Vespasian initially arrived in Gaul, commencing his tribunation from years July 1st, 69. Vespasian promptly initiated a series of measures to maintain his authority and avert subsequent insurrections. He presented gifts to numerous individuals in the military and a significant portion of the public. Troops loyal to Vitellius were either dismissed or penalized. Vespasian reformed the senatorial equestrian orders by expelling his adversaries and incorporating his supporters. The regional autonomy of Greek provinces had also been abolished. Furthermore, he undertook substantial efforts to manage public perception of his governance. And you know what that means. Numerous contemporary historians observed the propagation of propaganda during Vespasian's rule. A facet of the propaganda was the theology of victory, which justified the entitlement to govern through triumphant conquest. This pertained to Vespasian's triumph in Judea, of course. Narratives of a supernatural emperor designed to reign permeated the empire. Approximately 1/3 of all the coins minted in Rome during Vespasian's reign commemorated military triumphs. The term vindex was eliminated from coins to avoid evoking memories of the insurrectionist by the same name. Construction projects featured inscriptions lauding Vespasian and denouncing preceding emperors. A temple of tranquility was erected in the forum as well. Vespasian sanctioned histories composed during his life, guaranteeing the elimination of biases against him. Fortunately, we have both Suetonius and Tacitus, who provide us with differing perspectives. Now, initially, Vespasian provided monetary incentives to authors. The ancient historians of the era, including Tacitus, Suetonius, and Josephus, express a favorable view of Vespasian while also denouncing the preceding emperors. Tacitus is a little less favorable, though. He acknowledges that Vespasian elevated his status, while Josephus designates Vespasian as a benefactor and savior. Simultaneously, Pliny the Elder devoted his natural histories to Titus, the son of Vespasian. Individuals who opposed Vespasian, of course, faced retribution, and several Stoic philosophers faced accusations of corrupting students through improper teachings and were subsequently expelled from Rome. Helvidius Priscus, a pro-republican philosopher, was executed for his doctrines. Many philosophers and writers had their works confiscated, destroyed, and were condemned for being considered excessively critical of Vespasian's rule, with some even facing this fate after their death. And so from 71 to 79, a significant portion of Vespasian's reign remains a little bit of a mystery. Historians indicate that Vespasian commissioned the construction of multiple edifices in Rome. Moreover, he endured multiple conspiracies directed at him. He facilitated the reconstruction of Rome following the Civil War, and that was a big job. He incorporated the Temple of Peace and the temple dedicated to the deified Claudius. In 75, he constructed a monumental statue of Apollo, initiated during Nero's reign, and he consecrated a stage of the theater of Marcellus. He commenced the construction of the Colosseum, utilizing resources acquired from the plunder of the Jewish temple following the siege of Jerusalem. Suetonius asserts that Vespasian faced persistent conspiracies directed at him throughout the reign, but only one of them is specifically known. In 78 or perhaps 79, Epirus Marcellus and Aulus Caecina Aelianus conspired to assassinate Vespasian. The reasons for these men's betrayal of Vespasian unfortunately remain a bit of a mystery. Now, we have a little bit more from Suetonius about the personality of Vespasian, or at least how Suetonius saw his personality. And we'll read now from that before we lead off for the video. He was well built, with strong, sturdy limbs, and the expression of one who was straining. Apropos of which a witty fellow, when Vespasian asked him to make a joke on him, also replied rather cleverly, "I will, when you have finished relieving yourself." He enjoyed excellent health, though he did nothing to keep it up except rub his throat and other parts of his body a certain number of times in the court, and to fast one day every month. This was in general his manner of life. While emperor, he always rose very early, in fact before daylight. Then, after reading his letters and all the reports of all the officials, he admitted his friends, and while he was receiving their greetings, put on his shoes and dressed himself. After dispatching any business that came up, he took time for a drive, and then for a nap, lying with one of his concubines, of whom he had taken several after the death of Caenis. After his rest, he went to the bath and dining room, and it is said that at no time he was more good-natured or indulgent, so that the members of his household eagerly watched for these opportunities to make requests of him. Not only at dinner, but on all other occasions, he was most affable, and he turned off many matters with a jest, for he was very ready with sharp sayings, albeit of a low and buffoonish kind, so that he did not even refrain from obscene expressions,
Yet many of his remarks are still remembered, which are of full fine wit, and among them the following. When an ex-consul called Mestrius Florus called his attention to the fact that the proper pronunciation was plaustra rather than plostra, he greeted him the next day as Flaurus. When he was importuned by a woman who said that she was dying for love with him, he took her to his bed and gave her 400,000 sesterces for her favors. Being asked by his steward how he would have the sum entered in his accounts, he replied, to a passion for Vespasian. During his 9th consulship, Vespasian experienced a minor illness in Campania. He promptly returned to Rome, and subsequently travelled to Aquae Cutilae in the vicinity of Raete, where he spent each summer. It was here where his condition deteriorated, and he passed away of severe stomach issues. And that's it, the life of Vespasian. Titus, a Roman emperor who ruled from AD 79 to AD 81. He was the eldest son of Emperor Vespasian, his predecessor, rendering him an essential figure in the Flavian Dynasty. Prior to his ascension as emperor, Titus distinguished himself as a capable military leader, notably during the Jewish War, when he seized Jerusalem in AD 70. His victory in Jerusalem and the ensuing destruction of the temple were crucial in solidifying his reputation for military excellence. His brief tenure as emperor was characterized by numerous calamities, including the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79, which obliterated the city of Pompeii and Herculaneum, and a fire that devastated Rome itself for 3 days in AD 80, succeeded by a plague for good measure. But notwithstanding these adversities, Titus was cherished by the Roman citizenry for his endeavors to assist the disaster affected, and for his overall magnanimities and accessibility, qualities that set him apart from the conventional authoritarian Roman leader that everyone was used to. He commenced extensive reconstruction efforts and organized elaborate public spectacles to elevate the morale of his populace. But he died abruptly in AD 81 and was succeeded by his younger sibling Domitian. His was a reign that was short, but frequently deemed compassionate and efficient, cementing his legacy as an excellent leader during one of Rome's most arduous epochs. Hello and welcome. Talking about Titus today. I'm sure you're excited. As always, I enjoy the spirited conversations in the comments, and I'd like to hear what you think. So do tell me. Well, without further ado, let's get on with it. The life of Titus. Now, most likely, he was born in 39 AD, around the end of December. We do know he was born in Rome as the firstborn son of Titus Flavius Vespasianus, who was later known as Emperor Vespasian, and his mother was Domitilla the Elder. Now, he had 2 younger siblings. The first was a sister named Domitilla the Younger, who was born in 45 AD, and he also had a brother, Titus Flavius Domitianus, who would, of course, as we've just mentioned, become Emperor Domitian. He was born in 51 AD. Now, what kind of world was our Titus born into? Well, it was not a very nice one. You see, the 1st century BC had been This time of significant civil unrest, to say the least, and it had led to the eventual decline of Rome's old aristocracy. Times were changing. Well, by the early 1st century AD, a new nobility had begun to rise. The Flavian family, to which Titus belonged, well, they came from humble origins. But, despite all of that, they had achieved wealth and prominence, and in just a few generations, largely during the reign of the Julio-Claudian emperors. Now Titus's great-grandfather, Titus Flavius Petro, had served as a centurion under Pompey during Caesar's civil war. But he fled the battlefield during the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC, which is not a good way to gain a reputation. But it seems that despite this disgrace, Petro improved his status by marrying Tertulla, a wealthy woman whose resources helped secure the family's future. That's one way of doing it. Now on to Petro's son, Titus Flavius Sabinus I, who was the grandfather of the Titus we're talking about. Well, he used his wealth to advance his career as a tax collector in Asia and a banker in Helvetia, two very popular professions, gaining equestrian rank. Well, by marrying Vespasia Pola, he linked his family to the noble patrician gens Vespasia, paving the way for his own sons, including, of course, Vespasian, to finally ascend to the senatorial class. And so just like that, in a few generations, they'd clawed their way up. Now Vespasian's political career saw him rise through the ranks of quaestor, aedile, and praetor, eventually becoming consul in 51 AD, which was also the year that Domitian was born. He gained recognition as a military leader during the Roman conquest of Britain in 43 AD. Now on to the early life of Titus. We're actually pretty lucky to have a nice little account from Suetonius. According to him, Titus was raised at the imperial court alongside the son of Emperor Claudius, whose name was Britannicus. Unfortunately, Britannicus didn't last too long, as he was actually assassinated by Nero in 55 AD. But a little bit more detail from Suetonius now. I'll read from the account of his biography. Suetonius states, "Even in boyhood, his bodily and mental gifts were conspicuous, and they became more and more as he advanced in years. He had a handsome person, in which there was no less dignity than grace, and was uncommonly strong, although he was not tall of stature, and he had a rather protruding belly. His memory was extraordinary, and he had an aptitude for almost all the arts, both of war and of peace. Skillful in arms and horsemanship, he made speeches and wrote verses in Latin and Greek with ease and readiness, and even offhand. He was, besides, not unacquainted with music, but sang and played the harp agreeably and skillfully. I have heard from many sources that he used always to write shorthand with great speed, and would amuse himself by playful contests with his secretaries. Also, that he could imitate any handwriting that he had ever seen, and often declared that he might have been the prince of forgers." End of the account from Suetonius. Well, that certainly paints a picture of a rather interesting young man, isn't it? Well, we'll skip forward a little bit. Now, between 57 and 59, he served as a military tribune in Germania, which is probably the most chaotic place you could have served at that time. He additionally served in Britannia and likely came around 60 with the reinforcements required following Boudicca's insurrection. You see, Boudica was the queen of the Iceni tribe up in Britannia, who almost had the Romans. There's always that image of her on that frightening chariot charging in. Maybe a video on the Boudican revolt soon, maybe. Well, at approximately 63 years of age, he returned to Rome, and he was married to Arachina Tertulla, who was the daughter of Marcus Aracinus Clemens, a former prefect of the Praetorian Guard. But unfortunately, she passed away between 65 years of age. Titus then married Marcia Furnilla, who hailed from a more esteemed lineage. Marcia's family was intimately connected to the resistance against Nero. Her uncle, Barea Soranus, and his daughter, Servilia, were among the casualties of the unsuccessful Pisonian plot of 65. Certain contemporary historians believe that Titus actually annulled his marriage due to his wife's familial ties to that conspiracy, after he found out later on. Well, either way, Titus did not remarry, and seemingly had daughters. At least one of them was with Marcia Furnilla. The sole individual recognized to have reached adulthood was one Julia Flavia, possibly the child of Titus and Arachina, whose mother also bore the name Julia. During this time, Titus was also engaged in legal matters, and for all his hard work, he managed to achieve the position of Quaestor. In 66, the Jewish population of Judea province insurrected a rebellion against the Roman Empire. Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, was vanquished at the Battle of Beth Horon and compelled to withdraw from Jerusalem. King Agrippa II, one who was in favor of Rome, and his sister Berenice escaped to Galilee, where they subsequently surrendered to the Romans. Nero designated Vespasian to suppress the uprising, who was immediately sent to the area with the 5th and 10th legions. Subsequently, Titus arrived at Ptolemais with the 15th. The Romans, comprising 60,000 professional soldiers, readied themselves to advance across Galilee and go to Jerusalem. Now, in terms of our sources for this, we have Josephus, a Roman Jewish historian who was around at the time. He extensively documented the history of war in his work, The War of the Jews. Josephus acted as a captain at the city of Jotphat during the Roman invasion of Galilee in 67. Following a protracted siege of 47 days, the city finally capitulated, resulting in an estimated 40,000 casualties. But Titus, however, he was not merely focused on concluding the conflict. Well, after surviving one of the multiple group life-takings, Josephus capitulated to Vespasian and was taken prisoner. He then stated that he had supplied the Romans with intelligence regarding the ongoing insurrection, and by 68, the Roman army had controlled the entire coast of northern Judea, achieving major victories at Tarichae and Gamala, where Titus demonstrated his skill as a capable strategist. But the final and most crucial fortified city maintained by the Jewish resistance was Jerusalem. The campaign abruptly ceased at the announcement of Nero's demise. Concurrently, the Roman Senate proclaimed Galba, the governor of Hispania, as emperor, and Vespasian, he opted to await additional instructions and dispatched Titus to welcome the new princeps. Prior to arriving in Italy, Titus discovered that Galba had been assassinated and succeeded by Otho, the governor of Lusitania, while Vitellius and his forces in Germania were mobilizing to advance upon the city with the aim of deposing Otho. To avoid the peril of being captured by either faction, he terminated his journey to Rome and reunited with his father in Judea. Concurrently, Otho was vanquished in the first battle of Bedriacum, and subsequently, the writing on the wall took the self-checkout line. Now, upon receiving the news, all of those soldiers who were stationed in Judea and the province of Egypt assumed control and proclaimed Vespasian as emperor, the 1st of July, 69 AD. Vespasian acquiesced, and following discussions by Titus, allied with Gaius Licinius Mucianus, the ruler of Syria. A formidable contingent from the Judean and Syrian legions advanced towards Rome under Mucianus's leadership, while Vespasian proceeded to Alexandria, delegating authority to Titus to quell the Jewish insurrection. By the conclusion of 69 AD, Vitellius's forces had been defeated, and Vespasian was formally proclaimed emperor by the Senate on the 21st of December, therefore concluding the year of the four emperors. Now, at the same time, the Jews became entangled in a civil conflict by fracturing the resistance in Jerusalem into multiple factions. You see, the Sicarii under Menachem ben Judah did not endure for too long. The Zealots, led by Eleazar ben Simon, ultimately succumbed to the Galilean leader John of Gush Halav, and the other northern rebel commander, Simon bar Giora, succeeded in asserting control over the Idumeans. Of course, Titus steps in and lays siege to Jerusalem. The Roman army was reinforced by the formidable 12th Legion, who was previously vanquished under Cestius Gallus, while Vespasian dispatched Tiberius Julius Alexander, the governor of Egypt, from Alexandria to serve as Titus's second-in-command. And so, in comes Titus to encircle the city, with legions 5, 12, and 15, one on the western flank and one legion 10 on the Mount of Olives to the east. He exerted pressure on the food and water resources of the residents by permitting pilgrims to enter the city for Passover celebrations, and thereafter not letting them leave, which is one hell of a strategy, you've got to admit. Overburdened, there was simply not enough food and water to go around. Well, the Roman army was persistently troubled, however, by Jewish incursions, one of which almost led to the capture of Titus himself. Well, following Josephus's unsuccessful negotiations for surrender, the Romans renewed their assault and swiftly penetrated the first and second walls of the city. Titus commanded the crucifixion of the Jewish deserters around the city wall to instill fear in the resistance. At one point, the Jews were depleted by starvation, and upon the breakthrough of the frail third wall, intense and bloody hand-to-hand combat erupted. Ultimately, the Romans seized the Antonia fortress and commenced a direct attack on the gates of the Second Temple. Upon breaching the gate, the Romans ignited the upper and lower city, culminating in the obliteration of the temple. Upon the extinguishing of the fires, Titus commanded the obliteration of the remaining city, purportedly aiming for the name of Jerusalem to be forgotten forever. The temple was destroyed, and Titus's soldiers declared him imperator in recognition of their triumph. And thus Jerusalem was pillaged, resulting in the death or dispersal of a significant portion of the inhabitants. Josephus asserts that over 1 million individuals perished during the siege, but this might be a little bit of an exaggeration. In fact, modern scholarship dismisses this estimate as, frankly, implausible, given that over 1 million individuals were in the land of Israel at that time in total, with half of them being Jewish, and significant Jewish communities persisted in the region post-war, including in the severely affected area of Judea. Nonetheless, around 97,000 individuals were apprehended and enslaved, including Simon Bar Giora and John of Giscala. A multitude sought refuge in regions surrounding the Mediterranean Sea. Titus allegedly declined to take a victory wreath, asserting that he had not achieved the triumph independently, but had served as the instrument of divine retribution against his people. Well, back to Josephus. According to him, the Jewish diaspora at the fall of the temple was located in Parthia, which is kind of like modern-day Persia. We have Babylonia, Arabia, and some individuals went beyond the Euphrates to a place called Adiabene, which in these days you can find referred to as Kurdistan. Now Titus, unable to voyage to Italy in winter, hosted grand events at Caesarea Maritima and Berytus, before proceeding to Zeugma on the Euphrates, where Vologases I of Parthia bestowed upon him a crown. During his journey to Antioch, he affirmed the customary rights of the Jewish population in that city. En route to Alexandria, Alexander paused in Memphis to consecrate the sacred Apis bull. Suetonius indicates that this incited alarm, as the ceremony necessitated, by tradition, Titus donning a diadem, a symbol that the Romans had linked to monarchy. And that certainly puts off a few alarm bells, and the allegiance of Titus's legions had already sparked concerns regarding a potential insurrection against his father. Of course, Titus hastily returned to Rome to dispel any doubts over his behavior. Upon his arrival in Rome in 71, Titus received a triumph. Accompanied by Vespasian and Domitian, he entered the city, receiving an exuberant welcome from the Roman citizens, and preceded by an opulent parade featuring war riches and, of course, captives. Josephus depicts a procession featuring substantial quantities of gold and silver transported along the road, succeeded by intricate reenactments of the conflict, Jewish captives, and ultimately the treasures seized from the Temple of Jerusalem, including the menorah and the Pentateuch. Simon Bar Giora was taken to the Forum and executed, and the procession concluded with religious sacrifices at the Temple of Jupiter. The Arch of Titus, located at one entrance of the Forum, commemorates his victory. Now, back to Vespasian for a while. Upon his declaration as emperor, Titus and his brother Domitian were conferred the title of Caesar by the Senate, which of course is a pretty big deal. Titus, besides sharing tribunician authority with his father, had 7 consulships throughout Vespasian's rule, and served as his secretary, representing him in the Senate. Significantly, he was designated Praetorian Prefect, therefore securing the loyalty of the Praetorian Guard and reinforcing Vespasian's status as a legitimate sovereign. Thus Titus gained significant infamy in Rome at this time for his brutal conduct, often commanding the immediate death of alleged traitors. In 79, when a conspiracy by Aulus Caecina Aelianus and Epirus Marcellus to depose Vespasian was revealed, Titus invited Aelianus to dinner and, well, commanded his assassination before he exited the room. No dessert, I assume. Of course, during the Jewish Wars, Titus commenced a romantic relationship with Berenice, the sister of Agrippa II. You see, the Herodians allied with Romans throughout the insurrection, and Berenice herself actually endorsed Vespasian in the bid for the imperial throne. In 75, she rejoined Titus and lived with him in his palace. The Romans were apprehensive regarding the Eastern Queen and disapproved of their association. Of course, when the duo were publicly condemned by the cynics in the theatre, Titus simply succumbed to the pressure, and he expelled her. This didn't do much to fix his reputation, however. That continued to deteriorate. And speaking of deterioration, so did Vespasian. He succumbed to an illness in late June of 79 AD, and promptly replaced by his son, Titus. He was the inaugural Roman emperor to ascend the throne following his biological father. You see, Titus, as pharaoh of Egypt, assumed the titulary autocrator Titus Caesarus Hunefer Benermeret, which means Emperor Titus Caesar, the perfect and popular youth. Due to his numerous purported vices, many Romans worried that he would simply become another Nero, and nobody wanted that. But contrary to such assumptions, once Titus became emperor, he gained widespread affection from the populace, who extolled him for embodying the highest virtues rather than vices. I suppose he's grown up now. Straighten up and fly right. And it was time to take off on his journey as the new emperor. Now, as soon as he got in, one of his initial actions was to mandate the cessation of trials predicated on treason allegations, which, well, that had been going on for quite some time, a long-standing affliction of the Principate. Now, the law of treason, or as was known, the law of majestas, was first designated to prosecute those who had corruptly impaired the people and majesty of Rome through any revolutionary acts or acts perceived to be revolutionary. You see, under Augustus, the same principle was reinstated to encompass slander and libel as well. This resulted in multiple trials and executions throughout the reigns of Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero, along with the establishment of informer networks that instilled fear into Rome's political system for decades. Think about it. When cash rewards are offered for dobbing people in, well, you take the chance and earn the money. I'm sure plenty of people got thrown under the bus for that one. Just like witch hunts. You know what it's like. Of course, Titus abolished this practice for himself and others, proclaiming, apparently his words, "It is impossible for me to be insulted or abused in any way, for I do naught that deserves censure, and I care not for what is reported falsely. As for the emperors who are dead and gone, they will avenge themselves, in case anyone does them a wrong, if in very truth they are demigods and possess any power." Fair enough, you can't argue with that, can't you? Well, as a result, no senators were executed during his tenure. That's right, not a one. He adhered to this commitment to hold the position of Pontifex Maximus and to maintain his hands untainted. Informants were subjected to public punishment and exiled from the city. I suppose it's better than being executed. That being said, exile, depending on where you go, it's kind of a death sentence. Well, additionally, Titus prohibited injustices by rendering it illegal for any individual to be prosecuted under disparate laws for the identical offense. Now, onto the short reign, albeit devoid of significant military or political strife, of Titus. It was still characterized by these severe calamities that we've mentioned in the introduction. Now, several months following his ascension, Mount Vesuvius erupted. It's just about the worst thing that could happen. Now, the eruption nearly obliterated the city and vacation areas surrounding the Bay of Naples. These cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were entombed beneath meters of stone and ash, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Titus designated 2 former consuls to oversee and manage the relief initiative, personally contributing substantial sums from the imperial treasury to assist the volcano's victims. Furthermore, post-eruption he visited Pompeii, and again in the subsequent year, personally making his presence known. But the troubles were not over. Far from it, I'm afraid. In the spring of 80 AD, during his second visit, Rome caught on fire, and the fire consumed extensive areas of the city for 3 days and 3 nights. While the severity of the destruction was not as catastrophic as the Great Fire of 64, and notably spared numerous districts, Cassius Dio enumerates a significant array of vital public edifices that were actually obliterated, including Agrippa's Pantheon, the Temple of Jupiter, sections of the Theatre of Pompey, and many others. Titus once again personally reimbursed for the affected areas. Suetonius reports that a plague then erupted concurrently with the fire. The characteristics of the sickness, however, and the mortality rate remain unidentified. But if it is the case that a plague has been noted, well, we can assume that it was notable. If you want to look at it in those terms, well, certainly not something that you want after the fire anyway. Just adds a little bit of salt in the wound. Well, at the same time, up in Britannia, hostilities recommenced, where Gnaeus Julius Agricola advanced deeper into Caledonia and successfully established multiple forts. Titus was awarded the title of Imperator for the 16th time, between the 9th of September and the 31st of December 79 AD due to his actions. His reign also witnessed the insurrection orchestrated by Terentius Maximus. A little interesting because he was one of these several impostors that claimed to be the reincarnation of Nero during the 70s.
You see, despite Nero's reputation as a universally despised tyrant, evidence suggests that he maintained considerable popularity in the eastern provinces for a significant portion of his reign. Now, claims of Nero's survival following his overthrow were exacerbated by ambiguous circumstances surrounding his demise and several prophecies that predicted his resurgence. Now, Cassius Dio states that Terentius Maximus bore quite a striking resemblance to Nero, and not just in the way that he looked, but in the way that he spoke, and similarly performed vocalizations accompanied by the lyre. Terentius garnered a following in Asia Minor, but was subsequently compelled to escape beyond the Euphrates, seeking sanctuary among the Parthians. Furthermore, there's also a few sources that indicate that Titus actually uncovered a conspiracy by his brother Domitian against him. But, even though this was obviously a grave offense, he had declined to execute or even exile him. Apparently they just made up. Well, the construction of the Flavian Amphitheatre, also referred to as the Colosseum, commenced in 70 under Vespasian and was ultimately finished in 80 AD under Titus. The structure served not only as a grand source of entertainment for the Roman public, but also as a monumental tribute to the military successes of the Flavians in the Jewish wars. The original games spanned 100 days and were characterized by their extravagance, of course featuring gladiatorial contests, battles involving wild creatures, we're talking up to elephants, lions, everything in between, and they even flooded the arena for simulated naval engagements. That's pretty good for the time. Well, of course, wooden bowls inscribed with various prizes, such as clothing, gold, or even slaves were dropped into the crowd during the games, which might subsequently be exchanged for whatever item was written on there. Now, next to the amphitheatre, within the grounds of Nero's Golden House, Titus commissioned the construction of a new public bathhouse, the Baths of Titus. The building's construction was expedited to align with the completion of the Flavian Amphitheatre. Of course, that wasn't all. The imperial cult was also reinstated by Titus, but nonetheless it encountered its own challenges. You see, Vespasian was not deified until 6 months after his death, so to commemorate the Flavian Dynasty, foundations were established for the Temple of Vespasian and Titus, which was eventually completed under Domitian. Better late than never, as they say. And so, at the conclusion of what is known as the Secular Games, Titus formally consecrated the amphitheatre and the baths in what constituted his last documented act as emperor. He departed for the Sabine lands, but succumbed to illness at the initial posting station, where supposedly, as the story goes, he died of a fever in the very same farmhouse that his father had. Now, Titus governed the Roman Empire for slightly more than 2 years, from his father's demise in 79 AD until his own death in the middle of September 81 AD. Of course, as we know, Domitian succeeded him, and his initial act as emperor was to deify his brother, which is, well, that's pretty nice of him, isn't it? But the story's not quite over yet. You see, historians have conjectured about the precise circumstances of his demise and the era to which Titus referenced in his last words, You see, reportedly his last words were, "I have made but one mistake." Well, what on earth does that mean? Well, Philostratus suggested that he was poisoned by Domitian using a sea hare, and that Apollonius of Tyana had prophesied his demise. Suetonius and Cassius Dio assert that he succumbed to natural causes, however both implicate Domitian for abandoning the ill Titus. Was that the error? Trusting his brother? Surely it couldn't have been that bad with the initial act of deifying him right after his death. But was this a cover-up? Well, Cassius Dio perceived the error as failing to execute Titus's brother. Remember, there was that overt conspiracy against him. Perhaps Titus's soft heart was what got him in the end. That being said, it's hard when it's family, isn't it? Of course, the Jews certainly give him a pretty bad review for obvious reasons. Which brings us to the Babylonian Talmud, who gives us a more gritty account of Titus's death, although it's a little bit far-fetched. But let's talk about it anyway, because there's nothing better than the gritty details. So, the Babylonian Talmud ascribes Titus's demise to an insect that entered his nostril and gnawed at his brain for 7 long years, echoing another tradition concerning the biblical king Nimrod. Rabbinic law states that Titus was a descendant of Esau, who audaciously confronted God. While Jewish legend holds that Titus was afflicted by God himself for the destruction of the Second Temple and ultimately perished due to that little gnat entering his nostril, leading to significant swelling and resulted in death. A narrative recounts that Onkelos, a nephew of the Roman Emperor Titus, who demolished the Second Temple, seeks to convert to Judaism and invokes spirits to assist in his decision-making process. Each delineates his retribution in the afterlife. Onkelos, son of Kolonikos, resurrected Titus through sorcery and inquired who holds the most esteem in the afterlife, to which he responded, Israel. What then did he inquire regarding their inclusion? And he stated, their practices are onerous, and you will be unable to fulfill them. Engage them in combat against that realm, and you will ascend to the prominence as foretold. Her foes shall become the leaders, and those who oppress Israel shall attain supremacy. He then inquired, what is your retribution in the afterlife? To which he responded, what I determined for myself. Daily my ashes are gathered, my sentence is rendered upon me. I am incinerated, and my ashes are dispersed over the 7 seas. Well, that's the end of the account from the Babylonian Talmud. Well, they certainly gave him a poor review, didn't they? Of course, Titus's reputation among the ancient historians outside of the Babylonian Talmud, well, it's perhaps the most distinguished of any emperor. You see, the existing records from the era, predominantly authored by his contemporaries, so those who were there to see it at the time, depict a notably favorable perspective. You see, his character has notably thrived in contrast of that of his brother Domitian. Well, the Wars of the Jews provides a first-hand description of the Jewish insurrection and the persona of Titus. The impartiality of Josephus's writings has been scrutinized, mainly due to his financial obligations to the Flavians. In 71 AD, he landed in Rome as part of Titus's retinue. and even acquired Roman citizenship, adopting the Roman nomen Flavius and praenomen Titus from his sponsors, granted an annual stipend, and resided in the palace. So, of course, you wouldn't want to be, well, talking badly about your boss, biting the hand that feeds. So, Josephus, well, he composed all of his extant works at Rome, under the patronage of the Flavian family. You see, the War of the Jews exhibits bias toward the leaders of the insurrection by depicting the resistance as feeble and completely disorganized, even attributing the war's inception to the Jews themselves. Of course, Jews in modern times certainly challenge his credibility as a historian. Well, I think we can hear from Cassius Dio and Suetonius before we go. Cassius Dio composed his Roman history more than a century after Titus's demise, but it's still worth something. You see, he possessed a rather comparable perspective to Suetonius, which we'll get to in a moment, potentially utilizing the latter as a reference, although exhibits greater restraint by acknowledging that, and I quote, "His satisfactory record may also have been due to the fact that he survived his accession but a very short time, for he was thus given no opportunity for wrongdoing. For he lived after this only 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days, in addition to the 39 years, 5 months, and 25 days he had already lived at that time. In this respect, indeed, he is regarded as having equaled the long reign of Augustus, since it is maintained that Augustus would have never been loved had he lived a shorter time, nor Titus had he lived longer. For Augustus, though at the outset he showed himself rather harsh because of the wars and factional strife, was later able, in the course of time, to achieve a brilliant reputation for his kindly deeds. Titus, on the other hand, ruled with mildness, and died at the height of his glory, whereas, if he had lived a long time, it might have been shown that he owes his present fame more to good fortune than to merit." End of the account from Cassius Dio. And, as promised, we can't miss out on Suetonius. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I absolutely love Suetonius. Nothing weird about that. I'm just saying that it's kind of the go-to for these kinds of emperors and these characters. It's really great. A very detailed history that's not surface level. So, the account about the death of Titus. In the meantime, he was cut off by death, to the loss of mankind rather than to his own, after the finishing of the public games, at the close of which he wept bitterly in the presence of the people. He went down to the Sabine territory, somewhat cast down, because a victim had escaped as he was sacrificing, and because it had thundered from a clear sky. Then, at the very first stopping place, he was seized with a fever, and as he was being carried on from there in a litter, it is said that he pushed back the curtains, looked up to heaven, and lamented bitterly that his life was being taken from him, contrary to his deserts. For he said that there was no act of his life which he had cause to repent, save one only. What this was, he did not himself disclose at the time, nor could anyone easily guess. Some think that he recalled the intimacy which he had with his brother's wife, but Domitius swore most solemnly that this did not exist. Although,
she would not have denied it if it had been in the least true, but on the contrary, would have boasted of it, as she was most ready to do of all of her scandalous actions. He died in the same farmhouse as his father, on the Ides of September, 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days after succeeding Vespasian in the 42nd year of his age. When his death was made known, the whole populace mourned, as they would for a loss in their own families. The Senate hastened to the house before it was summoned by proclamation, and with the doors still shut, and then with them open, rendered such thanks to him, and heaped such praise on him after death, as they had never done, even when he was alive and present.
Domitian, born in AD 51 as Titus Flavius Domitianus, and ruling as the Roman Emperor from AD 81 until 96, when he was assassinated, marking the end of the Flavian Dynasty. His tenure is notable for its authoritarian nature. He styled himself as the new Augustus, aiming to restore Rome's grandeur. He focused on law and order and significantly enhanced the empire's infrastructure, gaining popularity among the military and general populace for his hands-on administrative approach and major construction projects. But despite his unpopularity with the Senate due to his autocratic methods and perceived paranoia, he did manage to strengthen the economy through monetary revaluation and improved provincial governance. And thus his reign, although marked by stability and prosperity, was also one riddled with conspiracies, leading to his untimely end at the hands of his own court officials. Hello and welcome. Here we are again, back to Roman times, doing a few Roman emperors lately. There's a few that I hadn't covered, so it's good to go back and do that. Now, as always, tell me what you think in the comments, or just like the video. It does wonders for the algorithm. And just enjoy. We can begin. Get yourself nice and comfortable for the life of Domitian. So the story starts October 24th, 51 AD, and we find ourselves smack bang in the middle of Rome, where Domitian was born as the youngest son of his father Titus Flavius Vespasianus, who was later known as Emperor Vespasian, and his mother Flavilia Domitilla Major. Now, he had an older sister too, who was named Domitilla the Younger, and he had a brother by the name Titus Flavius Vespasianus. The Flavian family, or as it's more commonly known in the Latin tongue, the gens Flavia, rose from what is pretty much relative obscurity to prominence over the course of 4 generations. You see, they accumulated their wealth and their status during the reign of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. So we go back to Domitian's great-grandfather, Titus Flavius Petro, and he served as a centurion for Pompey during the Roman civil wars. But he ended his career in disgrace after he deserted at the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC. Well, that's not the way to quit your job at all. It's hard for people to forget that one. But it wasn't all over. You see, Petro's fortunes improved through his marriage to Tertulla, who was a woman of considerable wealth, which of course allowed their son, Titus Flavius Sabinus, Domitian's grandfather, to gain further wealth and rise in status. So, Sabinus took roles as a tax collector in Asia and a banker in Helvetia, which, well, that's modern-day Switzerland, if we're going to look at it in modern terms, just to give you an idea of where we're talking. Of course, one of the provinces of the Roman world at the time. Now, all this helped, of course, to elevate the family to equestrian status, so no longer just simple commoners. Now they have some money and a little bit of power that goes along with it, always walking hand in hand. Now, onto Sabinus's marriage to Vespasia Pola, who was from the noble gens Vespasia, i.e. Vespasian the emperor. Well, that cemented the family's advancement even more, leading both of their sons, Titus, Flavius, Sabinus, and Vespasian, to achieve senatorial rank. Now you see, Vespasian's own career advanced through various political offices, including quaestor, aedile, praetor, and finally, in 51 AD, he was made consul. Of course, that was the same year that Domitian was born. So on to his military career that gained significant recognition after his participation in the Roman conquest of Britain in 43 AD. Now, the ancient accounts suggest that the Flavian family faced poverty during Domitian's early years, with Vespasian reportedly falling out of favor with emperors Caligula and Nero. That being said, it doesn't take much to fall out of favor with that lot, doesn't it? However, in terms of what modern historians think about it, well, it's been largely discredited, noting that they likely originated from Flavian propaganda, which sought to emphasize the accomplishments of Claudius, who reigned from 41 to 54, and his son Britannicus, while downplaying the legacy of the Julio-Claudian emperors. So there's that to think about. But in reality, the Flavians, well, they seem to enjoy imperial favor during the 40s and up to the 60s AD. While Domitian's older brother, Titus, was educated alongside Britannicus at the imperial court, Vespasian continued to build his career. Well, after a brief period of retirement, Vespasian re-emerged as a political and military figure under Nero, serving as proconsul of Africa in 63 AD and later accompanying the emperor on an official tour of Greece in 66. Well, when a revolt broke out in Judea that same year, sparking the first Jewish-Roman War, Vespasian was appointed commander of Roman forces in the region, with his son Titus commanding a legion. This whole situation is very complicated with the Jewish-Roman Wars. I've got about a 3-hour video, I think, explaining all of it. We're not going to go into too much detail with it now. We'll just pass over it briefly as it's all relevant. Now, among the 3 emperors of the Flavian dynasty, Domitian's reign would ultimately be the longest, though his early life and career were largely overshadowed by his elder brother Titus. You see, while Titus gained military fame during the First Jewish-Roman War, Domitian was given honors but no significant responsibilities following their father Vespasian's rise to the throne in 69 AD following the Year of the 4 Emperors. You see, at just 16 years old, Domitian had already lost both his mother and his sister, while his father and brother were away leading the Roman forces in Germania and Judea respectively. Of course, this left poor old Domitian to spend most of his youth without close family around him. And that, no doubt, has an effect on a boy, don't you think? Well, during these Jewish-Roman conflicts, Domitian was likely under the guardianship of his uncle, being Titus Flavius Sabinus II, who was the city prefect of Rome, though it may have been under the guardianship of Marcus Cocceius Nerva, who was also a close ally of the family, who would later succeed Domitian as emperor. Of course, we'll wheel back to him at the end of the video, so don't worry, we'll hear his name again. Now, Domitian received a typical aristocratic education. He studied rhetoric, literature, Greek, all that sort of thing. Now, Suetonius, in the Lives of the 12 Caesars, paints him as an intellectually sharp youth who could readily quote poets like Homer and Virgil. Of course, Homer is the one who had wrote the Odyssey and the Iliad, being among his most famous works, and Virgil writing the Aeneid, which I'm sure you've all read. Well, he also wrote early works on law and poetry, this being Domitian, showing this inclination towards intellectual pursuits. But you see, unlike Titus, Domitian didn't receive courtly education, and while there's no solid evidence of formal military training, Suetonius does mention that Domitian had considerable skill in archery. Now, Suetonius, in terms of his accounts, provides an extensive description of Domitian's appearance, noting his tall stature and handsome features in his youth, though he also highlights Domitian's later physical decline, which is unfortunate. He described Domitian as having a dignified look, large but weak eyes, and cramped toes. Over time, he suffered from baldness, a protruding stomach, and thin legs weakened by illness. Domitian was reportedly very self-conscious about his baldness, which he covered with wigs, and according to Suetonius, he even wrote a book on hair care, which is ironic for a bald guy. Now, the accounts of Domitian's personality, well, they're a little bit more mixed. Suetonius and other ancient sources alternatively depict him as cruel, lethargic, or as an intelligent and refined ruler. Now, it's kind of difficult with these contradictory portrayals, makes it quite hard to understand Domitian's character. Perhaps we have to stand somewhere in the middle, but there is a consistent pattern that suggests that he was less charismatic than his father and brother. He also was said to be prone to distrust, had a peculiar sense of humor, and often communicated in cryptic ways. His isolation had grown as he aged, possibly as a result of losing most of his immediate family to war or illness by the time he was only 18. Once again, has an effect on a boy. The political upheavals of the 60s, too, including the civil war that led to his family's rise to power, also deeply shaped his world view and personality, contributing to his increasingly solitary nature as emperor. Of course, among the notable events of the time, the late 60s, was the death of Nero, June the 9th, 68 AD, which ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Well, I suppose Nero ended it himself. Now you see, there were 4 Roman generals, being Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian, and they fought for the control of the empire after the death of Nero. No doubt you can imagine how that went. Chaos. Death all over the place. Well, Nero's death reached Vespasian as he prepared to besiege Jerusalem. The Senate also named Galba governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, which is modern-day northern Spain. I think it's kind of Andalusia. Now, they named him emperor. Instead of continuing his campaign, however, Vespasian sent his son Titus to greet the new ruler and await for further instructions. Before reaching Italy, however, Titus learned that Galba had been assassinated and replaced by Lusitania's Otho. Vitellius and his Germanian forces advanced to Rome to overthrow Otho. Titus returned to his father in Judea to avoid capture and keep his head down until things calmed down a little bit. One can hardly blame him. Well, Otho and Vitellius realized Vespasian and his forces were a threat. You see, Vespasian controlled Egypt, and if you know anything about Egypt in Roman times, you know if you control Egypt, you control the grain, the breadbasket of the empire. Well, he was also stationed there with 80,000 men, including 4 legions. Or rather, he was stationed in Judea, but having quite a control over the African and Near Eastern provinces with these 4 legions. Now you see, his brother Titus Flavius Sabinus II was Rome city prefect and garrison commander, making the Flavians a growing power. You see, while Galba and Otho ruled, Vespasian did nothing, despite rising tensions. After Vitellius defeated Otho at the First Battle of Bedriacum, Judea and Egypt's legions declared Vespasian emperor on July 1st, 69 AD. Gaius Licinius Mucianus, the governor of Syria, joined up with Vespasian to go out and fight Vitellius. Mucianus led Judean and Syrian troops to Rome, while Vespasian went to Alexandria and left Titus to quell the Jewish uprising. Vitellius house arrested Domitian in Rome to prevent a Flavian uprising, but he lost support as more troops across the empire supported Vespasian. You see, Vitellius' army was finally defeated at the Second Battle of Bedriacum by Vespasian's forces under Marcus Antonius Primus on October 24, 69 AD. Thus, Vitellius negotiated a peaceful surrender, albeit out of complete desperation. The Titus Flavius Sabinus II agreement required Vitellius to resign voluntarily, and thus Vitellius's Praetorian Guard opposed abdication as dishonorable. Vitellius returned to the imperial palace at the last minute on December 18th after trying to surrender the imperial insignia at the Temple of Concord. Roman officials declared Vespasian emperor at the home of Sabinus. Vitellian troops soon attacked Sabinus's forces, which forced him to retreat back to the Capitoline Hill. And throughout the night, he was accompanied by his relatives, including Domitian. The forces of Mucianus approached Rome. However, the beleaguered Flavian faction could not endure for more than a day. On December 19th, Vitellian's forces stormed the capital, resulting in the capture and execution of Sabinus after a skirmish. Domitian evaded capture by masquerading as a devotee of Isis and secured refuge for the night with Cornelius Primus, who was a supporter of his father. But by the afternoon of the 20th of December, Vitellius was dead, his forces having been vanquished by the Flavian legions. And so Domitian, having no further fears, approached the invading armies. He was widely acclaimed with the title of Caesar, and the assembled men escorted him to his father's residence. On the 21st of December, the Senate then declared Vespasian emperor of the Roman Empire. Now, despite the formal conclusion of the war, A pervasive condition of chaos and lawlessness ensued in the initial days following Vitellius's demise. Order was effectively re-established by Mucianus in early 70 AD, but Vespasian did not arrive in Rome until September of that year. During this period, Domitian served as the representative of the Flavian Dynasty in the Roman Senate. He was conferred the title of Caesar and designated praetor with consular authority. Now, Tacitus characterizes Domitian's inaugural Senate speech as succinct and deliberate, while also highlighting his skill in circumventing uncomfortable inquiries. Domitian's authority was mostly superficial at this time, presaging his function for at least another decade. Mucianus effectively wielded power during Vespasian's absence, meticulously ensuring that the 18-year-old Domitian would not exceed the limits of his role. Stringent oversight was enforced over the young Caesar's retinue, expelling Flavian generals like Arrius Varus and Antonius Primus, and substituting them with more dependable ones, such as Arrecinus Clemens. Mucianus equally constrained Domitian's military aspirations. So you see, this civil war of 69 AD significantly destabilized the provinces as well, and that resulted in other local insurrections, including the much larger Batavian revolt in Gaul. Well, despite the swift suppression of the insurrection, inflated accounts of catastrophe compelled Mucianus to leave the capital with his own forces. Domitian ardently pursued the chance to achieve military distinction and allied himself with fellow officers with the aim of leading his own legion. Tacitus indicates that Mucianus was reluctant about this prospect, yet he deemed Domitian a burden in any role assigned to him, thus opting to keep him nearby rather than in Rome. Upon receiving news of Cerealis' triumph over Civilis, Mucianus discreetly advised Domitian against further military pursuits. Domitian subsequently corresponded with Cerealis, proposing that he relinquish leadership of his army. Nevertheless, he was once more rebuffed. Upon the return of Vespasian in late September, his political function became nearly redundant, prompting Domitian to retreat from governance and dedicate himself to the arts and literature, which I'm sure is a lot more palatable than politics. Well, while Domitian's political and military career was a failure, his personal life was certainly not. When Vespasian tried to arrange a dynastic marriage between his youngest son and Julia Flavia, Titus's daughter, in 70 AD, but Domitian was determined to marry Domitia Longina, even persuading her husband, that's right, her husband, Lucius Aelius Lamia Plautius Aelianus, to divorce her. Imagine someone coming to you and saying, I would like to marry your wife. I mean, she's your wife. No, times have changed, I suppose. Well, despite all this of the early follies, the relationship actually elevated both dynasties. A revered general and statesman in Armenia, Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, had a younger daughter named Domitia Longia. After the failed Pisonian conspiracy against Nero in 65, he took his own life. She was the granddaughter of Augustus's granddaughter Junia Lepida. Now,
That recent marriage revived senatorial dissenters and advanced Flavian propaganda to undermine Vespasian's political achievements under Nero, while Nero's victims were vindicated. The sole son of Domitia and Domitian was born in the year 80 AD, but unfortunately he did not make it past the age of 3 years old. Now, when Domitian became emperor, he gave Domitia the honorary title of Augusta and deified their son, who appears on the reverse side of coins from this era. Now, the 83 marriage appears to have had some major issues. You see, Domitian exiled Domitia for unknown reasons, but he later reinstated her either out of love or response to rumors about his relationship with his niece, Julia Flavia. It is believed that these actions were motivated by her inability to bear children. Thus, Domitia returned to the palace at 84 and lived there throughout Domitian's reign, without any real notable incident. Her empressship and influence in Domitian's administration are more or less undocumented, suggesting that it was either limited or just covered up somehow. Now, Suetonius says that she accompanied the emperor to the amphitheater, while Josephus also praises her many benefits. But that's pretty much all we really have. We do know that Domitian did not remarry and may have had more children. Well, there was also quite a few accusations of infidelity and divorce around the time after 84, but it does seem, at least from Suetonius, that this marriage was generally a happy one in its later years. Well, either way, before officially becoming emperor, Domitian's role in the Flavian administration was mostly a ceremonial one. Lazy Titus had triumphed in Judea back in June of 71, and you see tens or perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews died in this insurrection. The Romans then destroyed Jerusalem and its temple, took most of its valued possessions, and imprisoned and enslaved about 100,000 people. Not unique. That's generally what happens to anyone that the Romans conquer. Now the Senate awarded Titus a Roman triumph for his victory, and on the celebration day the Flavian family entered the capital with a lavish parade of war prizes. A big old party. Vespasian and Titus led the family parade, with Domitian on a little white horse and other Flavian relatives following behind. Now, what about the leaders of the Jewish resistance? Well, they were executed right there in the Forum Romanum, followed by a parade concluding with a ritual of offerings at the Temple of Jupiter. Now, the Arch of Titus, that triumphal arch, was constructed at the southeast entrance of the Forum to commemorate the victorious conclusion of the war. The return of Titus further emphasized the relative insignificance of Domitian, both in military and political context. Now, Titus, as the eldest and most seasoned of Vespasian's sons, shared tribunician authority with his father, held 7 consulships, obtained the censorship, and commanded the Praetorian Guard. These privileges unequivocally indicated his status as the designated heir to the empire. As the second son, Domitian possessed honorary titles, including the aforementioned Caesar, but also the Princeps Juventutis, along with several priestly roles, such as Augur, Pontifex, Frater, Magister Frater Alvalium, and a few other. However, he had no post within the actual imperium. He also had 6 consulships during the rule of Vespasian, but only one of these in 73 was a regular consulship. The last 5 were subordinate suffect consulships, which he occupied in 71, 5, 6, 7, and 79, typically substituting for his father or brother in mid-January. Now, although ceremonial, these positions gave Domitian valuable Senate experience and may have influenced his later skepticism. Now, non-Flavian Dynasty members were mostly barred from public office under Vespasian and Titus. Mucianus disappeared around this time from history, and likely he died somewhere out in the middle of nowhere between 75 and 77. The Flavian faction, in reality, had real power, while the Senate was only there pretending to be democratic. Titus's effective co-emperorship with his father ensured Flavian policies continued even after the death of Vespasian on the 24th of June, 79. Titus promised Domitian full governance partnership, but he was not granted tribunician authority or imperium during his brief rule. And of course, as we head into the year 79, we talk about the 2 major disasters. Can you guess what they are? Well, in October or perhaps November 79 AD, it was the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum in meters upon meters of lava and ash. The same year, a 3-day fire in Rome destroyed several important public buildings. Titus spent much of his reign organizing relief efforts and restoring damaged property. He died of fever in Sabine territory on September the 13th, 81, after 2 years in government. That's right, a short reign. Now you see, ancient writers have actually accused Domitian of murdering his brother, or simply abandoning the sick and ailing Titus. And some even claim that he conspired against him. Now the bias of the sources certainly makes it difficult to verify these comments. Now you see, Domitian had barely seen Titus since the age of 7. So really they didn't have much of that familial or brotherly attachment. Perhaps he was just another person standing in his way. Well, either way, despite the relationship or lack of, Domitian showed very little compassion as his brother died. Instead, going straight to the Praetorian camp and saying, "Hello, I'm here, he's dead. Can I be proclaimed the emperor now?" No wonder people thought that the brother had something to do with his death. I mean, he could have at least put on a few crocodile tears just to put people's suspicions away. Yeah. Well, either way, Domitian received tribunician power. Pontifex Maximus, Augustus, that title meaning venerable, and Pater Patriae, title meaning father of the country, from the Senate on September the 14th. He quickly abandoned his father and brother's republican facade as emperor. Domitian made the Senate obsolete by moving government to the imperial court. You see, Pliny the Younger says Domitian saw the Roman Empire as a divine monarchy, and he was its benign despot. Domitian, who held absolute power now, saw the emperor as a cultural and moral authority over all aspects of daily life, the top dog, the head honcho even. Now, to start this new age, he launched ambitious economic, military, and cultural projects to restore the empire to that former glory of Augustus. Notwithstanding all these ambitious plans, Domitian was absolutely resolute in his commitment to manage the empire diligently and meticulously. He engaged directly in all sectors of the administration. Decrees were promulgated regulating the minutiae of daily existence and legislation, while taxation and public ethics were also stringently upheld in all regard. Once again, Suetonius, that fantastic source who's among my favorite, he asserts that the imperial bureaucracy functioned most efficiently under Domitian, whose stringent standards and, frankly, distrustful disposition ensured historically low levels of corruption among province governors and elected officials. Now remember, it's much easier to be corrupt if you're a provincial governor. It's a little bit more difficult if you're in Rome. There's too many eyes on you. Too many people are watching. But if you're out somewhere in Gaul or something like that, people aren't really going to notice if you slip a few coins into your pocket every now and then. I'm not speaking from experience. I'm just commenting. Well, despite the lack of pretense about the Senate's importance under his autocratic regime, he expelled many senators that he personally considered to be unworthy. And in appointing public officials, he seldom favored relatives, a practice that, of course, strongly contrasted with the nepotism exhibited by Vespasian and Titus. No, Domitian was more about a meritocracy. Now that's a new idea. Of course, Domitian valued loyalty and adaptability in strategic appointments, which he saw more often in the equestrian order than in his senate or the family, whom he actually distrusted and quickly fired if they opposed imperial policy. Now, more than any emperor since Tiberius, Domitian's prolonged absences from the city emphasized his authoritarianism. You see, under Domitian, power moved from Rome to the emperor, despite the Senate's declining power since the fall of the Republic. The imperial court lived at Alba, Circe, and sometimes elsewhere before the Flavian palace on the Palatine Hill was built. Domitian also traveled through Europe, spending at least 3 years in Germania and Illyricum, fighting for the borders of the empire. He built many luxurious homes for himself too, because why not? Including the Villa of Domitian in the Alban Hills, which is about 20 kilometers away from Rome. I think that's about 12 miles, maybe something like that. He built Rome's Palatine Hill Palace of Domitian as well. He also had 7 more villas, all the way from Tusculum to Terracina. Well, unfortunately, the only site that we have left is Sabaodia. Now, 79 AD, there was a rather terrible fire, and it destroyed many of the buildings on the field of Mars. The Stadium of Domitian was inaugurated in 86 AD as a gift to Rome's citizen as part of an imperial construction initiative, and it was Rome's first permanent athletics venue, and is now the Piazza Navona. Of course, it's not all fun and games. The invasion of Britain was also persisting under the leadership of Gnaeus Julius Agricola, who extended the Roman Empire to Caledonia. That's present-day Scotland, by the way. Now, in 82, Domitian established a new legion, Legio I Minervia, to combat the Chatti. He is recognized for the
easternmost trace of Roman military activity, the rock inscription near Boyukdash mountain in contemporary Azerbaijan, which you can still find. Now, the inscriptions of Caesar, Augustus, and Germanicus indicate that the associated march occurred somewhere between 84 and 96 AD, certainly a long way from home. Now, of course, you've got to look after the army, and Domitian managed the Roman military with the same care he did for all other government sectors. His contemporaries questioned his military's strategic skills, however, but these were mostly propaganda despite the many victories. Well, Tacitus called that victory over the Chatti as a mock triumph, and criticized his retreat to Britain after Agricola's victories. Domitian dedicated 3 years of his reign to military campaigns, which was more than any emperor since Augustus, and increased the soldiers' pay by 1/3, indicating his popularity among them. Of course, nothing gets you popular than giving people money. Or despite military leadership criticisms of his tactical and strategic choices, the ordinary soldiers remained very loyal to him. Now, immediately after he became emperor, he didn't waste any time seeking that military fame. He visited Gaul in 82, or perhaps early 83, to do a census, and that was when he suddenly ordered that attack on the Chatti. Legio Minervia, that new legion, built 46 miles worth of road across Chatti territory to reveal the enemy's hideouts and facilitate infrastructure. Although little is known about the engagements, Domitian returned to Rome in 83 to celebrate an extravagant victory, and also take the title of Germanicus. Of course, that was the victory named as this sham triumph. Tacitus was not kind. Well, the fact that the Chatti were crucial to Saturninus's insurrection in 89 actually supports these claims. Because if you were really victorious over the Chatti, well, why are the Chatti here again? Didn't you tell us that you wiped them all out? Didn't you tell us that you subdued them? It's only been a few years, and here they are. Really makes you think. Well, in the biography of his father-in-law, Gnaeus Julius Agricola, Tacitus wrote one of the most detailed accounts of Flavian military operations, focusing on the conquest of northern Britain from 77 to 84. In 77 AD, Agricola became governor of Roman Britain and began military operations in Scotland, then known as Caledonia. And he certainly got quite busy. He crossed a waterway in 82 and defeated populations that were till that time unknown to the Romans. They certainly got well acquainted quite quickly. He strengthened the coastline near Ireland, and according to Tacitus, his father-in-law often said 1 legion and a few auxiliary could conquer the island. He protected an exiled Irish monarch that he hoped would justify a conquest. But as we all know, the conquest did not occur. Some historians believe that the passage was an exploratory or punitive trip to Ireland, however. Well, either way, after leaving, Agricola led a fleet past the Forth into Caledonia the following year. A large legionary stronghold was built at Incutil to aid the advance. At the Battle of Mons Graupius in summer 84, Agricola faced Calicargus's Caledonian forces. His attempts to rule Britain were thwarted when 2/3 of the Caledonian forces hid in the Scottish marshes and highlands, despite the Romans' heavy casualties. Domitian then summoned him back to Rome in 85, after nearly 6 years as governor, exceeding the Flavian consular legate term. Now Tacitus claims Domitian ordered Agricola's recall because his victories in Germania outshone his. Man, Tacitus really does not like Domitian, doesn't he? Well, despite his expertise and reputation, Agricola never held a civic or military position again after receiving triumphal honors and a statue from the emperor. He was offered the governorship of Africa, however, but he declined. As Tacitus claims, this was either due to illness or Domitian's influence. Either way, after Agricola's return from Britain, the Roman Empire fought Dacia in the east. Domitian ordered a major strategic withdrawal from the British province in 88 AD to reinforce the war in the east. The Roman frontier moved 120 kilometers or 75 miles south when Yggdrasil was demolished by the Caledonians, and the forts and watchtowers were removed. The military may have disapproved of Domitian's withdrawal, but he saw these regions, so far away up there in Caledonia, as more of a financial burden. It really wasn't worth the candle to try and hold them, and it was just too difficult. Now, on to the Suebi, Sarmatians, and Dacians. Well, those were groups around northern Illyricum, and they began to besiege Roman cities along the Danube, posing the biggest threat to the Roman Empire in Domitian's reign. Sarmatians and Dacians were of course the biggest of these threats. The Dacians under King Decebalus crossed the Danube into Moesia in around 85 AD, and they destroyed the city. Then they killed the governor, Oppius Sabinus. Domitian initiated a counteroffensive by personally visiting the region with a large contingent led by his praetorian prefect, Cornelius Fuscus. Domitian returned to Rome to celebrate his second victory, after Fuscus drove the Dacians across the border in mid-85. Chalk that one up to the Romans winning. Now, Fuscus wasn't done yet, and he actually began a campaign in Dacia in 86, but it was quite disastrous. Fuscus was killed, and the Praetorian Guard lost their battle standard. A big insult. They've taken the eagle. Now, you see, losing this battle standard, or aquila, was a massive insult to Roman pride. Domitian returned to Moesia in the August of 86. He divided the province into Lower and Upper Moesia, and moved 3 legions to the Danube. The Romans invaded Dacia again in 87 under Titius Julianus and defeated Decebalus in late 88, in the same place as Fuscus fell. In 89, German border issues prevented an attack on Sarmigetusa, the Dacian capital. To avoid a war on 2 fronts, Domitian agreed to a peace agreement with Decebalus, allowing Roman forces to freely cross Dacian territory, and paying him 8 million sesterces annually. I think the latter part was probably the more important part of the deal. But of course, not everybody was happy with it. In fact, some of them had a frothing at the mouth rage at this deal. It wasn't a very good deal at all. So, they disagreed with the Romans, and they thought that it was a disgrace. Either way, Dacia remained a tranquil client state throughout Domitian's reign. But Decebalus strengthened his fortifications. Where did he get the money to do this? Well, the Romans gave it to him. 8 million sesterces goes a long way. Domitian likely sought a new Dacian conflict and added 2 Syrian cavalry units and at least 5 Pannonian cohorts to Upper Moesia. Trajan followed Domitian's lead and added 2 units to Upper Moesia's auxiliary forces, using them for his Dacian campaigns. And thus, the Romans did end up defeating Decebalus in 106. It took a while, but they got there. The Roman army suffered heavy losses, however, but Trajan did take Sarmizegetusa, and the Dacian gold and silver mines, so the capital and the resources now firmly in Roman hands. Some things are worth the wait. Now, on to matters not pertaining to war. We talk about Domitian's religious policy. It included laws and public morality. But you see, the construction projects around religion were the most visible. And in 85 he became a permanent censor, overseeing Roman morality and conduct. Once again, he took this job very seriously. He reinstated the Lex Iulia de Adulteris Coencendis, which punished adultery with exile. He removed a divorced equestrian who reconciled with his wife from the jury and a Senate ex-quaestor for dancing and performing. Domitian also cracked down on castration and banned eunuchs. I think we can all get behind that one. Now, others enacted similar restrictions, of course, but Domitian seems to have been the first. He also revived the imperial cult, which under Vespasian had declined. His first act of emperor was actually to deify his brother Titus. His young son and niece Julia Flavia were also deified after their deaths. Now Suetonius and Cassius Dio claim that Domitian became Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. Well, that's a hell of a title. But he rejected the title of Dominus during his reign, and some historians believe that sycophants used it to gain his favor due to lack of official paperwork or coinage. He also built a dynastic tomb near Vespasian's former Quirinal home, and completed the temple of Vespasian and Titus to honor his father and brother, along with the Templum Divorum, Fortuna Redux, and Arch of Titus to commemorate the Flavian military victories. Domitian harshly punished public officials who took bribes, dismissing jurors and annulling legislations with conflict of interest. He ensured exile or death for defamatory works, especially those that were defamatory against him. Funny how that works, doesn't it? Similar skepticism surrounded actors, too. Those dramas, those comedies and tragedies, well, you were not allowed to make fun of him. Just don't do it. Thus, he also banned mimes from public performances, because he wasn't keen on them either. And philosophers, well, that kind of ground it to a halt. Now, back in Rome, Epictetus taught philosophy, and said that philosophers could gaze unwaveringly at tyrants. Well, he didn't last too long in Rome. He actually moved to Nicopolis, Greece, after Domitian's 94 AD edict expelled all philosophers from Rome. Well, he lived modestly, worked securely, and died of old age there, so it's not too bad. Do read Epictetus, by the way. He's one of my favorites. Now, there was also another incident in 87 where the Vestal virgins were found to have broken their perpetual public celibacy vows. The Vestals were the community's daughters, making this violation incestuous. Those convicted of such offences were sentenced to death, either by their own method or according to the old custom of putting them into a little room and bricking them in. That's right, not a good way to go. Slowly starving or dying of thirst in that dark little dank hole. Not good. Now, foreign relations were allowed, as long as they didn't disrupt the public order or integrated with Roman religion. You see, before Commodus, Egyptian deity worship flourished during the Flavian Dynasty. Serapis and Isis, associated with Jupiter and Minerva, were especially revered. Jewish and Christian persecution during Domitian's later rule is reported by Eusebius in the 4th century. Some believe the Book of Revelation and the first epistle of Clement were written around this time, with the latter referring to sudden and repeated misfortunes, which is possibly a reference to the Domitian persecutions. And despite a heavy taxation on Jews, no contemporary writers describe religious trials or deaths other than Roman ones. Now you see, in general, most emperors did their best to pretend to be democratic, and the Senate implicitly recognized their monarchy. Now some monarchs handled this arrangement poorly. You see, Domitian frequently appeared in the Senate as a victorious conqueror to show his contempt. Starting his reign, he emphasized his autocracy. He strongly disliked aristocracy and stripped the Senate of its decision-making power to limit its influence to administrative functions, relying on a select group of friends and equestrians to hold key government positions. And the antipathy was mutual. After Domitian's assassination, the Roman senators rushed to the Senate and passed a resolution to erase his memory. Senatorial historians portrayed Domitian as a tyrant during the Nervan-Antonine dynasty. This evidence suggests Domitian accommodated senatorial views. His surprise allowed many provincials and potential enemies to become consuls and inaugurate the official calendar. His father and brother had centralized consular authority mostly within the Flavian family, and this reconciliation with divisive Senate factions comes to be quite questionable. You see, Domitian may have tried to sully these senators' reputations by appointing potential opponents as consuls, but after showing bad behavior, they were tried, exiled, or executed, and their property seized. According to Tacitus and Suetonius, persecutions increased toward the end of Domitian's reign, peaking around 93, or slightly after Saturninus's failed insurrection in 89. At least 20 opponents were executed, including Domitia Longinus' ex-husband, Lucius Aelius Plautius, and Domitian's relatives, Titus Flavius Sabinus, Clemens, and Arecinus Clemens. Flavius Clemens, Domitian's cousin, named his 2 young children Vespasian and Domitian as his successors. Several of these men were actually executed in 83 or 85, disproving Tacitus's reign of terror during Domitian's final years. Now Suetonius reports that some were convicted of corruption or treason, while others were up on lesser charges. Domitian basically rationalized all of these through suspicions. Well, he was killed September 18th, 96. Rest in peace, Domitian, in a conspiracy orchestrated by his court officials. Suetonius offers a comprehensive account of the scheme of the assassination, asserting that Parthenius, Domitian's chamberlain, was the principal architect of the conspiracy. And it's also suggested that Parthenius's probable apprehension regarding Domitian's recent execution of Nero's former secretary, Epaphroditus, might have served as a potential reason, the final straw, perhaps. Well, the act was executed by a freedman of Parthenius named Maximus and a steward of Domitian's niece, Flavia Domitilla, named Stephanus. Suetonius reports that several omens predicted Domitian's demise. In fact, the Germanic seer, one named Larginus Proculus, foretold the date of Domitian's demise, and for doing this, he was subsequently condemned to death by him. I suppose he didn't want to know. Well, in the days leading up to Domitian's assassination, he reportedly had a dream in which Minerva, the goddess who had long been his protector, appeared disarmed by Jupiter, foretelling that she could no longer defend him. Domitian was deeply affected by this omen and became increasingly anxious, particularly around midday, which he believed to be the time of his prophesied death. On the day of the assassination, he repeatedly asked a servant for the time. The servant, involved in the conspiracy, lied, and he told the emperor it was already late afternoon, which apparently made Domitian relax a little bit. And we all know what happens when you relax. He sat at his desk, signing documents, and Stephanus, a servant who had been feigning an arm injury, suddenly attacked him. Concealing a knife beneath his bandaged arm, Stephanus handed Domitian a document, and when the emperor read it, he stabbed him in the groin. Jesus, dude, why would you do that? That's not good. Well, Domitian struggled, of course, to defend himself, but was overwhelmed as other conspirators, including Claudianus Maximus, who was that freedman of Parthenius, Satur, a head chamberlain, and an imperial gladiator, joined in on the attack. Domitian was stabbed 7 more times before succumbing to his wounds, and in the scuffle, Stephanus was also fatally wounded. Domitian's body was hastily cremated by his attendant Phyllis, who later mixed his ashes with those of his niece Julia at the Flavian temple. As foretold, his death occurred at noon. Funny how that works. Well, Cassius Dio later suggested that the assassination was spontaneous, but Suetonius implied that it was a well-planned conspiracy, pointing out that Stephanus had faked his injury, and that Domitian's hidden sword had been removed from under his pillow. Some, including Dio, implicated Domitia Longina, Domitian's wife, though her loyalty to him cast doubt on this theory. The role of the Praetorian Guard, those notorious assassinators, remains uncertain, although it is believed that Titus Petronius Secundus, one of their commanders, was indeed aware of the plot. Immediately after the assassination, the Senate declared Marcus Cocceius Nerva as the new emperor. The sack of Rome, 410 AD, led by the king of the Visigoths, Alaric I, the symbolic event that marked the decline of the Western Roman Empire. Initially seeking a peaceful settlement within the empire's borders, Alaric's attempts at negotiation were repeatedly thwarted by Roman authorities, leading to growing frustrations among the Visigoths, who had been mistreated and deprived of promised subsidies. In response, Alaric besieged Rome 3 times, with the final siege resulting in a
3-day sack of the city, though fortunately many sacred sites were spared. But this was the first time in 800 years that Rome had fallen to a foreign enemy, signaling the erosion of Roman power and a foreshadowing of the eventual collapse of the Western Empire. The 410 sack is often viewed as a pivotal moment in the transition from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages, reflecting the shifting power dynamic in Europe and the rise of the Germanic kingdoms. All right, exciting intro out of the way, don't you think? We go back to 410 AD today and the lead up to it. Now, of course, I'll welcome you to the channel if you're new and welcome you back if you're returning. And here's what we're going to do. You're going to leave an interesting comment. And if it's the most interesting one, I'm going to pin it to the top. You'll be famous for life. Eternal glory. It doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Now, without further ado, let's all get on with the video. Make yourself nice and relaxed. We're going to go really slow. Of course, we have to start from the roots, well before the actual sack in 410 AD. You see, after 4 centuries of interaction with the Roman Empire, the Germanic tribes saw significant technological, social, and economic transformations, albeit at a cost, of course. During the period spanning from the 1st to the 4th century, the populations, economic output, and tribal alliances of these groups experienced significant growth. Additionally, their military capabilities expanded to the extent that they posed a challenge to the Roman Empire. You can see where this is going. Which leads us to the Goths. Now, it's not the Goths that hang around outside of train stations. This is the Germanic tribe. I've got a whole video on, actually several of them, but today we're mainly going to be concentrating on the events of 410 and the lead up to them in whatever relevant context. Now, this Germanic tribe of the Goths had intermittently invaded the Roman Empire, starting all the way back from 238. However, around the late 4th century, there was another group that entered the scene. Can you guess who? If you said the Huns, you are correct. They initiated their own invasions into the territories of the Germanic tribes. And, well, they were remarkably effective. Now, of course, the Germanic tribes, they couldn't stick around for too long, not with the Huns pushing their way in, because of course when the new group pushes its way in, the old group gets pushed out. Well, where are they going to go? Of course, they went right into the territory of the Roman Empire. Now, in 376, the Huns had compelled a significant number of thriving Goths under the leadership of Fritigern and Alavivus to seek sanctuary within the Eastern Roman Empire. But shortly thereafter, the Goths were disillusioned with the empire due to famine, ridiculous levels of taxation, and of course, there was a general feeling of animosity from the Roman populace, along with a pervasive administrative corruption. Thus, the Goths had had enough. Regardless of being good house guests, which I'm sure they were famous for, they decided that they would initiate a rebellion and commenced in engaging in acts of pillage all over the Eastern Balkans. An army of Roman soldiers, under the command of the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens, advanced with the purpose of suppressing the rebellion. As for Fritigern, he achieved a significant victory over Emperor Valens at the Battle of Adrianople in 378, and it was so significant because the emperor actually died at this battle. It's one thing to lose, it's another to have the emperor fall on the field. Now that's a memory that you don't want. Now, several years later, in 382, Theodosius I, the new Eastern Emperor, achieved peace by signing a treaty with the Thermopylae Goths, who later became known as the Visigoths. I'm sure you've heard that name before. Now, the contract established the Visigoths as subjects of the empire, and the term for this is foederati. Now, the Visigoths were granted control over the northern territories of the dioceses of Dacia and Thrace. Although these lands were still under Roman rule, the Visigoths were required to serve in the military, and they were regarded as having self-governing authority. But Fritigern passed away around 382, and in the year 391, a Gothic leader named Alaric was proclaimed king by a faction of the Visigoths. However, there is a disagreement on the precise timing of this event, with Jordanes claiming Alaric became king in 400, while some modern scholars suggest 395. Well, as well as the specific nature of his position. But either way, he initiated a military campaign into the eastern Roman territory that extended beyond the Goths' assigned territories. And this was a problem. The Romans specifically told them to stay in the little box they were given. Well, unfortunately, Germanic barbarians don't quite like being grounded, so it wasn't going to last for too long. Now, Alaric in 392 was vanquished by Theodosius and his commander Flavius Stilicho, who compelled Alaric to return to being a subordinate of the Roman Empire. But in the year 394, Alaric was back at it. He commanded a contingent of Visigoths as a member of Theodosius's military force, with the objective of invading the Western Roman Empire. During the Battle of the Frigidus, approximately 50% of the Visigoths in attendance died while engaging in combat against the Western Roman army, which was under the command of the usurper Eugenius and his general Arbogast. Theodosius emerged victorious in the conflict, and despite Alaric being honored with a title for his courage, the relationship between the Goths and the Romans became strained. Now, why was this? Well, it was mainly due to the perception that the Roman generals had deliberately exploited the Goths by forcing them to shoulder the majority of the fighting. Operation Human Shield must be. Of course, the Goths were always at the front line, always the first to charge. Perhaps we could use them to soak up some of the arrow fire. They'll run out of arrows eventually. We won't run out of Goths, fingers crossed. Well, Alaric was additionally reportedly furious that he had not been given a more prestigious position in the imperial administration, and that the Romans were playing favors among their own people. Just not fair. Things should be based on merit. Well, upon the death of Theodosius, 10th of January 395, the Visigoths essentially saw their contract with Rome, which was established in 382, as terminated, going into the grave with the man who signed it. Alaric expeditiously guided his soldiers back to their territories in Moesia, rallied the majority of the federated Goths in the Danubian provinces under his command, and promptly revolted by invading Thrace and advancing towards the eastern Roman capital of Constantinople. Simultaneously, the Huns launched an invasion of Asia Minor. Well, the demise of Theodosius also caused significant disruption to the political framework of the empire. The children of Theodosius, Honorius and Arcadius, were assigned the Western and Eastern empires respectively. However, due to their young age, no one was expecting them to be effective as leaders in any capacity. They needed help. Well, a power struggle arose between Stilicho, who asserted his authority over both emperors, but he remained in the western region with a victorious army against Eugenius, and Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect of the eastern region, who assumed guardianship of Arcadius in the eastern capital of Constantinople. Stilicho asserted that Theodosius had granted him exclusive guardianship on the emperor's deathbed, and asserted his power over both the eastern and western empires. Rufinus engaged in negotiations with Alaric in order to persuade him to retreat from Constantinople, potentially by offering him territories in Thessaly. Well, regardless of the circumstances, Alaric departed from Constantinople and proceeded to Greece, where he began to pillage the diocese of Macedonia. Now, Stilicho led a joint western and eastern Roman army out of Italy heading east. Alaric strategically positioned himself behind a defensive formation of wagons in the plain of Larissa, which is, well, the wagon formations are very quintessential for the quote-unquote barbarians. Old habits die hard. Stilicho, the opposing force, laid siege to Alaric's position for an extended period of time, showing reluctance to engage in direct combat. But ultimately, Arcadius, seemingly swayed by individuals who were against Stilicho, ordered him to go from Thessaly. Stilicho complied with his emperor's commands by dispatching his eastern forces to Constantinople and returning with his western army to Italy. Gainas, a Gothic leader, commanded the eastern troops that Stilicho had dispatched to Constantinople. Rufinus was also brutally killed by the soldiers he encountered in November 395. Well, the identity of the person who gave the commands, whether it was Stilicho or Eutropius, still remains unknown. Either way, Stilicho withdrew, and after the withdrawal, Alaric was able to plunder a significant portion of Greece, which included Piraeus, Corinth, Argos, and Sparta. Athens managed to make a payment in order to prevent being plundered. Well, it's kind of strange to give somebody a lot of money to stop them from coming in and stealing all of your money. Maybe it was more about the artwork and statues. You can't really replace them now, can't you? Well, in 397, Stilicho, after reconstructing his army with predominantly barbarian allies, finally made his way back to Greece, and he anticipated a warm reception from the Eastern Roman administration. Following a series of conflicts, though, Stilicho successfully cornered and laid siege to Alaric at Pholoe. Subsequently, Stilicho once again withdrew to Italy, while Alaric advanced into Epirus. The siege did not go as planned. Well, there is a reason for Stilicho's repeated failure to defeat Alaric, but it's all a subject of debate. There have been suggestions that Stilicho's army, which consisted primarily of barbarians was deemed to be unreliable. Alternatively, it's also believed that Stilicho's withdrawal was prompted by an edict from Arcadius and the Eastern government. Perhaps Stilicho reached a compromise with Alaric and acted disloyally towards the Eastern faction. In any case, Stilicho was officially designated as a public enemy in the Eastern Empire during the same year. The devastating campaign led by Alaric in Epirus compelled the Eastern Roman authority to propose terms to him in 398. Alaric was appointed the Magister Militum in Illyricum, granting him the desired Roman command and unrestricted authority to acquire necessary resources, such as weapons, inside his given province, of course. Meanwhile, Stilicho suppressed a rebellion in Africa in 399, incited by an Eastern Roman Empire, and consolidated his control over the Western Empire by arranging the marriage of his daughter Maria to the 11-year-old Western Emperor Honorius. Now in the year 400, Aurelianus, the recently appointed Praetorian prefect of the East, following the execution of Eutropius, removed Alaric from his position as the ruler of Illyricum. Well, he did not like that. Nobody gives him a raw deal. Approximately 700 to 7,000 troops and their families were brutally killed during a violent uprising in Constantinople in July of the year 400. Things were only getting worse. Gainas, who had previously held the position of Magister Militum, also staged a rebellion, but he was subsequently slain by the Huns led by Uldin. Uldin then brought Gainas' severed head as a gift to Constantinople. Well, as a result of all this, especially Rome's utilization of the feared Huns, and being isolated from Roman authorities, Alaric perceived his position in the eastern region as shaky at best. During Stilicho's engagement in combat against the incursion of Vandals and Alans in Rhaetia and Noricum, Alaric took the initiative to lead his troops in an invasion of Italy in 401. They successfully arrived in Italy in November, with no opposition to greet them. Thus, the Goths successfully seized several cities and laid siege to the western Roman capital, Mediolanum. Now that's all the way up near Milan, by the way. So quite a way away from Rome. Still in Italy, though. People definitely getting nervous. Now back to Stilicho. Well, he now had Alan and Vandal Federates incorporated into his army, and he successfully ended a siege by compelling a crossing at the Ader River. Alaric withdrew his siege of Mediolanum to Pollentia, and Stilicho initiated an unexpected assault on Easter Sunday, 6th of April 402, resulting in the Battle of Pollentia. The conflict concluded with a stalemate, and Alaric retreated. Following concise talks and strategic movements, the two opposing forces engaged once more at the Battle of Verona, resulting in Alaric's defeat and subsequent siege in a mountain stronghold. Oh, it did not go too well for him either. Significant losses for the army. Bad day for the Visigoths. Well, at this juncture, certain Goths among Alaric's military began to have cold feet. They were going to abandon him. Among them was Cyrus, who actually defected to the Roman side. Subsequently, Alaric and his military forces retreated to the frontier regions next to Dalmatia and Pannonia. Honorius, driven by terror following the close encounter with the seizure of Mediolanum, relocated the capital of the Western Roman Empire to Ravenna. This decision was motivated by Ravenna's superior defensibility due to its natural marshes, as well as its advantageous proximity to the sea, which offered greater opportunities for escape. Transferring the capital to Ravenna perhaps isolated the Western court from occurrences outside the Alps, leading to a focus on safeguarding Italy, and thereby diminishing the strength of the Western Empire as a whole. Now, over time, things changed between Alaric and Stilicho. In fact, little by little, they formed a kind of partnership. And Stilicho consented to assist in the acquisition of the Praetorian prefecture of Illyricum for the Western Empire. Well, in order to achieve this goal, Stilicho appointed Alaric as the Magister Militum of Illyricum again in 405. Nevertheless, in that very year, the Goth Radagaisus launched an invasion of Italy, so suspending any potential intentions. Stilicho, together with the Romans, received support from the Alans, Goths, led by Cyrus, and Huns, led by Uldin. Together they successfully defeated Radagaisus in August of 406, albeit it resulted in the destruction of northern Italy. You meant to conquer it, not destroy it. 12,000 of Radagaisus's Goths were conscripted into the Roman army, while the remaining Goths were turned into slaves. The victorious Roman army sold such a large number of people into slavery that it actually caused a temporary slump in slave prices due to the incredible amount of slaves around. It was not until the year 407 that Stilicho redirected his focus towards Illyricum, assembling a fleet to assist Alaric's planned assault. However, the Rhine limes eventually succumbed to the overwhelming influx of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans, resulting in their collapse and the subsequent flooding of Gaul. The Roman citizens rebelled against the usurper Constantine III, resulting in more rising in attacks. And in 408 the following year, Stilicho reached a reconciliation with the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Visigoths, led by Alaric, became effectively insignificant to them. In the spring of 408, Alaric launched an invasion and successfully seized control of several territories in Noricum and Upper Pannonia. He insisted on receiving almost 300,000 solidi, equivalent to almost 5,000 pounds of gold, by the way, weight, not currency, and he issued a warning to attack Italy if his demand was not met. Talk about an ultimatum. Now, this sum was almost equal to the property revenue produced by a single senatorial family in 1 year. Stilicho faced significant challenges in persuading the Roman Senate to accept the payment of the ransom. In fact, the payment was intended to secure a new alliance between the Romans and Alaric, who would then proceed to Gaul to combat the usurper Constantine III. The controversy surrounding the issue of compensating Alaric had a detrimental impact on the rapport between Stilicho and Honorius. Well, it happened anyway, but prior to the receipt of payment, the Eastern Roman Emperor Arcadius passed away due to illness on May 1st, 408. Theodosius II assumed the position of his father's departure, and Honorius desired to traveled towards the east in order to ensure a smooth inheritance of his nephew. However, Stilicho persuaded him to remain and permitted himself to undertake the journey on his own instead. Now, a high-ranking government official, Olympius, who was also a rival of Stilicho, disseminated unfounded rumors alleging that Stilicho intended to install his own son, Eucharius, as the ruler of the Eastern Empire. These allegations gained widespread credence among the population. The Roman soldiers revolted and initiated the assassination of officials who were recognized as loyalists to Stilicho. Stilicho's barbarian forces proposed to launch an assault on the mutineers. However, Stilicho prohibited it. Instead, Stilicho proceeded to Ravenna to confer with the Roman emperor in order to address the problem. Honorius, having been completely convinced of the reports of Stilicho's betrayal, issued a command for his apprehension. Thus Stilicho took refuge in a church in Ravenna, but he was enticed to leave by promises of protection. Unfortunately, upon exiting, he was apprehended and informed that he would be promptly executed on the instructions of Honorius. Stilicho declined to permit his supporters to engage in resistance, and as consequence, he was indeed executed, 22nd of August, in the year 408. Rest in pieces, Stilicho. But the execution of Stilicho had a very unwelcome result. You see, it halted the disbursement of that promised funds to Alaric and his Visigoths, who were still waiting for their 4,000 pounds of gold. They weren't going to get it, and they weren't going to be happy about it. Well, the commander, who was of mixed Vandal and Roman descent, is acknowledged for his role in preventing the decline of the Western Roman Empire through his 13-year reign. The consequences of his death would have significant impacts on the Western region. His son, Eucharius, was also promptly killed in Rome. Now perhaps if Stilicho had stayed alive, he could have negotiated. Perhaps that ransom would have been paid, and the 410 sack would not have happened. Or perhaps, maybe the Goths were just waiting for any excuse. I suppose we'll never know. Well, moving on. Olympius was designated as the Magister Officiorum and assumed the role of the influential figure in government, taking over from Stilicho. The newly established authority displayed a vehement opposition towards Germanic influence of any kind, and shown an intense preoccupation with eliminating all individuals who had previously shown support or even sympathy for Stilicho. The Roman soldiers initiated a campaign of indiscriminate killing against allied barbarian foederati warriors and their families within Roman cities. Numerous individuals escaped from Italy and sought sanctuary with Alaric in Noricum. Now, the contemporary historian Zosimus states that the number of refugees was 30,000. However, modern estimates believe that to be unreasonably large. Either way, Alaric made an effort to reach a consensus with Honorius by requesting hostages, gold, and authorization to relocate to Pannonia. However, Honorius would have none of it, and he declined. Alaric, having knowledge of the vulnerable condition of the defenses in Italy, launched an invasion in early October, precisely 6 weeks following the demise of Stilicho. In addition, he communicated this information to his brother-in-law, Ataulf. urging him to promptly join the assault with additional troops. Alaric and his Visigoths looted Arminium and other cities while traveling south. Zosimus wrote that Alaric's march proceeded without any opposition, and reportedly at a relaxed pace, as if they were attending some kind of festive event, as Zosimus puts it. Cyrus and his cohort of Goths, who were still in Italy, maintained a stance of neutrality and detachment, waiting to see how things would play out. Now, onto Rome at the time, which possibly accommodated up to 800,000 people, establishing itself as the most populous city during the era. In late 408, the Goths, led by Alaric, initiated the first siege on the city. A wave of panic engulfed the streets, prompting an effort to revive pagan customs in the city, which had a diverse religious population at the time, in order to protect against the Goths. You see, people had only recently, within living memory for some, seen the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christianity. And a lot of people were still in the old camp of the old pagan ways. Of course, when things started hitting the fan, there were plenty of people to point fingers and say that it was divine retribution. As there always is. Always will be, perhaps. So, of course, they thought, well, why not we ask Jupiter for help? Perhaps he's still listening. In fact, the Pope even consented to it, gave the thumbs up, but he added the condition that these sorts of things should be carried out in a more confidential manner. Well, the pagan priests insisted that sacrifices could only be conducted in the Roman Forum, but this proposal was ultimately abandoned. Now, Surina, the wife of the outlawed Stilicho and relative of Emperor Honorius, was actually present in the city at the time, and based on, well, albeit scant proof, was suspected by the Roman population of supporting Alaric's invasion. After all, she knew what they did to her husband. Can't blame her for being angry. Galla Placidia, the sibling of Emperor Honorius, was likewise confined within the city, and granted her approval to carry out the execution of Surena, who was by that time asphyxiated. Poor thing. Not a good way to go. Well, the prospects of assistance from the imperial administration also diminished as the siege persisted, and Alaric assumed command of the Tiber River, so obstructing the flow of supplies into Rome. The amount of grain was reduced to 1/2, and then further reduced to 1/3 of its original quantity. The city then experienced a swift proliferation of starvation and sickness, resulting in the accumulation of decomposing bodies left completely unattended in the streets. Subsequently, the Roman Senate resolved to dispatch a pair of envoys to Alaric. Upon hearing of the envoys' claims about the Roman people's military training and preparedness for battle, Alaric reportedly responded with amusement, stating, "It is simpler to cut through the densest grass than the thinnest." The envoys inquired about the conditions necessary for the siege to be ended, and Alaric insisted on receiving all the gold, silver, household items, and slaves of barbarian origin present in the city. An emissary inquired about the remaining possessions that would be available to the residents of Rome, and Alaric responded, "Your lives." I mean, it's pretty badass, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, you must feel sorry for the Romans, but, Well, Alaric. Too cool. Well, in the end, the city pretty much had no choice but to surrender 5,000 pounds of gold, 30,000 pounds of silver, 4,000 silk tunics, 3,000 hides of dyed crimson, and 3,000 pounds of spices, mainly pepper, to the Goths in order to end the siege. The barbarian slaves sought refuge with Alaric, so augmenting his forces to approximately 40,000, and it's highly likely that a significant number of these enslaved barbarians were previously loyal to Radagaisus. In order to generate the necessary funds, Roman senators were required to donate in proportion to their financial resources. As a result, there was corruption and misuse of funds, and the total amount fell short. Subsequently, the Romans disassembled and liquefied pagan statues and shrines in order to compensate for the shortfall. Zosimus recounts that there was a statue of Virtus, and when it was melted down to appease the barbarians, it appeared as though all traces of Roman courage and fearlessness had been completely eradicated. Honorius eventually agreed to the payment of the ransom, and as a result, the Visigoths ended the siege and retreated to Etruria in December of 408. A sad, sad day for Rome. Well, in January 409, Happy New Year. The Senate dispatched a diplomatic mission to the imperial court in Ravenna with the aim of persuading the emperor to negotiate with the Goths. Additionally, they proposed offering Roman aristocratic children as hostages to the Goths as a form of guarantee. Alaric would subsequently renew his allegiance with the Roman Empire. Honorius, under the sway of Olympius, declined and summoned 5 legions from Dalmatia, amounting to a total of 6,000 soldiers. Their intended mission was to travel to Rome and establish a military presence in the city. However, their leader, a man named Valens, led his troops to Etruria instead, as he considered it dishonorable to avoid confronting the Goths. He and his troops were intercepted and assaulted by Alaric's entire army, resulting in the death or captivity of nearly all of them. In fact, only 100 individuals successfully evaded this fate and arrived back in Rome, safe but quite shaken. Now a subsequent diplomatic mission comprising Pope Innocent I and Gothic guards was dispatched to Honorius to implore him to acquiesce to the Visigoths' requests. The imperial government was informed that Ataulf, who was Alaric's brother-in-law by the way, had traversed the Julian Alps with his Goths and entered Italy with the purpose of uniting with Alaric. Honorius assembled all the Roman forces that were accessible in northern Italy. He assigned 300 Huns from the imperial guard to Olympius, along with potentially other soldiers, and instructed him to intercept Ataulf. The confrontation thus took place in the vicinity of Pisa. Despite his troops allegedly eliminating 1,100 Goths while suffering a mere 17 casualties, Olympius was compelled to withdraw and return to Ravenna. Zosimus suggests that Huns led by Olympus were the only participants in this battle. Ataulf subsequently allied with Alaric. As a consequence of this failure, Olympius was dethroned and compelled to escape to Dalmatia in order to save his life. Jovius, the Praetorian prefect of Italy, assumed the role of the influential figure behind the ruler and was granted the prestigious role of patrician, replacing Olympius. Jovius orchestrated a rebellion among the soldiers in Ravenna, who insisted on the execution of the Magister Utriusque Militae Turpilo and Magister Equitum Vigilantius. He subsequently ordered the deaths of both men. Jovius, a close associate of Alaric, had previously shown support for Stilicho. As a result, the new administration was willing to engage in negotiations, at least come to the table. Thus, Alaric travelled to Arminium with the purpose of meeting with Jovius and articulating his demands. And when he got there, he demanded an annual payment of money and food, as well as territories in the provinces of Dalmatia, Noricum, and Venetia for his people. Jovius also sent a secret letter to Honorius, proposing that if they were to provide Alaric the job of Magister Utriusque Militiae, they would perhaps reduce Alaric's other requests. Honorius declined the request for a Roman position and dispatched a derogatory letter to Alaric, which was recited during the discussions. Now Alaric, filled with anger, abruptly ended the negotiations upon hearing the insults from Honorius, causing Jovius to go back to Ravenna in order to enhance his bond with the emperor. Honorius was resolutely dedicated to engaging in battle, and Jovius made a solemn oath on the emperor's authority to never negotiate peace with Alaric. Alaric himself quickly reconsidered his decision upon learning that Honorius was making efforts to enlist 10,000 Huns in order to combat the Goths. He assembled a cohort of Roman bishops and dispatched them to Honorius with his revised conditions. He ceased his pursuit of Roman political positions and no longer demanded payment in gold. Currently, he only asked for territories in Noricum and the amount of grain deemed essential by the emperor. Historian Olympiodorus the Younger, in his later writings, regarded these phrases as highly temperate and rational. However, it was already too late, as the government of Honorius, constrained by their sworn commitment, and determined to engage in warfare, declined the proposal. Alaric thereafter advanced towards Rome. Oh, and that anticipated arrival of the 10,000 Huns, well, that never occurred. Lucky day for the Goths, I suppose. In late 409, Alaric captured Portus and resumed the siege of Rome. In light of the resurgence of famine and illness, the Senate convened a meeting with Alaric. He insisted that they select one of their own as emperor to compete with Honorius, and he encouraged the nomination of the elderly Priscus Attalus for this purpose, a pagan who had let himself to be baptized. Alaric was then appointed as Magister Utriusque Militiae, while his brother-in-law Adolf assumed the role of Comes Domesticorum Equitum in the newly established competing administration. As a result, the siege was terminated. Whew, got away with that one. Now, Heraclian, the governor of the agriculturally prosperous province of Africa, basically the grain basket of the empire, maintained his allegiance to Honorius. Attalus dispatched a Roman contingent to quell him, declining to deploy Gothic troops due to his suspicion of their motives. Subsequently, Attalus and Alaric proceeded to Ravenna, compelling certain cities in northern Italy to yield to Attalus. Honorius, overwhelmed by dread due to this unexpected development, dispatched Jovius and other individuals to attack Attalus, beseeching him to divide the Western Empire. Attalus stated that he would just engage in discussions regarding the location of Honorius's exile. Jovius, on the other hand, defected to Attalus and was appointed as a patrician by his new ruler. Jovius desired to subject Honorius to mutilation, a practice that would later become prevalent in the Eastern Empire. Well, Honorius, feeling more and more alone, now in a state of extreme paranoia, was getting ready to escape to Constantinople, when a group of 4,000 soldiers from the Eastern Empire arrived at the docks in Ravenna to protect the city. Honorius's determination to await word of the events in Africa was reinforced by their presence. Heraclian emerged victorious against Attalus's military and disrupted the supply lines to Rome, posing a significant risk of another famine in the capital. Alaric desired to dispatch Gothic forces to launch an invasion of Africa and establish control over the province. However, Attalus once again declined, harboring suspicions of the Visigoths' motives for the region. Upon receiving advice from Jovius, Alaric decided to remove his puppet emperor. He called Attalus to Arminium and formally deprived him of his imperial insignia and title during the summer of 410. Alaric thereafter resumed discussions directly with Honorius. Honorius scheduled a rendezvous with Alaric, approximately 12 kilometers away from Ravenna. While Alaric was waiting at the designated meeting location, Cyrus, who had previously been a sworn adversary to Ataulf, was now allied with Honorius, launched an assault on Alaric and his troops using a small contingent of Roman soldiers. It's been suggested that Cyrus may have also been defeated by Alaric in the 390s in the election for the kingdom of the Goths, harboring a little bit of resentment there. Alaric, however, survived the attack, but he was deeply angered by the betrayal, and honestly, fed up with the repeated unsuccessful attempts at reaching a compromise. Consequently, he abandoned further negotiations with Honorius and returned to Rome, where he laid siege to the city for the third and final time. Third time lucky. Always goes like that, doesn't it? Well, August the 24th, 410, the Visigoths infiltrated Rome via the Salarian Gate, which some claim was opened through treachery, while others argue it was due basically to a lack of food. They proceeded to ransack the city for a duration of 3 days. Numerous prominent structures in the city, like the mausoleums of Augustus and Hadrian, which served as the final resting place for several former emperors, were looted, resulting in the dispersal of the ashes contained within the urns in both graves. All movable assets were pilfered throughout the entire city. In fact, the Goths only spared a few places, including 2 main basilicas associated with Peter and Paul. However, they did steal a large 2,000-pound silver ciborium from the Lateran Palace. This ciborium had been given as a gift by Constantine. The extent of structural harm to the structures was primarily confined to the vicinity surrounding the former Senate House and the Salarian Gate. Notably, the gardens of Sallust were set ablaze and then left unreconstructed. The Basilica Aemilia and the Basilica Julia were also set on fire. Of course, the inhabitants of Rome were profoundly distressed, to say the least. Perhaps there's no adjective to describe the panic. A multitude of Romans, including Galla Placidia, the sister of the emperor, were captured and held as prisoners. Certain individuals would be held for ransom, while others would be traded as slaves, and a further group would be experience assault and murder. Well, Pelagius, a British Roman priest, managed to endure the siege, and he left us with a detailed narrative of the ordeal in a letter addressed to a young lady named Demetrias. This is the account from him, Pelagius. This dismal calamity is but just over, and you yourself are a witness of how Rome that commanded the world was astonished at the alarm of the Gothic trumpet, when that barbarous and victorious nation stormed her walls and made her way through the breach. Where were then the privileges of birth and the distinctions of quality? Were not all ranks and degrees levelled at that time and promiscuously huddled together? Every house was then a scene of misery, and equally filled with grief and confusion. The slave and the man of quality were in the same circumstance, and everywhere the terror of death and slaughter was the same, unless we may say the fright made the greatest impression on those who had the greatest interest in living. End of the account from Pelagius. Following this, a significant number of Romans were subject to torture in order to coerce them into divulging the whereabouts of their precious possessions. One of the individuals was St. Marcella, an 85-year-old woman who lived in a state of devout poverty and did not own any concealed wealth. Marcella, who was a close associate of St. Jerome, was involved in an episode that St. Jerome described in a letter to a woman named Principia, who had been there during the sack. And this is what was written in the letter. When the soldiers entered Marcella's house, she is said to have received them without any look of alarm, and when they asked her for gold, she pointed to her coarse dress to show them that she simply had no buried treasure. However, they would not believe in her self-chosen poverty, but scourged her and beat her with cudgels. She is said to have felt no pain, but to have thrown herself at their feet and to have pleaded with tears for you, Principia, that you might not be taken from her, or owing to your youth have to endure what she as an old woman had no occasion to fear. Christ softened their hard hearts, and even among blood-stained swords, natural affection asserted its rights. The barbarians conveyed both you and her to the Basilica of the Apostle Paul, that you might find there either a place of safety, or, if not that, at least a tomb. A few days later, Marcella succumbed to her injuries. Well, the sack, although considered modest by the norms of the time, and any other time really, was nonetheless controlled and moderate. There was no widespread massacre or large-scale enslavement of the residents of the city, and the two principal basilicas of Peter and Paul were designated as safe zones. The majority of the structures and monuments in the city remained more or less undamaged, at least not intentionally so. But still, many were deprived of their priceless possessions, and large numbers of refugees from Rome migrated to the province of Africa as well as Egypt and the East. Several refugees were victims of theft while they were seeking shelter. St. Jerome documented that Heraclian, the Count of Africa, engaged in the sale of some of these young refugees to brothels in the eastern region. According to the historian Procopius, there is a narrative in which Honorius, upon hearing that Rome had perished, was originally taken back, mistakenly believing that the news was about his beloved chicken, who was actually named Roma. This is from the account of Procopius. At that time, they say the Emperor Honorius in Ravenna received a message from one of the eunuchs, evidently a keeper of the poultry, that Rome had perished. And he cried out and said, "And yet it has just eaten from my hands," for he had a very large chicken, Rome by name, and the eunuch, comprehending his words, said that it was the city of Rome which had perished at the hands of Alaric, and the emperor, with a sigh of relief, answered quickly, "But I thought that my foul Rome had perished." So great, they say, was the folly with which this emperor was possessed. And with that, we reach the end of the sack of Rome. Now, I would go on about what happened next, but there's quite a lot that happened with the Goths afterwards, which I've already covered in my video about the Visigoths. I'm sure if you search up, you'll be able to find it somewhere. So, I will thank my top-tier supporters and patrons: Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stock Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, and Jessica. Thank you very much for your support, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next exciting video. Lots of love to you all, and good night.